The best playoff coverage in the CLE. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Consumer Tire, driving you forward with trusted brands like Bridgestone and Firestone. Fast, reliable service to keep you moving. Cavaliers win 22-9 following the deals that brought in James Harden, Dennis Schroeder, and Keon Ellis. Head coach Kenny Atkinson feels those trades made all the difference.
We're a better team than we were pre-trade. Front office did an amazing job adding the pieces we added. We're a better team, so therefore gives us a better chance to improve on what we did last year and what we've done the last 3 years.
Cavs close out the regular season by beating Washington on Sunday, 130-117. They finished 52-30. Cavs now will face the Toronto Raptors in the first round of the Eastern Conference Playoffs. Game 1, Saturday afternoon at Rocket Arena. The Milwaukee Bucks announced this morning that head coach Doc Rivers has stepped down after 3 seasons. They're now in the market for new head coach as they parted ways with Doc. There have been rumors that he might stay on in some kind of role as an advisor, but no word if that's going to be coming to fruition. In 3 seasons with the Bucks, well, they got bounced in the first round of the playoffs twice, and this season even failed to make the postseason. The Guardians going to continue their road trip tonight, going to open up a 3-game set in St. Louis against the Cardinals. Guardians going to be looking to bounce back after losing last night in Atlanta 13-1. Guardians drop 2 of 3 to the Braves and lose their first series of the season. Gavin Williams gets the start tonight. He is 1-1, a 2.04 ERA. The Browns begin the second week of their voluntary offseason workout program. Just like last week, the program is limited right now to just meetings, strength and conditioning, and rehab. Coming up on Thursday, GM Andrew Barry is going to do a press conference in relation to the upcoming NFL Draft. You'll hear Barry live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
We're closing in on it. Closing in on the NFL Draft. News percolating. Stories that aren't designed to maybe instill you with confidence as the Browns go to the draft. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin.
I'm the guy this morning.
Not a good weekend for your Guardians. We're going to discuss them as they go to Atlanta and take 1 out of 3. Got smoked in a couple of games, but hey, that'll happen. It's baseball.
It is.
Your Cavaliers end up with the Toronto Raptors. Is that good? Is that bad? We're going to talk about that coming up in the show. Jimmy Watkins from Cleveland.com will talk a lot of Cavs with us coming up at 1 o'clock. And at 11 o'clock, our buddy Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram will be joining us.
Very nice.
Masters was fun.
It was fun.
Congratulations, Rory. There you go. Good for him.
Rory roared at the end.
Rory roared.
Big roar.
So to speak.
Did you have a good weekend?
So to speak. Always have a good weekend.
Did you? I was at the sports show. I was at the sports card show that Daryl was at yesterday morning. I got to tell you, I saw Tim Couch yesterday. He looks like he can still play. Wow.
Well, by God, team could use a quarterback.
I asked him. I said, Tim, can you still play? He goes, I don't know.
Yeah, I got 10 plays in me.
That's it.
Quote Hanford Dixon.
I think he's got more than 10 plays in him. I mean, he is in unbelievable shape. Tim is.
Well, that's great.
Especially for most former athletes. So,
He wasn't when he was here because we had no offensive line and they kept beating on him.
So I offered him the same thing here. I said, hey, same kind of similar offensive line as when you played. Didn't go over well.
Did he laugh?
He laughed. He chuckled.
Okay, good.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he chuckled. Didn't have any teeth left because they had all been knocked out, but
No, he kid. I killed a look like he does. Are you kidding? Stud man.
Is there a big move in the Browns before they get to the draft? Before they get to the draft. There's still some free agents out there. I don't think anybody who's out there could be considered a big move at this point. Is there a trade that could happen? Yeah, you could make a trade, and that might be a big move. But the biggest piece that could possibly be moved, where's number 95 and plays defensive end?
Agree.
That would be Mr. Miles Garrett, who not too long ago, I'm out of Cleveland. Can't wait to see where I'm going. Look, I'm on the Super Bowl tour. I want traded.
Yeah.
Then he signs a new contract and stays put.
Hallelujah.
It's led to some speculation this offseason about what his status might be with the Browns. And Dan Graziano, who is a terrific reporter and has been with us before for ESPN, was on their morning show Get Up today. And Mike Greenberg asked him a specific question.
Dan, is there any reason to believe the Cleveland Browns will entertain trading Defensive Player of the Year Miles Garrett?
There is not. I think there's a lot of people out there that wonder why not, considering what you could probably get for him. But the Browns have been steadfast and adamant that they have no interest in trading Miles Garrett. Even last year when he was publicly asking for a trade, they said that, gave him a new contract. I think it's more likely that Miles Garrett gets another contract bump from the Browns this offseason than gets traded.
It's kind of a big little thing to end with.
Didn't they just rework his contract?
They kind of did, I believe. But
did Dan know that or not? Or
interesting that he threw out, hey, could even bump him up even more as opposed to trading him. What do you think about his situation right now and his status on this team?
Well, look, I would never want to lose Miles Garrett. I think he's clearly one of the best players in the NFL. He is a reason that fans go to the stadium. In fact, I talked to somebody over the weekend that said they had never bought a Browns jersey and they own one, and it's Miles Garrett. And I was like, wow, what possessed you to do that? And the woman that I was talking to said, I love the way he plays, and I really think he's a superstar. And it was the one time I've invested in my entire life on a jersey. And I was like blown away by the fact that she said that, because I could think of a lot of jerseys that I would have bought along the way. But just going back to it, I would not want to lose him. That said, if somebody came knocking on the door and said, here's a couple of first-round picks or a very lucrative package for him on a team that is trying to figure things out offensively, and you'd think that they're ramping up towards their new stadium in a couple years, I'm sorry. If someone knocked on the door and offered me 2-3 first-round picks or 2 first-round picks and something significant, I would be very much listening. Very much listening, especially based on what happened last year with him asking to leave, and the restructure now seems to make it easier to trade him. So,
I wonder about what you just said, and I think if they were overwhelmed with a package for Miles Garrett, you'd certainly have to listen, and I would understand if they traded him. The thought I have about it though is this: if you keep him, to me, it signifies that you actually think you can compete this coming year, and you're going to do it with a defense that is dominant. I would think that's the thought in keeping him. You've paid him. He's part of a good defense, and he would help you maintain and hopefully improve on a defense with the new defensive coordinator. If you trade him, to me, it screams rebuild. And I don't know if they want to scream rebuild right now.
If you trade him, you might as well trade Denzel too, right?
Well, if you're gonna
start
trade,
to regroup,
you start to
and I don't want them to trade either one of those guys. So please don't let's not walk down that road.
But do you agree if they do trade him, doesn't it scream rebuild?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It means it's okay if we lose this year. It's a green light to be young, be in learning mode, and trying to get guys up to speed over the next 2-3 years to get to that point. Jeff, I can say all this stuff. It's really easy for me to say if somebody came knocking on the door and offered you 2-3 first-round picks for Miles Garrett, you would take it in a heartbeat. The reality of it
depends
is...
on where those picks are, maybe.
It doesn't matter. I don't care anywhere. I'm just giving you any... I can sit here and say that. It's very easy for you to look at it on paper, but there is an emotional aspect to it that could be absolutely devastating. And I know the reality is that I can sit here and say, okay, they got 3 first-round picks for him. I guess they did what they had to do, but I would still be upset. I would still be mad, and I would still sit around and go, I can't believe they just traded away one of the best players in the NFL. There's a reality. There's one thing to say it, which is what we're doing. Then there would be the reality of it. Look past the finish line to what you would have on the other side of it, and it would all be very young and inexperienced, and you'd be hoping something was great, knowing you'd gave up something that is great.
I just, without screaming rebuild, aren't they kind of quietly yelling rebuild right now. That's the one issue I have here. It's like, okay, if you keep him, I think it screams that you're trying to win. But other moves that they've not made don't scream that they're trying to win. And for instance, look at the offense. Okay, you brought in some veteran offensive linemen who were all available. Okay,
Exactly.
it's not like you brought in guys who you think, oh my God, if we just fix this whole line. I'm sure they have to some extent because they brought in some competent guys. But you basically replaced some older guys who were pretty good when they were healthy with some slightly younger guys who are healthier for the most part. Jenkins has been hurt, but
Right.
In other words, I would hope that the offensive line is an upgrade, mainly because of health and availability. With overall talent, I don't know that they've upgraded the offensive line.
Jeff, they have no pillars on the offensive line. Does that make?
That's well said.
Yeah.
They also don't have any pillars at wide receiver.
No, that's easy.
So here you are through free agency. Yeah, you put some bodies on the offensive line. You haven't put any bodies at wide receiver. And to me, that kind of screams like, yeah, that 2027 draft's going to be really interesting. And we can look for our quarterback there. Or we can get lucky with a quarterback this year, perhaps. And, maybe it's Deshaun, maybe it's Shador. We'll see, blah, 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 blah. Those actions scream to me, okay, you're not in a win-now mode. Keeping Miles Garrett screams you're in a win-now mode. And I think that's a contradiction, and it might be a contradiction that they need to clear up one way or the other. Either by making a big move, by moving on from Miles, or making some kind of a big move to improve that offense.
Jeff,
and I don't think the offensive line moves are, though they're critical because you need offensive linemen, I don't think that they're huge moves. Do you? You signed some guys who can play in the league.
Yeah, I'm not. Am I buying any of their jerseys? No offense. I'm just not. I mean, Joe Thomas is not there. He's not walking through the door. Maybe Joel Bitonio could be walking through the door.
Yeah, if
and that
Joe
might change
Bitonio
things.
returns, that changes some things.
It does. But can you see that line going back to Miles between what it looks like analytically compared to what it looks like emotionally if you chose to trade him? Because I can make a non-emotional, analytical decision that says, yes, it's the right thing to do. Let's get some return on an investment. Let's bring in some guys that could be as good as him someday. But I think emotionally it would wreck our fans. They would not be happy.
I don't think
it would be a fan wrecker.
I think that's true.
Okay.
I think you'd have
we've seen that before.
You'd have a really hard time convincing the fan base that rebuilding without Miles Garrett, because I don't know if you can rebuild with Miles. You've got to go out and try and compete and win. And again, I just think there are two different things going on here. You're keeping the best defensive player in the game, but you're not adding on pieces on the offense, and they scream two different things to me. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. Does the situation scream two different things to you? 9 draft picks coming up for the Browns in this draft. On one hand, you think, hey, you have 9 draft picks. That's terrific. Let's see what you can do with those, right? What can you possibly add to this team? Then you start looking at things a little bit. And you can be really negative about it. You could be positive about it. Try to be positive about it. And we're going to try to be positive about Andrew Berry's draft record. Coming up next on Baskin and Phelps, let me tell you this. It was a challenge.
Wow. I think from the outside you can see that, but yes.
Well, there are things that have happened. We're going to take a look. Top 12 draft picks of the Andrew Berry regime. Yeah, we stretched it.
You found 12?
Well, I put 12 on the list.
I can't wait to hear.
I can't wait for you to decide whether they were good picks or not. But we're trying to be we're trying to think, okay, maybe this will work. Because you got a ton of draft choices this year. Maybe they can do it. Maybe they can make them Get guys in here who can actually play.
You got to hope he keeps on that roll.
Which might be a nice change of pace. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
rehab. Coming up on Thursday, GM Andrew Berry will hold a press conference. He will talk about the upcoming NFL draft, and you'll hear from Berry live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Where's your confidence level with Andrew Berry in the NFL draft? We're going to try and blow some sunshine coming up here in a little bit. If you catch my drift.
Yeah, I can't wait to go through as I look.
Yeah. Just hang on. We were talking about Miles Garrett and the situation with Miles. The situation is this. He's here and he's under contract.
Okay.
And we played a little snippet from Dan Graziano of ESPN earlier this morning here, where he said, they're not trading him. In fact, if anything, they'll give him more money. So before we get to the draft, Michael's in Cleveland. Michael.
What up, Michael?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Well,
good.
Hey, so, as a longtime fan, and a Garrett fan, I've watched, this whole thing unfold the last couple of years. I think we just got to let him go. Have you guys ever been in a toxic relationship?
Yeah. Good question. Yeah.
I've been in a few, and years ago, but it reminds me of that. Where you're in a relationship, you love somebody, but the lows are low, and then somebody cheats or something, and then you try to work it out. But there's always that kind of underlying resentment, and, eventually it just kind of falls apart. Maybe you try to stick it out because you got a house together, kids or whatever. And I think that's kind of what we did with throwing more money at this situation. But here are the facts.
Michael, why do I feel like we're living your life right now? Keep going. Yes, we're listening.
Sorry, man.
Yes.
I missed my therapy session, so here we are.
Sorry.
The facts are, he's kind of at his peak. He's the best guy in football last year. But that's gonna decline. He's
not
getting
older.
Any
younger.
Exactly. We've had injury issues in the past, and ultimately he's not happy. The past year he kind of was. You could tell he was being a company guy and wasn't as outspoken as he was previously. But I think we got to get the draft capital we can now. You got somebody like the Cowboys with 12 and 20, have them throw in a second or next year first. You can get a lot out of that. You can get an edge rusher, at 6, and then you can still address receiver, offensive tackle, offensive guard. You can get all of these things, if you got, 4 picks. And,
all right, Michael, let me ask you this, though. If they did that, does that not scream rebuild to the fan base? Even though we all kind of think that's kind of what they're doing anyway? Are they trying to fool us?
I think it screams rebuild already if you look at the quarterback situation. There's no real confidence going into it. It's kind of like, hey, we're going to flip a few coins. We're going to figure this out as it goes. But, I don't think any fan, maybe I'm wrong here, but I am one. I don't think anybody thinks that, we're going to the Super Bowl this year. We've got a ton of young talent. We drafted well the last year or two. There's a good core there you can build off of. But there's too many unanswered questions at key positions where I don't think anybody thinks we're winning the Super Bowl in the next year or two. So I think, if you have another strong draft and now you've got, 20 guys that are a strong foundation, now you can start picking up, some key free agency ads in the next year or two. But I don't think anybody realistically thinks that's where we're going this year. That's just my opinion.
All right, Michael, thank you very much.
We'll send you a bill.
See, Michael's cut through it. He sees what you see. He sees what I see. This team is not built to go to the Super Bowl this year, and they are rebuilding, I think, because of what they're doing on the offensive side of the ball right now.
Do you think Todd Monken thinks they're rebuilding?
No, he has no choice but to try and win games.
Yeah.
He wants to stick around, Andy. Right? He wants a job.
I would think
so. Wants
so.
to be a head coach in the NFL.
I'm down with it. I just hope they, that if they have a 3-win season, that he'll get another shot next year. But I don't know. I haven't seen him be a head coach yet. So I'm thinking that now. Let's see how the season plays out, because I almost feel like every coach in the NFL now is on a week-to-week basis.
I would agree with that. Jeffrey's in Cleveland. Hey, Jeffrey.
What up, Jeffrey?
Yeah, thanks, guy. Well, I don't know how you guys feel about this or how you think about this, but I think that during the dawn hours, they're going to trade Miles Garrett, and we're all going to wake up and Miles Garrett is going to be traded. That's one scenario.
I got news. I think this. I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put it past them.
I wouldn't either. Yeah. I think we're going to all wake up one morning and Miles Garrett going to be traded. Then the second one is, I don't know if the Browns or Andrew Berry and his team want to take that big swing again. If they trade Miles Garrett and get something that doesn't work out or get something way less than Miles Garrett, what do you think?
Jeffrey, I don't know. It wouldn't stun me if they pull off some kind of a trade for him. I heard what Dan Graziano said. Dan's deep into the NFL. He knows what he's talking about. But this organization, if they're honest with themselves, Andy, and fair to the coach, will say, "Hey, we're not ready to compete this year." And Miles is 30. He's got a long-term contract. When this team's good to go, where will Miles be? Maybe 32? You can turn it around in the NFL quickly enough. I mean, we see it happen at least once a year to somebody. Mm-hmm. But I just wonder when in their minds they're going to think, yeah, let's just do this. But that goes back to, okay, can you capitalize on what you might get in a trade for a guy like Miles Garrett?
Do you trust his front office? I feel better about things after last year, but I still question why they drafted 2 quarterbacks. And
you could question why they drafted 2 running backs, even if you wanted to.
I could actually live
quarterbacks is much more extreme.
Well, I think they upgraded. I mean, completely upgraded at the running back position. After it's not Nick Chubb level, but Ford was the only guy really coming back, and I think both these guys have a much higher upside than Jerome Ford did. So I think they did the right thing at running back. I just don't, especially having 2 veteran quarterbacks here, why they drafted 2 quarterbacks, I'll never, ever understand. And it almost feels like the coaching staff wanted one guy and ownership wanted the other. And who won that war?
The argument I have to that point? Baskin?
Yeah. Phelps?
None.
Because you agree with me?
I have no argument on that one.
I don't. It just seems so obvious on the outside that that's what they did, and
it sure looks that way. Brian is in Stowe, home of the Bulldogs. Brian, what's up?
What up, Brian?
Hi, how you guys doing today?
We're well.
Good.
I completely disagree with you. I usually agree with you
on Miles,
on rebuild.
Okay,
Miles, everything. I'm just going to say this. I'm a huge football fan. I love football. Mm-hmm. Our problems are the line and wide receivers. That's it. Coaching at quarterback. At quarterback, of course. But line and wide receivers. If Deshaun or Shador plays even capable and we repair those 2 problems, we're competitive. We're competitive in the NFL. We're competitive in our division. So getting rid of Miles is more than sending a total rebuild echo to the fan base. It's not necessary. We're very good on defense. We're good on one side of the ball. If you look at present power rankings, we're 32 almost in every one of them.
Yep.
How is beyond me. You could go all the way up to the top tier teams, at least 5 teams away from the top. Everybody has huge gaps on either they have no defense, no leader, no quarterbacks. They have a quarterback, but they don't have great game-breaking receivers. Everybody's got a hole. That's why it's called parity in the draft. We are not that far behind. And I'm going to stick with this to Shador fans. Deshaun's going to end up starting because he's going to just look better with pieces, I think. But we'll see. But to get rid of Miles, it would just, even with potential picks, it's just not necessary, really. That's just my viewpoint, and I'll listen to you guys. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. I think you have huge holes on the offense. Now, and Brian, you're right. You nailed the spots. We all know that. But There are 5 spots to fill on offense: quarterback, offensive line, wide receiver, running back, tight end. Browns have 2 of them filled. That's it.
2.
You hope you have offensive line now that's going to be good. You hope you signed guys that can come in and do the job. And let me say, you actually hope you're okay at running back, that Quinshawn can come back and be healthy and good to go.
He was on schedule to be here for the beginning of training camp, so
I would agree with Brian, though. If your defense is rock solid, you can compete. You can compete every game if you have a defense that you can roll out on the football field that can give you a chance to win a football game. And I think they have that.
You're not going to win hoping for a pick six or a scoop and score every game.
No, I don't mean score points.
But that's the only way they're going to win games. Is like they would need points.
Based on what we saw last year, Andy. Let's give Todd Monken benefit of the doubt. Let's assume Todd's going to put out a better offense than they put out last year with Kevin Stefanski.
Okay.
That's an assumption. They still need to get wide receivers. Can they? Yeah, they can get 2 in the draft. That's easy.
Yeah.
You can get 2. And you can play rookie wide receivers. It's that whole rookie wide receivers don't find their stride until their 3rd year. That's history. With the spread offenses in the NFL or in the college game these days, you have more highly trained wide receivers coming into the league who are good to go from day one. Now, will they get better? Sure. But they're usually further along than they've been in the past. And we've seen that over the last 5 to 8 years, something like that. So I understand what Brian's talking about there. I think that's legit. And unless I was overwhelmed, I would keep Miles and go and try and compete. But that idea of getting overwhelmed with a trade offer, Andy, it's one guy. If you could get numerous first-round picks, set yourself up for a better opportunity next year, perhaps in the draft, and get a player or 2 who can come in and help you. I do think you'd have to think about it.
I really do. You have to. If someone walks in and says, here's 3 first-round picks, 2 first-round picks, and something significant after that, maybe even a player that's plug and play, I don't know how you couldn't take a look at that. You would have to take a look at it. I'm not saying you got to do it, but it'd be hard not to.
Sure would.
Yeah, go ahead.
Diane's in Cleveland. Hey, Diane.
Hey, Di.
Hi. How are you all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. We should not get rid of Miles Garrett.
Okay.
Well, we're not saying get rid of him, but if an opportunity presented itself to really help your team, that's the type of stuff they do.
I know, and the Browns, they've done crazy things in the past.
No.
Yes. I just think, we are sort of kind of in a rebuild situation. Trading Miles for draft, I don't know. We got one good side of the ball, like the caller before was saying. Hey guys, let's build on that. We got some offensive linemen. Hopefully they work out. I'm hoping Quinshawn, like you said, comes back. We got Harold Fanning Jr. I think we should get Carnell Tate in the draft, but who in the hell knows what they're going to do? Sorry, guys.
That's all right, Diane. That word is allowed, Diane.
Trust me, we've heard much, much worse.
That word is allowed. 216-474-0092. Scott Petrak's coming up at 11 o'clock. Also coming up, Andrew Berry's track record. We have the best picks he's ever made, Andy.
Ever.
That's coming up. We're going to get to it. If you have some thoughts about Miles, by all means, call us. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
When there's news that
March misses time. Be the latest blow for the Brewers as Milwaukee has lost its last 5 games. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Scott Petrak coming up 11 o'clock, Chronicle Telegram. Thoughts straight ahead.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps. That's our show from 10 to 2. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe. That's right. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
Is that live?
Live.
Coming
live
up at
from London.
London.
Yeah, that's the new SNL.
Nice. Petrak's coming up at 11 o'clock. We're at 11:20, I believe. We're going to talk about the Andrew Berry top 10 draft picks.
Oh, boy.
And, Andy, there were so many of them, we made it a dozen. We made it a dozen.
Really?
Yeah, you're gonna pick at it like crazy. I'm gonna love it. It's gonna be fun. Let's prime the pump, shall we?
Sure.
There are some picks that weren't good picks.
You think?
There are some that haven't worked out real well. You could name a lot of guys, but I think there are 4 picks in the Andrew Berry era, and every GM has these. Okay, every GM has these. Let's be fair about that.
Right.
But there are 4 picks to me that stand out as probably the worst picks of his 6 drafts. Okay. And to factor into that, and Dan, it's not spinning the wheel of regret. Don't worry. But factoring into that is like, who didn't they take, who they could have taken instead? Well, only on a couple of guys at particular positions.
No one wins when you play this game.
We're not playing that game. It's a variation of the game, but it's just, there have been some clunkers, but there are 4 guys that stood out to me, Andy, is maybe the worst picks he's made.
No matter what you say, and I kind of think I know where you're going with this. The 3 worst picks ever.
Go ahead, Andy, say it.
Are the first round pick in 22. The first round pick in 23, and the first round pick in 24.
Okay.
Because they don't exist. You can't get any worse than that.
You got a Pro Bowl quarterback, though.
You can't. We have 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks now, Jeff, in case you're wondering.
Well, they actually used to play the game back then.
No. This is not about playing the game.
Right, so
this is about the honor of being a Pro Bowler.
There are 2 guys who
like Earl Anthony
just were flat out bad picks. Wayne Webb lived in Beaumont for all. 2 guys who are just flat out bad picks. And it doesn't matter who was taken after those guys. One was Cade York.
Yeah, that was a bad pick.
Kicker drafted in the 4th round of the 2022 draft. I'm sorry, you don't draft kickers in the 4th round. You just don't do that. You just don't. I mean, how many Sebastian Janikowskis are there? We draft him really high, and he's really good for a long time. They don't exist. And they screwed up by taking Cade York in the 4th round. That was bad.
Yeah, that probably wasn't one of their stronger moves.
In the next draft in 2023, in the 3rd round, they took Siaki Ika. Remember him?
Not really, but yeah.
He was a 3rd-round pick, and he played in 4 NFL games.
Kid from Baylor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Played in 4 NFL games. Okay, so those were bad. These 2 picks, to me, are the worst picks of the era.
Oh, era.
The Andrew Berry era, whatever. Jed Wills is one of them. 1st-round pick in 2020. And he was the first player ever drafted by Andrew Berry. Well, Jed underachieved in his time here, then got hurt, didn't play last year, just signed with Chicago. But while taking Jed Wills, you passed on Tristan Wirfs, who was taken 2 picks later at 12 and has been a 5-time Pro Bowler for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that was bad. Yes?
Yep. You know what's sad? Even sadder than that, we took 2 kickers. In 4 years, we drafted 2 kickers.
Zane Gonzalez?
No. Who was the other? It was Austin Siebert.
Yeah, and they drafted Zane Gonzalez, too. For some reason, this team drafts kickers who end up getting cut and going and trying out for 14 other teams. So
at least Zane was a 7th rounder. Like, I could live with that.
But it's still a draft pick.
Yeah, between 2017 and 19? And 2017 and
Cade York was in 2022.
And 22. We drafted 3 kickers.
Yep. So that didn't work out too well. I think clearly we all know the worst draft choice they've had. If it's not Jed Wills, I mean, pick your worst, was Anthony Schwartz, who was in the 2021 draft and a 3rd-round pick. What makes that even worse is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL went in the 4th round in that draft, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah, okay.
So,
wheel of regret.
No, that's not
winning.
That's not it.
Don't feel like a winner.
It's this. What do you need to improve this team for this year, Andy?
I need
wide receivers.
Wide receivers and offensive line.
And guess what their 2 biggest draft blunders have been?
Wide receiver and offensive line.
And I'm trying to be confident that they can figure that out and get it done. And I'm not. Because they don't, as you'll see when we talk about the best picks they've ever made, coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, Can we blame the wide receiver and offensive line? They don't draft them well.
Can we blame
this crew? Has not drafted those positions well.
Can we pass the buck? You want to blame it on Paul DePodesta or no?
Well, we don't know what Paul did. We don't know if Paul instructed them who to take. We don't know if his analytics said this is the top guy on our board. We don't know if he was putting together the board. We don't know if Andrew Berry was. If it was his scouting department all chiming in, we don't know.
Let me just say this. If I was Andrew Berry and somebody asked me about all these draft picks before,
my thought partner stunk.
I would be Greyhound, man. Beep, beep. DePodesta. Beep, beep. Back the bus all over him. Back it up.
An incredible thought partner.
Yes. At least for that moment he was.
For a little while he was an incredible thought partner. But think about that. Your 2 worst draft choices. And would you agree? Jed Wills, given what Jed Wills did here and on the fact that a 5-time Pro Bowler you passed over.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Mm-hmm.
And Amon-Ra St. Brown went in the 4th round of that same draft when they took Anthony Schwartz at 3.
That was bad. And Cade York is your 3rd worst?
Well, Ika or York. I mean, those were just complete flops. You draft a kicker in the 4th round, you better be going to the Hall of Fame.
What was the song? Eep, op, ork, ah. That means that was from the Jetsons. Remember that? That's all I can think about while you're saying this. Ika, op, ork, ah. That means I love you. Do you guys remember that?
Dan's giving me the same look I'm giving him. That's what the hell is this guy talking about? Look.
No, Judy Jetson.
Oh, no, I give him credit. He's trying to make this fun.
Yeah, there's nothing fun about this.
Hey, let's go down the draft board and see who they should have picked.
No. It's
what a joy.
Sorry, boys. Look bigger picture. The bigger picture is they need wide receivers and offensive line, and the 2 things they've not been able to draft well are wide receiver and offensive line. And we're all thinking they're going to fix it because they didn't fix wide receiver in free agency. We know that. We hope they fixed it in offensive line in free agency. I can't guarantee you that. Can you guarantee me that?
No, I can play a little game, though. Browns draft picks or hemorrhoids? What's more painful? Take your pick.
Andy,
until last year,
we're going to spread sunshine coming up at 11:20 because, by golly, we've got a list of the best picks.
Sadly, Browns draft picks don't have a cream.
That's true, but they have preparation.
They do.
Wow.
They're still stuck on A through G, though.
Guys are brutal, man.
Oh man, I seriously
Who's
can't.
The worst pick? Is it Schwartz or is it Jed Wills?
Well, I told you
it's probably Schwartz.
The worst pick are the first-round picks in 22, 23, and 24. Those are by far worse than any human that we could possibly. Because they didn't get anybody.
But they didn't draft anybody.
Jed Wills. Jed Wills.
It feels like Jed.
You think Jed is worse than?
Yeah, because Ika was a third-round pick. At least,
Yeah.
they're consistently bad on third-round picks.
Schwartz was a third-round pick.
Yeah.
Outside of Fannin, right? Fannin might be the biggest hit he's had in the third round. And that's after one season.
Perhaps Harold is on a list that's coming up, Andy.
Top 12? Jeff, I'm just going to give you last year's draft and still be upset about quarterbacks and tell you I've already given you half your list. It's last year. And maybe, beep, beep, you want to blame Paul DePodesta? Knock it out. Grab the bus. Let's go.
I don't know that you can do that.
I don't know that you can either because we don't actually know what he did.
All they did was call him an incredible thought partner, and we didn't know exactly what he did.
Paul's an incredible thought partner.
And there's the proof. Right there. There's the proof. The best draft picks of Andrew Berry are coming up in the 11 o'clock hour.
I can't wait.
At 11 o'clock straight up, it's our buddy Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram. He's going to take a little time in his golf prep to join us, and we thank him for that. He's next on Baskin and Phelps.
I've been talking about it for a couple of years now.
Up. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
You know, if you're going to cover the Browns for a living, it's good to get in as much golf as you can before the draft. Because once that happens, it's all over. I mean, phew, before you know it, it's like October.
Yes, Jeff. Yes.
So we're hoping
flies by.
We're hoping our buddy who joins us now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline is going to tee it up and hit it straight today. He covers the Browns for the Chronicle-Telegram. All of his work can be read on brownszone.com. Great site for Browns coverage. He's Mr. Scott Petrak. Hello, Scott.
What's going on, fellas?
You tell us. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good.
And where are you playing today? Will you tell us if you can? Do you want to? It's up to you.
Doesn't want a crowd.
You don't want a gallery?
Seneca.
I'm
There
sorry.
you go.
You don't want patrons? Sorry.
That's fine. I don't mind.
Seneca.
Doesn't mind patrons. That's good. So, in an exercise just to make my coworkers mad, I put together, and we haven't done it yet, but it's coming up, the best draft choices of the Andrew Berry era. We've gone over the worst.
It's a pamphlet.
Are there? There can't be any worse picks, and I guess pick your order based on what they passed up than Jed Wills or Anthony Schwartz. Can there be? I mean, you passed up Tristan Wirfs and Amon-Ra St. Brown at the same positions.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, Wills is a little complicated because he did start some games, and I thought he was better than people gave him credit.
I agree with you on that.
Right, but he's still the number 10 pick. They could have gotten worse. He doesn't get a second contract. Schwartz had no impact, wasted a third-round pick. So, the number 10 thing is why Wills is in that discussion. So I would listen to both. I think those guys are both. That's probably 1-2. David Bell wasn't a great pick, but, he got hurt and he made some plays that you can remember. I'll tell you what, though, when you go for the good side, until last year, there was some slim pickings there, too.
Yeah, guess what? I came up with 12 just to make Andy mad.
It's okay.
12 good ones?
Yeah,
majority of them have to be coming from last year.
We'll send them to you so you can have a laugh later.
Yeah, please.
So why did he hit last year? What was the difference last year compared to all the – and it's hard for me not to say Paul DePodesta, but I mean – and I say that based on not knowing what Paul DePodesta does, but you have to ask yourself, why was he successful last year compared to every other year before?
Well, it's a great question, Andy, and I asked him that at the Combine, and I didn't love his answer.
What was
his answer was they had better – I'm paraphrasing, but better resources, right? They had 2 picks in the first round, or a pick in the first round, more at the top of the second, right, as opposed to those other years where they just traded away those first and second round picks. So you're not going to draft as well. So there is some credence to that theory, right? But I don't think it can be only that, right? Because it's not like they had a ton of success in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds. And it feels like last year they had some success as you went through the draft, too. So
everybody started last year. That's
right,
the first time he's had that.
Right. Harold Fant was a 3rd-round pick. And they've had 3rd-round picks. And, like, Martin Emerson Jr. was a good 3rd-round pick. He might be the best pick before last season. But, was he Harold Fant? Maybe. I mean, maybe as a rookie they both had the same impact. But I'm going to try to ask Andrew again on Thursday if he can give me a little more insight, because if that's the only reason, then I'm not sure that that's sustainable, right? But if you said, hey, we had this piece of data, or we got this new scout that we like, whatever, then you can say you can build on that going forward. If it's just a matter of having more draft picks or better draft picks, I don't know if that's sustainable, or even if I'm buying that is a reason.
Scott Petrak joining us, Chronicle Telegram, brownszone.com. The thing that scares me most about the guys that we think are the worst 2 picks, Schwartz and Wills, based on where Jed was taken and all that stuff, is those are the 2 areas that when they went into the offseason thinking we have to get better at wide receiver and we have to get better on the offensive line. And those are the 2 biggest swings and misses, I think, other than maybe a quarterback trade to quote Jimmy Haslam, that they've had. And I find it hard to have confidence in their ability to identify an offensive lineman and especially identify a wide receiver.
Yeah, I think that's warranted, Jeff. I really do. Now, if you're trying to play devil's advocate or be positive, you can counter with they haven't taken a receiver above the third round. So it's not like you're drafting an elite receiver. Or it's not like they've drafted an elite receiver and been wrong about it. And after Wills, I don't think they've drafted an offensive lineman before the third round, right? Zach Zinter. And, right now that looks like a miss. So they haven't spent premium resources on those two positions in the draft. But I completely get your point, Jeff. And I think that is reason to be a little bit concerned because I'm still assuming that those are going to be the first two positions that they take in this draft.
Scott, you mentioned Zach Zinter. Here's a guy who's 6'6", 300 pounds. I mean, he's got the build. Do you think he's still a possibility here as a guy who can step in and actually be a real contributor on the offensive line? Or do you think that's a miss and it's not coming back?
I think he's in the mix, right? Depending on who they had in the draft, depending on where they play Elton Jenkins, I could see Jenkins, the other Jenkins, Tevin Jenkins, Luke Whippler, and Zach Zinter going for two spots, right? So you have Zion Johnson at one guard, you have Titus Howard at right tackle, you have, let's assume they draft a left tackle. So then you got those four guys for center and right guard. And Elton Jenkins will take one of those spots, but could he move to center and you play Zinter at guard? I still think that's a possibility. He just hasn't shown enough, right? He didn't get on the field much at all. When he was not impressive. I think he works hard. Everybody says he's a good kid, so I don't know why he hasn't had the success. Some guys it takes longer. I wouldn't rule him out, but I certainly think if they thought that he was ready to be a day one starter, then they would have added one fewer guy. So they are not assuming that he's ready to fill in as a starter.
Let me ask you this, because we talked about this at the beginning of the show. Dan Graziano said that the Browns are more likely to extend Miles Garrett than to trade him. I'm not 100% buying what Dan said. I'm just curious what you think.
Yeah, I think you can say that if you believe that they're not going to trade him, right? So if you think it's a 2% chance that they trade him, and I'm just throwing a number out there, then yeah, it would be more likely that he gets some kind of pay bump, right? So I don't think Dan is off on that. I think there is a small chance that the Browns trade Miles Garrett after June 1st or between June 1st and the season starting based on how they think the team is, based on if Miles is happy or not. If behind the scenes Miles is asking to get out, maybe that changes the organization's approach to this. Mm-hmm. But I do believe them when they say they have no plans and don't want to trade him. I don't think that's changed from last year. I think that's consistent. We've talked about it. I don't think it's the right move to trade Miles, and I know plenty of people disagree with me. But that's how I feel, and that's how they feel. So if the stance is they're not going to trade him, then, yeah, I would say some kind of extension or pay bump would be more likely too.
If you trade him, it screams rebuild. But right now, doesn't it look like a rebuild? They're just not screaming it?
Yeah, I completely get what you're saying, right? There's certainly a roster transformation, right? They've been scared or not, I don't know. They don't want to use the word rebuild, right?
Yeah, they don't.
So let's call it a roster transformation. That went into effect last year. But they haven't torn down the defense at all, right? So if you still think you have a top 5 defense and you can improve on offense, it's not outlandish to think you can go from 5 to 9 wins, right? They should have won more games last year than they did. So if you get better quarterback play, better receiver play, better offensive line play, then why not win 9 games? If you win 9 games, then it's fun. Then you're in the conversation. Yeah. Then you don't have to worry about Miles not being happy, right? So Jimmy Haslam does not have the appetite for a rebuild, and I think he's made that clear. And he said at the owners' meetings, and I completely agree with him, and that's why one of the reasons I wouldn't trade Miles is when they think they're going to be good, whenever that is, 27, 28, they still think Miles is going to be, if not the best defensive player in the league, still at an elite level. And I completely agree with that. So if you think Miles is going to be that type of player when you're ready to make your run, then how do you trade the best defensive player in the history of the franchise and the best defensive player in the league? You're not. It would take an unbelievably successful trade for you to be better as a team than you are when you have Miles Garrett.
I agree with that.
Go ahead, bud.
I'm just gonna. Where does this put Todd Monken then as we walk into the season? Because if Todd walks away with a 3-win season, and you just talked about an owner that you talked about his appetite, this is a tough place to be.
You're exactly right. Now I think Todd Monken, at 60 years old and the first time being a head coach, he doesn't have an appetite for a rebuild either, and
True.
he's coming in expecting to win. Everybody wants to win, but he's expecting to win. He thinks he can improve this offense where it makes a difference in the win-loss column. So I think they're on the same page. But to your point, Andy, you're 100% right that puts a lot of pressure on him. And, if you play these scenarios out, if you don't win more than 5 games like the owner thinks you should, then what happens? Do you go get a new coach? Is there a total blow-up of the front office, right, in the coaching staff? I mean, that's not outlandish. We've seen it in this league. We've seen it with this organization.
We like playing games here on Baskin and Phelps. Last week we looked at what is sitting here at quarterback right now and kind of compared it to some of the others, and we figure it's about one of the worst 5 situations at quarterback in the NFL right now. How does Jimmy Haslam expect them to win more than 5 games with that quarterback situation unless you just keep your fingers crossed and think, come on, Shedeur, come on, Deshaun, let's go. You guys can get her done.
It's a great question. I think if you're Haslam, you go, okay, can the quarterback situation be any worse than it was last year? And the answer is probably not.
Probably not.
So you won 5 games that way and felt you should have won a couple more. If the defense plays as well, if the quarterback plays a little better, if the guys around the quarterback are better, maybe you can win with the bottom. Maybe you can win enough or win more with a bottom 5 quarterback situation. And now it's really difficult to do that. I think you're hoping it's either Shedeur or, Shedeur makes an improvement or Deshaun Watson shows more of the form that he was before he got here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the optimistic view. That's the hope. But if you're talking about how this season goes sideways, it's because you don't get that quarterback play, and it's really difficult to win with poor quarterback play, and then you're looking at 3, 4, 5 wins again.
It looks like this is at a quarterback, right? I don't see anything stunning that's coming down the road that other than Deshaun and Shedeur fighting it out. Would you agree?
I think they draft somebody. Okay. I don't know if that draft pick is a factor in the starting job, right? I mean, I think he enters the competition, and depending if it's Ty Simpson at 39, then it's interesting, and I think that's a possibility. If it's Drew Aller in the 4th or 5th round, then I don't think he's really in the mix to be the starter. So my guess is it's Shedeur and Deshaun, but I think it's probably premature to say that nobody gets added to that mix. But whoever gets added would probably be a long shot.
Hit him straight, my friend.
Gonna try. Thanks, fellas.
Hot dog at the turn. Get a good hot dog at the turn.
Absolutely. Yeah. Brownzone.com covers the Browns for the Chronicle Telegram, and he joined us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Scott just kind of confirmed our thinking on the roughest draft choices of the Andrew Berry era. But Andy?
Do we have to do this?
We have a nice long list of good ones.
Oh, we're doing good ones. Okay, yes. I feel better about it already.
Yes. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Bookman and Son. Yep, my favorite jewelers in town. That's Bookman and Son. Josh.
efforts in relation to the upcoming NFL Draft. And you'll hear Barry live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Good to have Scott Petrak with us. Scott shedding some light on a couple of things we've already talked about. Jimmy Watkins from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, going to join us at 1 o'clock as we talk a little Cavaliers. They'll be taking on the Toronto Raptors.
Come on,
First
Cavs.
round of the playoffs. Guardians talk coming up as well. But, Andy, here we go.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Are you allowed to what?
Sing, come on, Cavs.
Why not?
Copyright stuff. I don't want to.
I mean, it's a cover. It'd be a live cover, so you'd be all right.
Oh, it's a live cover. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So you would
Thank
be fine.
you, Larry.
Or if you sing it poorly enough, they might call it a parody.
Oh, okay.
That's a valid point.
I mean, seriously, when you think about this time of year, come on, Cavs. Got to make it happen, right? Why do you look at me with such disgust?
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't even look at you.
Okay, I know, but it was like what is this fool doing again?
With your fast
Oh,
break
I'm used to
action.
that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Used to that. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, let's do it.
So with the draft coming up,
Are you getting emotional about this?
They have 9 draft choices. They have 9 draft choices, Andy.
It's the Browns.
This is going to be great. Andrew Berry has not been a terrible failure in the drafts. Okay? Has not.
Oh, that is such a positive way to not a terrible failure.
Forget Jed Wills, forget Anthony Schwartz, forget Siaki Ika, forget Cade York. There have been some success stories. We actually even have a top 12.
Oh!
Was going to go 10, and I thought, you know what? There are even more.
Wow.
I don't want you guys to shred me on these.
Get ready.
We'll play it by ear.
The 12th best draft choice of the Andrew Berry era is wide receiver Cedric Tillman.
There's still hope there.
Yeah.
See, that's the thought. There's
Yeah.
still some hope there.
Yeah, yeah.
And for a short period of time, can we get Jameis Winston back here? For a short period of time, Cedric Tillman looked pretty good.
He did.
The 11th best draft choice of the Andrew Berry era, Michael Hall, defensive tackle from Ohio State, second-round pick in 2024. Had some issues, had some injuries, but he looks like he can play.
Okay.
There's some hope there.
Needed to be healthy.
See,
Good
we
point.
have 2 guys. There's
All
some
right.
hope there.
All right.
And I'm not trying to be mean when I say this. Make sure you get to training camp without any kind of off-the-field issue.
There you go. That would be swell.
Mm-hmm.
And if he can do that, this could be the year.
Okay.
The 10th best draft choice of the Andrew Berry
Richard
era.
LeCounte. It's got to be Richard LeCounte.
There are six drafts.
LeCounte.
They've drafted 44 players in those 6 drafts.
Okay.
Number 10 is DeJuan Jones.
I mean, if we're giving Cedric Tillman hope, we got to say DeJuan Jones has hope.
Those guys round out the bottom of this. All 3 of them, I think, there's hope there.
But I'd swap Tillman and Jones.
You would? You'd
Yeah.
put DeJuan at number 12?
Yeah.
Okay. The 9th best draft choice of the Andrew Berry era, Jerome Ford. He was a 5th-round pick, and he came in and he did a pretty good job here.
Wow.
Do you not agree?
What did they say about the Hall of Fame? It's not the Hall of...
It feels more like he was a 5th-round pick, and he played 2.
Yeah.
Well, now, wait
He's
a minute.
on the team. He's
Wait a
got a
minute.
uniform.
He had a jersey for many a year. On the 1st and the 15th, he had a paycheck with his name on it.
I didn't tell you that these guys were phenomenal. I told you that these are the best picks of the Andrew Berry era. He's now with the Washington Commanders, so they thought so highly of him. They drafted 2 running backs last year, and they let him move on. But there he is.
People seem to enjoy his company.
There he is.
He's big boned.
At number 8.
Number 8.
Third-round pick from the 2022 draft. Let's give him another contract. He's Alex Wright, defensive end.
Oh, I thought you were going to say David Bell there for a second. I got excited. I was like, 2022, third-round pick. And then you said Alex Wright. I was like, David Bell.
Alex Wright came in as a really young guy.
All of what should have been.
And I think Alex Wright is on the cusp of.
Oh, Hall of really good. That was what the other. Okay.
I think Alex is either on the cusp of busting through and becoming really pretty good, or just showing us that this is all that there's going to be.
Yeah, his problem is he was drafted in the third round by the Browns, which normally does not mean good things are coming.
No, there's a difference here. Third-round defensive players seem to be okay.
All right, I do like Alex, so he's worthy of the top 10.
That's a trend to keep in mind here. The 7th best pick of the Andrew Berry era in 6 drafts. Another third-round pick. Martin Emerson.
Oh, all right. That's a gimme. I'll give you that.
Now, he's not going to be back, it doesn't look like, and he got injured. But Martin Emerson could play a little bit. And I wouldn't mind having Martin back on this team. It just doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
He had one awesome year, and then the year after that got ugly, and then he got injured.
Yep, he was the third-round pick, the first of the 3 in 2022. You don't think?
Yeah, this is not, the bar is not very high on this thing.
Well, that's what I'm telling you here. But by golly, these are they got a lot of picks this year, Andy. They're going to nail them. No?
I'd move
No,
Alex
I'm
Wright
waiting
higher
to find out that how many picks do you have left here?
6.
6.
We've gone through the bottom 6 of the top 12. The top 6 on the way.
Oh, you tell
Halfway
them,
home.
Casey.
Do we need an intermission?
I got to believe everyone else is coming from 2025.
You're incorrect. The 6th best pick.
You're an idiot, Baskin. Yes.
The 6th best pick of the Andrew Berry draft era. Last year's number 1 pick, Mason Graham.
He's 6?
He's 6th.
All right.
Andy, what did he really show you last year? He showed
consistency?
you that. He showed you like, this guy might be able to play.
How many penalties did he have last year?
This guy might be able to play. That's not enough to get you to the top spot.
He had a half a sack.
Not enough to get you to the top spot.
All right, I'm not saying he's top. I want to hear the top 5.
Don't you think, though, that Mason Graham is a guy that could be an anchor on this defense for years to come?
Yes.
See, this is the problem.
Yeah.
It's
a lot of thinking ahead. Yeah.
Because you know why? Because nobody's produced. Nobody's produced. Very few people have produced. How's that?
I see one guy.
And if they have, they've done it in a very small sample size.
Okay.
The 5th best pick of the Andrew Berry era, a guy they thought so highly of that they decided they needed to trade him last year, Greg Newsome, who was the first round pick in 2021.
Genu.
Greg can play.
He can.
And they traded him for Tyson Campbell. I get that. They decided they'd rather pay Campbell than Newsome. I get that.
Okay.
They thought it was a better fit for the defense. Okay, I get that.
All right. How many we've left?
But I think Newsome can play.
I'm writing down my top.
I have a little twist coming for you here.
Oh, great.
We're going to the top 4.
So wait, we have 4 left.
4 left. However, this is the twist. You ready?
Yeah.
We have a tie for 4, so it was really a top 13.
Oh, we got a baker's dozen out of this.
Well, why wouldn't we?
The 4th best picks of the Andrew Berry era.
Of all places, tied for 4th.
Both came from last year's draft, Andy.
Shocker.
Dano, here you go.
The running backs.
Quinshawn Judkins and Harold Fannin. Both had very nice rookie years. They were rookie years, and it's a short sample size. And though they both, I thought, were good, I didn't think either one was so good that it eliminates that thought of, well, they're going to be great forever. To me, they both had the rookie year like, hey, that was really nice. Now can you build on it and keep it going? And there's the possibility they don't. So, and especially with Quinshawn with the injury.
All right, so
but I like Harold. I think Harold did a really nice job. He was the 3rd-round pick. Judkins was the 2nd-round pick last year. They're tied for 4th.
We're down to 3, right? Down to 3
are we
now?
ever? The top 3 is coming up.
Nick Harris. Come on, go.
At number 3. This one's a shame. if he were healthy, he might be number one.
Ooh.
It's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah, I had him in my top 5. So
They
He needs to be in there.
They nailed that.
Yeah, that was
he
a very,
was the
very
second
good.
round pick in 24, traded up to get him. After a slow start, he became a beast.
Ooh, this.
And then, unfortunately, he got injured. And will he ever play football again? I don't know. You don't know. I don't know if they know. But all I know is when he was on the field late until his injury, man, was he good. He became an impact player, impact guy.
If anyone would like to, Kelsey Russo did an outstanding piece on Browns.com about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah and what he's been doing lately and how he's gone to Harvard to get his master's and all that kind of stuff. And so if you want to get a read of what he has been up to, it's really thoughtful work.
Whether it's whether it's football or life,
it's a very good piece.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is going to be a huge success.
Yes, he is. So we're down to 2, right?
Yep.
Okay, I predicted my number 1. Can you read that?
Yeah, you know who the number 1 is.
Yes, I can read that.
I don't know.
The second best pick, I think, of the Andrew Berry draft era,
yes,
was a second-round pick in 2020, and it's safety Grant Delpit.
I would have had him at 2.
I have him at 2.
Yeah. Oh, so our number 1 is correct then. I'm my number 1. Okay, sorry.
Delpit has been the one guy that they've drafted who has been a really good contributor for a pretty decent period of time. And there aren't many of those. That's a problem. And I think the best draft choice of the Andrew Berry era has been Carson Schlesinger. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he showed last year stuff I think that Harold Fannin and Quinshon Judkins were on their way to maybe showing, but didn't quite get there. Schlesinger looks like he's going to be a top-notch player at his position for a very long time.
His leadership ability also catapults him to the top of the list, too. It's beyond football. It's about what he's been able to do in the locker room, on the field, and off the field, too. And so you were talking about a rookie, too, from last year.
And hair.
That's true. Yeah, good point.
Great hair.
Okay.
He's the reincarnation of Clay Matthews.
Great linebacker.
I hope so.
This is the question, though, folks. That's your list of the best draft choices in Browns history under Andrew Berry. And you can debate a guy here and there and, maybe an order or so. But how many of those guys have been a rousing success? Schlesinger, I think Delpit, you have to give him credit for what he has accomplished. JOK, Fannin, Judkins. That's truly about it. 5 guys out of 44 players drafted in the last 6 drafts. I think you can say they're really pretty good. Just 5. Just 5, Andy. That's not good. Where's your confidence level, folks? Because this draft is coming up, and it's critical. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
to meetings, strength and conditioning, and rehab. Coming up on Thursday morning, GM Andrew Barry going to do a press conference in relation to the upcoming NFL draft, and you can hear it live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, Jimmy Watkins from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. One of their columnists will be joining us. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner is Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan behind the glass, 216-474-0092. When you dial those numbers, Meredith Kane's very pleasant voice will answer the phone and say, "Hi, what's your name and where are you calling from?"
And what are you asking? What's your take?
And what do you want to know?
Yeah.
Can't wait for that. Guess what?
Tell me, Jeff.
Rory
what?
McIlroy just can't be stopped.
Cannot be stopped.
Can't be stopped.
Unbelievable. On fire.
Rory goes ahead and wins a Masters again. 2 in a row. Becomes the 4th person ever to win back-to-back Masters titles. Good for Rory McIlroy.
Mm-hmm.
Good for golf?
Yeah, I think so.
I do too.
Was he the 4th guy to win back-to-backs?
Just said that.
Yeah. I'm just making sure. Is that Nicholas? I saw it at the end of the show, right? Nicholas, Tiger, Rory, Faldo? I think it's Faldo's deal, right?
Nick
Faldo,
Faldo.
Yeah.
Yes. So good for him. Rory had something to say, and remember, last year's Masters was a big deal because the thought was, is this guy ever going to finish off the career Grand Slam? And not many people have done that, obviously. Is this guy going to be able to do it by winning the Masters? And I believe, I might be off by 1 or 2. Last year was his 17th Masters appearance. I think he won it in year 17.
Okay.
And his 17th shot at it. Then he comes back and he wins it again this year. How did he win it again this year, Dan Mennigan?
Well, they asked him about it in the post-hole round. That's the word. Press conference. Had this to say of how he was able to pull this feat off.
I honestly just don't like the 3 tournaments leading up to this event. Yeah, I'd rather come up here. I did a couple of days where I dropped Poppy to school, flew up here, played, landed back home and had dinner with her, or had dinner with Eric and Poppy. Like I did a couple of day trips like that where I felt like that was a better use of my time than going to Houston or San Antonio. So it wasn't really about conserving energy, but I felt the more time I could spend up here, the better.
And the folks in Houston and San Antonio send thank you notes.
I'm sorry, man. After they ripped ours away from us, I have no sympathy for any other Gulf city. Sorry.
It's more the fact that apparently the key to winning the Masters is a private jet.
That works out well.
Yep.
True.
And dinner at home.
Yeah.
Yep. Hop out of Jupiter, Florida, hop out of plane, or drop your kid off at school, hop out of plane, fly up to Augusta, play around the Gulf, fly home and eat dinner.
Why not? If you can do it, if you got the means. I mean,
pretty good.
You do realize what 1 stroke meant for him yesterday, how much money?
Oh, it's insane. Not to mention legacy that comes with it.
Yeah, it's $2 million. That 1 stroke between Scheffler and Rory, $2 million. Pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, but they have such silly money, I don't even know if it matters.
Jeff.
Ask Rory, what's more important, $2 million or winning another green jacket?
No, I understand that, but what I'm also
do you get
saying
another green
is,
jacket, or do you just get the same one?
I forgot. Hager can
I think
afford
you just
to make
get the
a couple
same
more,
one,
can't
don't
they?
you?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Fred Ridley was the one who put it on, too, the chairman of the Masters. Because I was thinking to myself, like, who's going to put the jacket on?
Who's going to do that? It's not going to be Scotty
Put it
again.
on
That was
himself?
2 years ago.
Wait, the jacket stays there, though, doesn't it?
You're not allowed to take it.
Yeah.
Well,
You
get
have a
it for a
touring
week
jacket
or
or something? Or?
you get it for a year, and then it stays there. Because you wear it around for a year. Because he was doing a ton of press all over the world wearing the Masters jacket.
So does this
As an
mean he gets to wear it again for another year then, right?
Correct.
He gets to keep it. All right.
It's a pretty good gig.
What happens if he loses it?
My guess would be you keep it as quiet as humanly possible that you've misplaced the jacket and try to get a new one to replace it.
Call Hager and get another one. That's all.
That might be the answer. You know, like many things in life, if you break the lamp and no one sees it, you go out and...
You didn't really break the lamp.
True. Good point.
Didn't really break the lamp.
Good point.
There are a couple of things. You mentioned one thing already. Why in the world... Well, I know the answer to this. Why in the world do the announcers have to call the fans patrons.
It is 100% on Augusta. It is a rule.
I know it is. Why do they have to do that?
I mean, be pretentious.
Seriously.
Again,
patrons.
They are not golfers either. They're players.
Mm-hmm. But they're players. The players will tell you that they are players everywhere, not just at Augusta.
That's correct.
Yeah, but patron
do not ask
is at Augusta.
Yes.
I think that one to me is a little much because it just gets pounded into your head like crazy. Patrons. Oh, that's among the patrons. They're going to have to move the patrons. There are thousands of patrons between Rory and the green here at 18. You're going to have to move them. And inside golf,
mm-hmm.
the announcers will get in trouble if they don't call them patrons.
Oh, I know.
That's the problem.
Same with you do not call it the back nine at Augusta.
Which is just stupid.
And can we also let's get to the reality
why
of this
do they
thing.
do that? That's silly.
Because they're pretentious. You also know
front sounds like it's not as good as the back.
That's why.
The front nine sounds superior?
That was their reasoning for it, is that to them, the idea of a front nine and a back nine made the back sound like it was not as good as the front.
And by the way,
at that place, you'd take the back nine over the front nine any day.
Two other things is it's not the rough. It's not the rough. It's the second cut.
Oh, you're right.
It is the second cut. And the big one, which I think affects all of us, is you cannot use a porta potty there. You have to use a comfort station. It is not a porta potty. It is a comfort station.
I didn't hear the announcers talking about comfort stations.
Well, that's because they have their own personal comfort stations there.
Yes.
Yes.
As you should.
With a higher grade plastic than most.
Jim Nantz will not be amongst the patrons.
No. And he will if he has to, he will relax at a comfort station should he have to
now,
have a bodily fluid.
All that said, don't you love that tournament?
It's phenomenal.
It's just awesome. It's just awesome. I wonder if and I know there are restrictions. I don't know how restrictive it is, but that course isn't open to the members for a good chunk of the year. It just isn't. They can't play it. And because they're always working on it, and then when you get close to the tournament, you don't have people out there. Well, is being a member of Augusta so high profile and everything that you're willing to pay the money that you have to pay, that some people have to pay,
Jeff,
and then not get to play the course?
If you can pay for it, you probably don't care. Much like what you were saying, the difference between the $2 million of making it and not making it. It's probably, if you can afford it, you probably just don't care. There were two things I thought about as the I don't want to say it is a tournament. I can't call it a tournament. As the tournament ended,
is that allowed? Is that word okay?
Well, it is called the Masters Tournament.
Is it okay with the people in Augusta?
According to the PGA Tour website, it is called the Masters Tournament.
Good.
Okay, so although it is Augusta National, but that's where you play. Two things I was thinking of.
Yep.
One, does it drive them crazy that 12 under par can happen on their course over 4 days? Do they feel like they need to make the course tougher? Or is 12 under par appropriate now for being able to beat up on their course?
I would think that 12 under par is appropriate there.
Okay.
And I say that because and Dano, you've been there. I've not been there. It's a palace. You see it on television. Would you agree? I think it's the best looking course on television. It just looks phenomenal. Dan, you've been on the course itself. Is it as phenomenal in person as it looks on TV?
Even if you are not a fan of golf, you should try to find your way down there at some point, because it's like walking in one of the most beautiful gardens you'll ever be in your life. I mean, it is pristine. Every piece of pine straw has been put there with care. It's ridiculous how gorgeous that place is and how well manicured and well kept it is. The funniest part of it is getting in there. You actually go in across two armed guards holding like M16s, standing there.
Really?
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
It's like going to Schwitz.
Then you go past two drug-sniffing dogs.
Kidding. I'm joking.
Then you go past the metal detectors and everything in between. If you have your phone on you, they will take it and lock it up for you as well to make sure that you don't have it, and then you're fair game onto the course itself. But getting in there is hysterical. because you're like, I feel like I'm like crossing into a different country right now.
Wow. Well, Georgia is kind of a different country outside of Atlanta, right? I mean,
yeah, it's a little rural. It's rustic.
I told you. Never mind. I can't say it because there's corporate names in it.
He thinks he's really funny here, but he can't share it
No,
with us.
I say we were doing a road trip and we were down really close to Augusta. We weren't too far away. We were driving down to Florida, and we were really hungry, and it was late at night, and we got off the freeway.
We as in the Baskin family?
Yeah, my wife and kids, and the kids were little at the time, and we thought we were going to a place that's it is a restaurant that has a gigantic menu. If you catch my drift. And it's well known for the dessert. You with me? And so now we're driving and we get off the road outside of we were somewhere near Augusta. It wasn't too far away. I remember looking at that, and I said, "Let's go to this place." I think most people know what I'm talking about. And so we go and we start driving down the road, and we're driving down the road, and it's late at night, and then I realize that the name of the restaurant was not Cake, but Steak Factory. I'll put it that way. And we pull up, and it was an old gas station, and it was closed. And the story is way better if I could actually use the names. But we got off the road, and we went to go eat at that place, and we ended up at a closed gas station instead.
Nice.
Didn't exist.
That's the way it worked.
That story did not live up to the setup or the laughter that was going through my mind.
No,
Sorry.
it didn't, but it's okay. I enjoyed
I'm sorry
watching
that I
you.
did.
I enjoyed watching you tell the story.
For the folks on YouTube, they would enjoy it.
I'm sure they did.
I'm sorry for wasting 3 minutes.
Can I go? Let me go big golf here.
Yeah.
Rory McIlroy is still only 36 years old. He's won a career Grand Slam.
Mm-hmm.
He now has 2 Masters. And you could make the argument that his best golf years are still possibly ahead of him. How good could this guy get here in the next 5 years? I would think his later 30s could just be primo years where this guy dominates and wins 2 or 3, 4 more majors.
I just have one other question I've got to ask you. Were you rooting for him down the stretch?
I was rooting for a good tournament. When he kind of fell back and Justin Rose was in the lead, I thought, wow, I wonder if he can get this back, and he did. I find him fairly easy to root for.
I wonder how many people cheered on 18 when he went into the second cut.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was looking, I was like, oh, and I was telling Tropical Storm, I was like, he's still going to win by a stroke, no matter what, even if he's in trouble.
And he did.
And he did. It's exactly what he did.
He's won 6 majors. How many can this guy win? Can he double that total? He might be able to double that total. He has 6 right now.
As long as he doesn't have a career-altering event off the course, he'll be okay. Seems to take down a lot of players.
Well, that
See,
it
I almost
does.
said player. I almost said golfers, players.
Well, you're allowed because it's just us.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's just us. You know, the baseball guys that we root for were in Georgia.
Yeah, they weren't too far away.
They were when it came to scoring runs.
Yeah, especially last night.
Especially last night. But I think it's okay. There's something that's happening that I think is really good, and we're going to talk about it next, about our Guardians on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250.
given the matchup, the route, if you're looking ahead, and also the fact that they're healthy. It's the healthiest this team has been all year.
It's
amazing.
This is about as close to what they wanted as you can possibly find. So now there's nothing to be afraid of now. This is what they wanted. And you got what you wanted.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, Jeff.
Tell me, Andy.
It's noon.
Yeah,
and we've been
very
doing
good,
this
Andy.
we've been playing this game for a couple weeks now.
We have, actually, as an entire station.
Yes, and
Not
if,
just us.
If you're good at something like maybe counting cards or something, you know that this is it. It's the last one, so I'll tell you this right now.
Okay.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Be the third caller right now.
Third.
At 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092.
Okay.
To be named general manager of one of the 32 NFL first-round picks at our 2026 mock draft. That is April 16th. Just 3 days away. April 16th at Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. Game On. Oh, their food looks fabulous. I was looking at it the other day. And you'll get exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event. You got to be 21 again. Third caller, 216-474-0092. And we know that this is it. There is just one team left. If you are an extreme hardcore listener of the show, you will already know who the team is that's left. You would have known who the two teams that were left.
You'd have to listen to every contest giveaway we've had and then write them down.
Yes.
I wonder if that's something that many of our listeners do.
I'm sure there are some people out there
they're tracking.
That might know. I'll be shocked.
Hoping to get in at just the right time.
I'm currently looking in the bowl right now, the world famous bowl that we use. It's right here.
Somebody's going to get their oatmeal bowl back.
That's right. Congratulations.
It's a really good thing.
Someone hasn't had breakfast for almost 2 weeks.
You know what I'm surprised about?
What are you surprised about?
All of those little pieces of paper stayed in the bowl.
Well, I
the
think
bowl doesn't look conducive to security.
It doesn't?
No.
Why you think? Oh, I don't know what you think.
I don't know. Let's go to caller number 3. He is Matt in Medina. Matt,
congratulations.
Congratulations. You're the last guy in.
You are the last general manager. You want to guess who your team is?
No, I'll leave it up to you guys.
Good. We'd worry about you if you knew what team it was.
There's only one left.
There is only one left.
I'll bet I know who it is.
And if I say to you, you would know who it is immediately.
Ooh.
The 9th pick, that would be the Kansas City Chiefs. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, that could be a pivotal.
It's a good pick for the last pick, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially when you think about Kansas City drafting that high.
Well, they stunk this year.
Yeah, not too shabby.
You know why? No quarterback.
Oh, is that how it works?
That's the way it works. Matt, I'm going to put you on hold. We'll get all your information. Have a great time at the draft.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All righty. Matt and Medina, caller number 3, gets the Kansas City Chiefs.
I love the instant reaction that we got throughout the contest. It was just so
riveting.
Yes.
Overwhelming. Phenomenal.
Excitement just oozing through the airwaves.
I think that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Don't you?
Yeah, I think
there's a little bit of news involving the Browns in the draft that's just been thrown out by a gentleman who joins the afternoon show all the time, Albert Breer from Sports Illustrated.
Yes, Albert Breer reporting in his piece this morning on Monday Morning Quarterback that the Cardinals, Titans, Giants, Commanders, and Browns are among the team already looking to trade down in the draft to accumulate capital. The problem they have is finding teams that want to move up.
Who are those teams again? Cardinals, Titans, Commanders?
Cardinals, Titans, Giants, Commanders, Browns.
Okay. That's bad.
Yeah, one of the people would be circled would be Arvell Reese. Same thing with Bailey coming off the board. If
Sonny
he would
Styles.
be someone could trade up for, see where it goes from there. But that's what is being reported at this time, is that those teams are looking to move down.
Well, what does that do? That drives down your asking price for trading down.
I'm just looking ahead. That Cardinals pick at 3 does not. That's the highest of them, right? Yeah, Titans are after that. Okay. Man, everybody ahead of us, all 3 teams ahead of us are looking for it. Ugh.
That's not good.
It's not good.
If you're looking to trade down, your haul back probably not as
It's a good year to move up because you've got teams you can negotiate with, right?
Yeah. I'm still okay with the Browns trading down, but don't trade down too far and make sure you get something that makes it worth your while. The only problem with trading down, Andy, you're looking at guys who are more highly rated by most teams going off the board ahead of you. You're a team that needs talent like the Browns.
The other part is wheel of regret. You play it the whole time. I mean, anytime you move back, any player that was selected in the slot you had and every slot in between until you have another pick is going to haunt you. It's going to keep you up at night knowing that you could have drafted somebody, especially if it was a position in need.
And whoever looks back at that stuff.
Talk radio, us.
Oh.
That's all we do. Wheel of regret. I think we invented that.
You think we did?
I don't know. Did you ever hear anybody say that before?
All I know is if I have to hear Amon-Ra St. Brown's name one more time, I'll put my head through a window.
There you go. Thank you.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. Don't do it.
2 snorts today. Oh, man.
Don't do it. Okay, so trading down
That's bulletproof, I think.
Trading down could be an issue.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd still be open for it. What we do know is that by drafting at 6, the Browns are going to get a big-time prospect. I won't say big-time player because sometimes big-time players, that doesn't happen. But big-time prospect at 6, and we'll see how it goes from there. Will we not?
We will. I'm just kind of looking through a couple. I saw Casey Concepcion again. I was reading something this morning.
His stock seems to be rising.
Yeah, and then I saw him for the 24th pick on CBS. CBS from Ryan Wilson. So I'd be okay with that.
Good.
I would be okay with that. Again, it's please get me 2 offensive linemen or 2 wide receivers and an offensive lineman, or 1 wide receiver and 2 offensive linemen in the first 3 picks. That would make me happy, and I will not complain.
Okay, stay tuned.
And I know they're worried about that, but
we'll talk a little more Browns coming up. Jimmy Watkins is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Guardians go to Atlanta. They lose 2 out of 3 games. Okay, that happens. You didn't win the series, Andy.
First time. One of those 2 teams hadn't lost the series either.
Yeah.
So
something had to give, Andy.
It did. It was a breaking point.
Something had to give.
In the Major League Baseball season was just gigantic.
You know what I like, though?
National TV.
And I don't like every aspect of this, but as a group, I'm really liking this. This starting rotation is starting to look like something that it's going to be big-time special. Gavin Williams has been outstanding. He goes tonight against the Cardinals' Matthew Liberatore. So that should be a pretty good pitching matchup. Liberatore was a really highly thought-of prospect as well. And he's come up with a couple of nice performances this year. But Gavin Williams has an ERA of 2.04. He's not even the best among the starters because Parker Messick has been lights out. He's given up 1 earned run all season long.
He's been fun to watch.
He's fun to watch. And you know why? Because he was with us.
Of course.
His ERA begins with a 0. Is that good?
I think so.
It's followed by a .51.
We have the 4th best ERA in baseball right now.
Joey Cantillo, who is, and see the 2 question marks in this rotation, and rightfully so, because they hadn't really established themselves yet, and it's still early, but Joey Cantillo has a 2.45 ERA. Messick's at 0.51. Those are the 2 question marks, and they've been lights out. Bybee had a rough one last night. He got knocked around like crazy, so his ERA soars. He's over 6. And Slade Ciccone had the 1 rough start, and his ERA is about 5.5, 5.7 actually. And so that happens. However, we saw Ciccone against the Cubs. He was really good. 1 hit, no runs in 6 innings. You have 5 starters here who I think go out every night and give you a chance to win a baseball game. The guy who's had the roughest go and who might be the most questionable right now is Bybee. And he's the guy that they committed the long-term contract to.
Right.
But I'm not worried about Tanner Bybee. I'm not worried about Slade Ciccone. I think real small sample size this year, even for the good ones. But, man, it looks like they have 5 starters that can give you a chance to win each and every game. And not every team can say that. And if Cantillo continues to show, hey, I've finally arrived, this is it. And if Messick continues to show, that he's a big league starter and a good one, Andy, this could get real fun real fast.
So right now the Rangers have the best. In the American League, we have the second best rotation. The Rangers have the best. I always find it interesting to think about Texas because it's so humid there. And when the summer rolls around, man, the ball just jumps out of the ballpark down there so much. So it'll be interesting to see if they can hang on to that. See if they can. I mean, obviously, they'll get some pretty good pitchers there, too. But I just like Texas is such a tough place
can you look at
be a pitcher. It's I get a Colorado feel about it every time I was there. I mean, it's just that, especially it's so hot during the summer, man. All you do is just touch the ball and it flies out of the ballpark.
Do you have any level of concern about any of these guys so far? Bibby's only made
starters. No.
Yeah, Bibby's only made 4 starts, so I don't think there's reason for concern there. And until yesterday, he'd given up just 5 earned runs in 3 starts. Yesterday was just bad, and the bullpen let in a couple of runs, so that didn't help him any. But Bibby's fine. Gavin Williams looks like he's on his way to becoming one of the upper echelon starters in the American League.
Mm-hmm.
And keep your fingers crossed that Ciccone and Messick and Cantillo continue to do what they've been doing. This could get real fun real fast.
Well, last week, ESPN, that was like the reason they thought that the Guardians can make it to the World Series. Again, no positive news nationally. And then ESPN did their way too early predictions after 2 weeks and said one of the predictions was the Guardians will make the World Series because of their pitching staff.
We'll see. Bullpen has had some moments, but again, it looks like this team has put together a team that can go out, compete, and Andy, be real good. Go out and be real good.
See what the bats look like. I think is our biggest issue still. There's some young talent that's coming.
See Rhys Hoskins last night?
Yeah, I did.
Rhys hit one out. That's a good thing. And Angel Martinez moving to the top of the order. Stephen Kwan out last night. It looks like they have a couple of guys. It's going to go back to that same, I think, the same situation. Is somebody going to be able to convince Stephen Vogt that they deserve every day at bats, who are not the small handful of guys who get the everyday at bats?
But right, we saw what Hoynesy told us last week. This is kind of like the way he likes to do it.
Yeah, I know. That scares me a little. If you want to know the truth,
if you're winning, it doesn't scare me. I can live with watching guys sit out if that's the case.
They've drafted young position players to help the offense. That could be on the way. And right now they have a rotation that's based around guys 27 and younger, and they're doing the job. Folks, I think the optimism should be there. It's 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan. Guardians in St. Louis tonight to take on the Cardinals after dropping 2 out of 3 to Atlanta. Even so, 9-7, tied with the Twins, first place in the Central Division. And Andy, we just talked about the rotation. It looks like, boy, this could be something real special. This could get good.
Yep.
It could be really fun to watch. Dare we say the same thing about the lineup?
No.
You don't think?
No. Not even, no.
I think there are a couple of things that are happening with the lineup. The results might not be there yet, but we're seeing some things that make me a little optimistic about it.
Do I feel better than when the season started? Yeah, but then you have games like last night, and I'm just hoping DeLauder stays healthy all season. I know you said that 3 weeks ago, and I'm like, how do you know? But he has been such a shining star on this team. Oh, so much fun.
Well, now that's true, but I wonder if there are some things that are happening that might become big moves.
Okay.
For the team before the season's over, even before maybe you even get to May.
Okay.
And Jose's going to hit. We know that he's off to a slow start.
Yeah.
Stephen Kwan, you're fine.
Yeah.
DeLauder, you're so right. You just got to keep your fingers crossed and hope that works. Juan Brito's way too early. You can't even think about anything there.
No.
But I think you're starting to see Rhys Hoskins maybe have a little bit more of an impact in the middle of that lineup. He had a home run last night in the loss. His first home run as a Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not a bad thing. Maybe we're going to see some more of him. I hope we do. I think he's one of the guys who needs to have among the most at-bats on this team, and he's just 7th in at-bats. I'd have him in there almost every day. I'm not sure why Stephen Vogt doesn't. I know he's trying to get Kyle Manzardo on track and DeLauder. I know the reasons, the thinking behind it. We don't want DeLauder out in the outfield every day. He's going to have to DH Manzardo. He hit 27 bombs last year. We got to get him fired up, even though he's not doing very much so far. Did hit a home run over the weekend. That's good. But to me, a key guy here could end up being Angel Martinez. And,
I'll buy that.
And I wonder what they're going to do with him. And
even though yesterday was 0 for 4, but still.
Yeah, but he's hitting well, and he's versatile. He can play a number of different spots. And I wonder if he's a switch hitter. You don't have to platoon him. I wonder if he becomes a guy, Andy, who gets every day at bats. He's just barely ahead of Hoskins in at bats. And, right now he's really only giving 4 guys regular at bats, I think. Ramirez, Kwan, DeLauder, and Rocchio. And Rocchio because of his glove.
Mm-hmm.
And Manzardo's been a little slow, as we know, with his start this year. I wonder if any of these guys just scream, play me, and play me on a regular basis. I'm going to leave you no choice but to play me.
I don't know how you... Do they put themselves in a position where if they can find 2 of the 3 outfielders where they could, if they needed to, trade Kwan at the trade deadline? I don't really want to get into that, but your best hitters last night are Martinez.
Martinez could be
DeLauder,
that guy.
And even Schneemann last night, who played outfield for a good portion of the game. He's hitting 265. DeLauder's hitting 300. Martinez, you said, as we were saying, was hitting 310. And you also have to wonder with young bats coming up through the system, and I'm not even going to say the name I want to say, but well, they're going to have to figure out how to do this. To have a game plan and have guys in the minors who are ready to go. Let's not forget they went out and bought all those bats or drafted all those bats. So Pasana.
You had to do it.
The one thing to remember about Martinez.
Oh no, Jeff, that is.
He was
Veruca Salt was behaving herself. You had to bring it up.
Martinez was pretty solid last year, and had a lot of at bats. He doesn't look like a guy that should be spending a whole lot of time on the bench. And if let's just say they discover a couple of things, okay? Let's say your guy Bazzana comes up, or Brito hits well enough that he is the second baseman until Bazzana's ready, or until Arias is back, and his injury with the hamstring could be 4 to 8 weeks from what everybody's reporting. 8 weeks is a long time, and then when he comes back, is he going to hit any better than he did? Who knows? So let's just say it's Brito or Bazana. At that point, and if neither guy's ready, Martinez could play second base. And that's, he came up as an infielder. Or he looks athletic enough and has looked decent enough in the outfield. And he could be a regular outfielder for you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could, I would, he's the guy that I'm focused on, that please give this guy more at-bats along with Hoskins.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Like, I just wonder how long they string this together until they feel like they need to make decisions. We talked about Manzardo last week, right? And so how long can they go while they feel like they're giving the guys they brought in an opportunity before they start looking to replace from within the system? Your guy, Ralphie Velasquez, is killing it.
And Ralphie's about 6'3", 240?
Yeah, they're only 8 games into the season in Akron, right? But he's hitting 344. He's got 11 hits, 32 at-bats.
They don't usually jump guys from AA to the majors, so he'd have to make the pit stop.
I understand that, but now you're seeing you're going to get I feel like there is hope offensively on the horizon. Let me just put it that way.
And Velasquez could be the beginning of a wave of guys. If you would have to think that of all the college hitters they drafted last year, one of them, at least one, would emerge by next season. You would think somebody's going to go to AA and be really pretty good, and maybe even sneak into AAA and then have a chance to really impact the team next year. Velasquez could be that guy who even comes up later this year and has some kind of an impact. But I just, your team still isn't hitting very well overall. And though you see some glimpses here and there, I just wonder what's going to be. I wonder if anybody's going to step up enough to make Stephen Vogt change his mind about some of the ways he manages the team.
I don't know. Would you? I mean, so they lost one series. They got ripped last night.
They're doing just fine.
I don't know that I'm messing with it now, especially also knowing they played really, really tough teams. Atlanta's a tough team.
Oh, they're good.
Dodgers are a tough team.
Seattle.
Yeah,
I get that. I'm getting a man crush on Angel Martinez. I guess that's my problem.
Wow.
So right now, gentlemen, and I understand we are in the midst of small sample size theater at its finest hour. Do you believe in the lineup that's out here right now can score enough runs to make some prognosticators look very silly?
I do not.
No. Now, can they do it maybe 2 out of 3 games? Like, I feel like they can 1 of 3 games. Can they do it 2 out of 3 games? Well, they proved they have been able to so far. Will they have that kind of sustainability moving down the road?
What will it take for you to be...
By the way, Bazana, 5 hits in his last 3 games.
What will it take for you to be a believer?
I think...
I need a number of guys on this team hitting more than 285. How's that sound? I'll be nice.
I just think they
Can
need
you give me 4 guys on this team hitting?
I think they need threats.
285 or more? Is that asking too much?
No.
I don't think so.
Be.
I think they need threats. And I don't think there are enough threats in the lineup right now. But I think that there could be. Martinez is a guy that I think has shown some really good things. And Hoskins has been a threat throughout his career. And I do think Stephen Vogt might have to tweak things a little bit, because I don't know that you're going to get the most out of these 2 guys unless they're playing most every day. And now I say that knowing that Kyle Manzardo, if they think he's going to get it together, probably has to play most every day. Whether that means Columbus or not, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know how long you can stick with
you
this.
Send him down?
He hit a ball on Friday. That
he smashed it. Yeah.
That sucker hasn't landed yet.
Right.
I don't know. Does a week of being able to make those smash hits into real hits in Columbus help a guy enough to want to bring him back up?
So
2
if
weeks?
you look at the advanced numbers on Manzardo, he's kind of been unlucky.
He's been hitting the ball really hard.
He's been making some loud outs. Yeah. And usually those are the guys who are about to turn the corner, is when you start making loud outs. And you're just getting unlucky. but your process and everything else is good. You just need the ball to find its way somewhere where someone isn't standing.
I don't. What, he had a home run on Friday? Was that Friday?
Yeah, he crushed that thing.
He did. It was fun. I'll give it to you. But, I mean, I just don't know how long they need help. Is he more of a concern, or is it
Bo Naylor?
Yeah, especially when I thought I saw Ingles killing the ball too. Again, they're AAA numbers, but it's easy to get giddy about those.
You have 3 catchers here. See, that to me is maybe a little bit of an issue as well. David Fry, love David, love his versatility, don't love his bat except for that first half of his season 2 years ago. I wonder how long you keep rolling with 3 catchers. My guess is a very long time, to be perfectly honest with you, because they like David's versatility. He can play a couple of other spots. Hedges came in and pitched last night. That was well done. Threw 4 pitches, 3 of them strikes. Thank you. That was good. But Bo has to hit a little bit. Again, early, but he has to hit a little bit.
But I can live with 1 or 2 hitters in a lineup not crushing the ball.
Sure.
And catcher is my first guy that I'm like, okay, if he's not hitting, I can live with that.
Sure.
You just can't have 4 of those guys in your lineup.
And that's kind of the situation.
Yeah.
Is it not?
Yeah. It's exact. Ingles hitting 368. Oof. I know.
He's not a real
it's
big
early.
guy. But you know what? Neither is Bo Naylor, now that they measured him for the ABS system.
Yeah, isn't that fun? That's funny.
He's 5'9".
That's the real height's starting to come up.
How'd that happen?
ABS. Thank goodness for ABS.
Yeah, that's not exactly what you're looking for, is it?
No.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, Jimmy Watkins, columnist for Cleveland.com, is going to join us. And we're going to talk about the Cavs series against the Raptors with him. First round of the playoffs coming up on Saturday as it gets going for the Cavs. Cavs lost all 3 games against the Raptors this year, but they were real early in the season. I don't know if you even give that any credibility or not. I think not.
Much different team.
Yeah, Jimmy's going to join us at 1. Coming up next, headlines on Baskin and Phelps.
Ooh. Hey, everybody, Andy back.
week of voluntary offseason workouts today. Andrew Berry speaking to the media on Thursday, and you can hear the press conference live right here on The Fan. Want to catch highlights from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, Jimmy Watkins, columnist for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com, will join us as the Cavs getting ready to take on those Raptors. First round of the NBA playoffs. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. Meredith taking your phone calls. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. 216-474-0092. The number to join us. Big weekend in sports. Big weekend.
Big, big, big.
Why don't we put it together in a little bit we call, for lack of a better name, headlines.
Live from the 14.5-minute newsroom, here's Dan Mennigan.
All right, gentlemen, we will begin with the NFL draft. So over the weekend, I hate saying it as it came out because this has kind of been known a little bit, but maybe brought to light. Maybe that's the proper term to use. So Miami edge rusher Reuben Bain Jr. was involved in a fatal traffic collision in March of 2024. One NFL team is concerned about multiple incidents as well. He's had some other tickets that have taken place in between there. He was never found guilty or anything like that. But, yeah, it sounds like this time of year is now, we're about to into the bring into the light time of year, I should say.
It happens every year, doesn't it?
It
does happen every
At least
year.
if there's something there, it seems to come out right now. Unfortunately, that was a tragic accident, and we'll see where that goes, if it has any impact on his draft status. Dan, I don't know if I should feel that I hate to say it, but I don't think it'll have any impact at all. Do you?
Yeah, I think because it came out now, I don't think it's going to have an impact.
It happened 2 years ago.
Yeah. It's like one of those things that if it comes out like 2 hours before the draft,
yeah, like the
gas
mask.
Then and so then you. But the fact it came out now, it's the NFL, guys. I mean, just
it was one of the big things in draft talk over the weekends. You gotta put it in there. So ESPN reporting the meeting between the NFL and the NFL Referee Association was productive, and there is an expectation for continued discussions.
Good.
Last week we were talking about how
settle it.
Last week we were talking about replacement refs. They were having teams put in their OTAs and get their mini camps together so they can send the referees there to help learn everything a little bit faster. Hopefully we do not end up in that kind of situation. But right now, Andy, do you think we're in a position where we will not have to see replacement referees this year after hearing this update?
I think if they more so the NFL than I think the NFL Referees Association, at least right now. I think if the NFL wants to do this, just figure it out, try to get what they want out of the referees. I didn't think their demands were that insane. I thought their demands were actually reasonable, and so. I mean, it's funny how money changes some things too. So you never know how this is going to play out. But I think both sides know better than to start the season without them. I'll just put it that way.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I think you're right about that. They'll figure it out. It is interesting to see where pro sports leagues decide they try to be tough guys when it comes to negotiations. Like baseball's going to have that's going to be serious this year.
Yeah.
And football apparently trying to be pretty tough guy when it comes to the officials. There's question enough about officiating. Imagine if you get the replacement guys in who by their own, they just don't have the experience. They could end up being really good refs one day.
That's true. Know, but let them, pay their dues before they get there.
Right. Or if they've topped out at the college or whatever, it's just something they need to fix.
It's not a really good story when you look at the state of refereeing and umpires and officials across all levels of sports. It's not. They're begging for people to be referees and officials right now. They will do anything to train someone to be a referee or an umpire right now at all. Especially like the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Like they need more, but what they need are the quality ones. the ones that understand the game, the ones that understand that you don't referee a game by reading a rule book and walking out there and assuming that you know everything. You have to know the spirit of the game beyond knowing the book. And that's what makes someone better as a referee compared to somebody, I just read the book and now I know exactly what this is. That's not what it is. And they're so hard-pressed right now. I'm telling you, if you have it in the back of your mind and you want to be an official, please reach out to these associations and go do it, especially if you're one of the parents in the stands that think you know more than the official. If you're that good, please, I welcome you to be on the court or on the field or on the ice anywhere. Thank you. Let's get out there and become referees. All those parents that know more, please step up. Give us your wisdom and knowledge when you're under pressure. Let's go.
How'd we go from NFL officials to youth sports?
Because I think that there's a trickle-down effect on this thing. Yeah. But if you know more in the stands, knock yourself out. And until referees have eyes on the back of their heads, it's always going to be a human thing, and I can respect that.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Andy Baskin.
Pot in every chicken and a chicken in every pot. That's what I say. I don't know what that means, but it sounds very 1930 political.
Sure it does.
Yes.
I don't know. We'll figure it out at some point.
Yes.
Ian Rappaport is reporting that Travis Hunter. What?
Rappaport?
Rappaport is reporting. We hit every P. Travis Hunter is expected to be a full-time cornerback this season. They are then saying there's going to be special plays for him in the offense, but looking like full-time corner for Travis Hunter. Jeff, is this pick now a flop? Did the Jags mess it up?
Well, you traded up to number 2 for a corner, Dan. I would say yes, they messed it up.
Yeah, I think we'd all trade up to number 2 if we got you Patrick Surtain.
Well, that's one.
I know, but you traded up for a corner. Well, there's one that you trade up for. If this dude's Patrick Surtain.
Well, if he is, we'll find out. I can understand him wanting to try and do both because, A, he wants to do it.
Yeah.
B, he's a good wide receiver, at least on tape from college. And C, boy, what a way to make a lot of money. So I get that, but I think you better get really good at one thing before you try and do 2 and be okay at 2.
I think I'm bummed out about this because I wanted to see more two-way players. And the fact that it seems like that they're kind of throwing up the white flag on this means we're not going to get a Shohei Ohtani, right?
Yeah, that's where I am too, Andy. I'm bummed. I wanted him to try it. I wanted to see if it would.
Yeah. You know, not to downplay it, it is only football. And you would think that guys who have played both offense and defense their entire lives, somebody would be good enough to pull it off on a regular basis, much like Ohtani in pitching and hitting. But that's not the way it works when there's gazillions of dollars on the line.
On the NBA side, Doc Rivers has stepped down as coach of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
He didn't do the job up there they had hoped he would do. I personally like Doc. His record is long, not overly distinguished, but he's had some success, and I wish him well. I've always thought he was a classy guy, and I always enjoyed him.
So you get another gig?
No.
Done?
Television.
For good?
I'll bet he's doing TV.
There's some talk of him having a front office role with the Bucks, possibly.
Maybe.
Transitioning into that kind of thing. I don't know.
Maybe.
Who knows? For some reason, Doc tends to be one of those guys where he just keeps having people go, hey, you know who could fix this? Doc Rivers. I can't understand it because I've never watched Doc Rivers coach a game or anything like that and thought to myself, yep, that's a top-tier head coach in the NBA. That's a guy who's really schooling it up and drawing it up.
You've never liked him.
I've never been the biggest fan.
He's
fantastic on TV.
I think they're better coaches. I thought he did a nice job in Boston when he had a nails team.
Absolutely loaded roster.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he just continues to get gigs.
Does he get a sixth team? Right?
I don't think so.
I don't
shock
know.
me.
I'd be surprised.
Hey, how about this? College.
Oh, I don't know if Doc would deal with
No,
recruiting.
I don't think so.
Have somebody else do it. That's why you have a general manager.
Only place he would be his alma mater.
Marquette?
That's why he's in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll see. All
But
right, gentlemen,
I don't see that.
We will end headlines with a trio of Masters react just to end this one. So this question happened over the weekend. This is courtesy of SiriusXM.
Scotty, that was a 65 today. What did it feel like it could have or should have been?
That's just a terrible question. Next question.
What enabled you to...
And then he laughed.
Do you take offense to such things if you ask that question?
That was like a personal best at Augusta for Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah.
65. What could it or should have been? Well, it could have been a 60 or it could have been an 85.
What was the rationale behind the question? What do you think?
Scotty had actually told the CBS reporter, I left some strokes out there.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the idea of it.
And I'm sure that reporter heard that.
Yeah.
And probably was looking to dig a little deeper.
Why wouldn't you just ask, hey, you told CBS you left a couple... Where did you think you left it on the course?
It's also a very Scotty Scheffler answer.
Yeah.
He kind of has that, like, smart aleck sense of humor to him, which is why he giggles at the tail end of it.
Okay.
You know, it feels very Bryce Harper, that's a clown question, bro.
Yeah, clown question.
Yeah. It kind of has that feel to it. Gentlemen, and we'll end with this, two things that possibly have repercussions that will be coming the way. Did you guys see Robert McIntyre, flipping off the course on Friday?
Yes.
After going at 15 and putting 2 in the water and then giving the one gun salute.
Did he get fined or no?
Huh?
Did he get fined?
They gave him a talking to. There is no wonder if
Stern.
Yeah,
Stern.
A stern talking to. I am sure a finger wag took place as well.
It's just not the middle one.
Should there be some level of punishment for such things?
Just not the middle finger, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
That would get the point across.
Yeah, it would.
Should there be a punishment for
Are
this?
you not touching this with a 10-foot
No,
pole?
I don't think there should be a punishment. And who would punish him?
That's exactly what...
Augusta Country Club.
Yeah.
The members.
Augusta National. No.
Yep.
Nah. They're no governing body. For their own tournament, they are, but...
I was going to say, they'd argue.
You tell them you don't want them to come back, fine. That's petty. Because people at Augusta, they don't give the finger.
Any kind of...
What would you say? They scorn you.
He flashed.
You get scorned at Augusta.
I like that. Andy, should there be a punishment for this or no?
No.
I think it's the most relatable golf thing. We've all been there. We've all had a moment where we've...
I'm not like, I know you guys are gigantic golf fans. I enjoy the game. I enjoy watching, the big stuff going on. I'm still bitter about what happened at Akron, so I don't know if you guys know that or not. But
no, shut up.
I just...
Do we have to get the band together again?
I think the great part about watching professional golfers players is that every once in a while when you watch them on a round, they make a shot exactly the same way you do. Or they shank it. Or
so
they
you like it when they screw up?
It's not. It just makes the game really human. And that's the better part. Like, we don't... baseball players fail. If you're,
Well, that brings us to our last one. Did you guys see Sergio Garcia proceed to shank a drive and then bang his driver on the ground and then hit it on a cooler?
He beat up
his driver?
beat up the ground. He broke the driver.
Had himself a temper tantrum.
Again, it's what makes it real.
There, I was going to say, Andy loves that.
Yep.
It's not that I love it. It's just that it shows you how... humiliating the game can be. It's not that easy of a game.
Yeah, they're aware of that.
I know, but for us, thanks, Jeff. There's a common man theme to playing golf, and that's the thing.
I know. I watch Augusta, and I see those guys walking around in the green jackets, and I think there's common man right there.
We should score.
How many guys are? How many Masters champions have they had?
Scorn Jeff for these thoughts.
He barely beat up the cooler too. I don't even think he broke the head.
He did break the head.
He did beat up the.
Oh, yeah,
I just watched the replay of it. I
busted it off. Had to play the rest of the round without a driver.
You know what? I respect him even more now. You know what? It's silly too. He hit the wheel. He didn't even go for the thing. Oh, he did. Oh man!
When you're mad.
Wow, he really did bust the head off that thing.
Oh yeah. It was a pretty good strike. It probably was his best strike of the day.
I wonder what he used. He probably used 3-wood for the rest of the day then.
Be my guess, but again, just a guess.
I don't know. I'd use my 1-iron personally, but that's me.
Even God can't hit a 1-iron.
No, that's the only thing I can't hit. So I can't putt.
You have a 1-iron?
I did for a while. I broke it. So
did you hit a cooler?
Probably, or the ball came flying back at me after I hit a tree.
Jimmy Watkins, plain dealer, Cleveland.com. Jimmy's thoughts on the upcoming first-round playoff series, Cavs, Raptors. Jimmy's next on Baskin and Phelps.
Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Saturday gets going. First round playoff series, Cavaliers going up against the Toronto Raptors. And the Raptors, a team that, though they handled the Cavs in the regular season, it was early. I don't know that regular season carries over. I don't know that it doesn't. Gentleman who's going to have some insight into that, some thoughts on it for sure, joins us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. His podcast, Wine and Gold Talk. He's Mr. Jimmy Watkins. Hello, Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, guys. My first playoff problem that I need to solve is I believe I have a cricket living in my walls. So the landlord's going to get a text today.
You have a cricket in your wall?
Yeah, it sounds like it at least. I've spent a lot of yesterday morning making sure it wasn't a mouse. There's a lot of YouTube mouse sound videos that I've been going through. I'm pretty sure I've rolled that one out. We're down to cricket.
You're going to rip out drywall to find a bug.
I'm not doing that. I'm just leaving. I'm just going to alert the people in charge of the home to what's happening and see what happens.
That's not a bad way to go.
I figured out how to catch it if it's outside the wall. You put a sticky traps, but that's not going to help you, or a vacuum. So
I'll take that. I'll take that how-to tutorial offline.
Okay, we'll get that off there. Trying to find you an answer.
Go to Cleveland.com right now. You'll see a story that was posted earlier today from Jimmy. Cavs' first-round playoff opponent will test one of their fatal playoff flaws. Jimmy, say it isn't so. What might that be, and what might that mean in the series?
Yeah, it's the reason. I mean, among the many reasons the Cavs lost to the Pacers last year, injuries, mental toughness, etc. The one that Kenny Atkinson picked out in the offseason was conditioning, and the way that the Cavs handled the Pacers' propensity to just grab a rebound and go. I mean, to be clear, the Toronto Raptors are not those Pacers for a couple of reasons. There is no Tyrese Halliburton walking through that door for Toronto. He's the best generator of up-tempo basketball in the league. He is also surrounded by a bunch of really good shooters, and Toronto is a bottom 10 three-point shooting team. That's a key difference between those teams. The Pacers ran because it was optimal. The Raptors run because they need to do it to create passable playoff offense. And as we all know, or as we all say, the game tends to slow down in the playoffs, right? But the Pacers sort of led this charge to challenge that, where I asked Quinn Snyder, the Hawks coach, who kind of runs a similar style, about this last week. And he was like, well, I think two teams need to agree to that premise, that the game slows down in the playoffs. And just because one team wants to slow the game down and the Cavs do, they're 23rd in pace since the James Harden trade or after the All-Star break, which encapsulates most of the James Harden trade, doesn't mean that one team can't try to run. And the Cavs play a style that sort of lends itself, if things go wrong, to feeding transition. They shoot a ton of threes. They're seventh in three-point attempts on the season. They shoot about 40 a game, which is good, modern, analytical offense. It's what great offenses aspire to do. But it also, when the shots don't go in, they create long rebounds that create randomness and can fuel a transition attack. They play the two bigs, right, which are a key to everything that they do. If the Cavs are going to get to where they want to go this spring, then Jared Allen and Evan Mobley are both going to have to be key parts of that. But the bigger dudes aren't as fast as some of these other smaller wing guys that are racing them down the court. And then, you know, the star players, James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, like Donovan Mitchell's on-off numbers in transition defense are pretty bad this year. James Harden has a Hall of Fame resume a mile long, but nowhere on that resume will you find he's the first guy back in transition. So this is the defense, that sort of stuff, that running back on defense, which is the lifeblood of transition defense, those things tend to tighten up the low-hanging fruit tends to get cleaned up in the playoffs, but the Raptors do push off of live rebounds as much as any team in the league, so that's something to watch if the Cavs have a so-so shooting series.
So let me ask you this. How healthy do you think the team is right now? And do you think they navigated the waters in the last couple weeks of the season to be as healthy as possible?
Well, Kenny said there's no question about anyone except for Thomas Bryant for Game 1. He said that yesterday. I think that's about as good a news as you can ask for heading into the playoffs, particularly given how the year has gone. Like everyone except for Donovan, it seems like, has missed extended time. I do think the Jared Allen knee tendonitis is going to be an ongoing question, even in the games that he came back and played after missing time with the knee tendonitis. It was a little bit touch and go. Sometimes he'd be, making a big leap to try to put someone on a poster. Sometimes, he was walking a little bit tender out there, and he was, wearing a knee brace on both knees whenever he was coming out of the game. So that's something to watch, particularly as we get later. The good news on Jared Allen is that these first-round series, there are multiple days between each game. So that can be a big help for a guy like Jared Allen, who's managing sort of a nagging ailment. Now, as we get deeper in the playoffs, that's going to be harder because he's going to be playing, playoff level intensity basketball on a knee with tendonitis, and the gaps between games are going to be shorter. So right now, I think it's, knock on wood, everyone looks pretty good, but you have to keep an eye on Jared Allen with the tendonitis.
Jimmy Watkins joining us, PlainDealerCleveland.com, and his Wine and Gold Talk podcast that you need to go take a listen to. One thing about the matchup with Toronto in particular, Jimmy, that I think is something to really keep an eye on is that they have the types of players that we've always thought the Cavs have lacked, and that is that wing guy who's really athletic and can do some things with the basketball. And between Brandon Ingram and R.J. Barrett, and especially Scotty Barnes, you got three guys there. How do the Cavs defend three guys who are that kind of a player out there on that wing?
It's a really good question because that is the other pressure point that I think the Raptors poke at in this series. The wing defense is the biggest question for the Cavs. Existentially, they've been looking for that guy since they put the core four together originally, since they traded for Donovan Mitchell. That's been the missing piece. They tried to fill it with DeAndre Hunter. It didn't work out. We've been waiting on Dean Wade to be this 3-and-D wing stopper, two-way player, and at times it's looked like he's been able to do that. His advanced numbers continue to be incredible. Every piece of data says that the Cavs are a better rebounding team, a better defensive team, a better basketball team when Dean Wade is on the court than off. The problem has been availability and then his ability to find his rhythm with that availability. I feel as good about Dean Wade heading into this postseason as I have at any point during the time where the Cavs have been trying to find this mystery wing stopper. That's not saying much because he's been hurt a lot, and a lot of times it's either been a question mark or we know that Dean Wade's not going to play, but he's back, he's healthy, he looked pretty good in his first game back last week. So that is reason for optimism. That being said, you're right. There's three of these guys. Brandon Ingram is a guy who has, he's only played 10 career playoff games, but he's had big time performances in the playoffs before. 2022 against the 64-win Suns, his Pelicans pushed that series to 6. I believe it was a 1-8 series. Pushed that series to 6, and Brandon Ingram was, 27 points a game on efficient scoring. That's someone you have to deal with. I would assume that that's where Dean Wade will start. The other two guys, Scotty Barnes and Evan Mobley. Scotty Barnes usually guards Evan Mobley. I would assume Evan Mobley will also guard Scotty Barnes. So I think that you feel pretty safe putting Evan Mobley on just about anybody. R.J. Barrett, that leaves R.J. Barrett. And I don't know the answer to the R.J. Barrett question because, we're looking at guys who are a lot of undersized guys on the wing. That's one of the Cavs' weaknesses is if they have an opponent that has multiple guys at this position, you're going to have to squint at some of the matchups. Keon Ellis is really active with his hands, but, he's going to be giving up considerable size and weight to an R.J. Barrett. Max Strus, does he move his feet well enough? Is he big enough to guard those kinds of guys? We don't know. Sam Merrill does a really, really admirable job of hanging in there. He takes a punishment out there guarding bigger guys, but is that enough? I don't know the answer. R.J. Barrett, if who guards R.J. Barrett is one of the bigger questions to your defense. I think you're in an okay spot, honestly, because R.J. Barrett himself He's a bit of an up and down playoff performer historically, but it's a worthy question both in this series and beyond. What do the Cavs do on the wing when they have multiple talented players of that size who can do something with the ball in their hands?
Jimmy, is there going to be a point during the playoffs where Kenny Atkinson can go back and just say, okay, I don't need to worry about the future here. You know, if they get to the conference finals, you would think he'd be safe, but the pressure on him just seems absolutely tremendous going into these playoffs. He can't afford, at least I think, to falter early in these playoffs. Your thoughts on it?
I would extend that pressure across the entire organization.
Okay.
If the Cavs lose, and we can figure out what we mean by early. If they lose in the first or second round, I would say, I think everything's on the table. I think the roster could be in for a shakeup. I think Kenny, would have to look over his shoulder. I think, even Kobe Altman, like if you reach a point where we're in hypothetical land, I think right now the vibes are really good with everything with the Cavs. Let's say that. Let's get that out of the way. But if things take a turn for the worse here, and let's trace our steps here. If things take a turn for the worse, well, we've already tried two different coaches. At some point, is the problem bigger than the coach? Is it the roster? And what would become of the person who has been preaching so much patience on this roster? The Kobe Altman said after three straight disappointing postseason exits, I believe in the core four. I think this group just needs patience. And then midway through this season, broke up the core four in a very aggressive win now trade that pushed a lot of chips in. And if that doesn't work, well, then I think, Dan Gilbert, we know that Dan Gilbert is not, when it comes to trying to win a championship and falling short of expectations, he's not always a patient man. I feel like this is the most patience he has ever exhibited with a core and an organizational leadership structure. So I think, yes, sure. I think if you go to the conference finals /finals, you have to win a championship to justify the James Harden trade guy. But of course, there are levels to success therein. And I think that when it comes to making big sweeping changes, the threshold for can I run this back and get to a championship eventually is lower than that. I think conference finals, you could feel like you're heading in the right direction, depending on how the exit would look, of course. You could feel like you're heading in the right direction, and you could, bet on the status quo, maybe some minor tweaks along the margins there. But first or second round exit, everything's on the table.
Jimmy Watkins is joining us from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com and his podcast, The Wine and Gold Talk. One aspect of this that I think is a little different than last year. As the top seed last year, it looked like a little easier path. This looks challenging. Toronto, that could be a big series. Assuming Cavs win, Detroit wins, that could be a big series. And then you see what could happen in the Eastern Conference Finals if they get there. What do you think is more likely? A surprising run that really takes them deep, or a surprising exit that ends real quick?
I'm a believer that this is a team that should get to the conference finals. I don't think any playoff series is necessarily easy, but I think the Cavs have an ideal path right now. I think between the two playoff opponents they could have drawn yesterday were Atlanta and Toronto. I think the team you would rather play by a considerable margin is Toronto because they don't have the three-point shooting that Atlanta has. It's, Toronto's the 21st best three-point shooting team in the league. Atlanta's the top 10 three-point shooting team. The Cavs are one of the worst three-point defenses in the league. That's a real flaw that can be exposed if the right team pokes at it. And they both play the same helter-skelter transition style that Indiana poked at last year. So I think getting Toronto over Atlanta is a win for them. I think it could be a quick series if the Cavs are making their threes. And then Detroit in the second round, as opposed to potentially Boston, if they would have been the 3 seed. I love the culture that J.B. Bickerstaff has built over there. I think Cade Cunningham has arguably been one of the best players in the East this year, if not the best player in the East before he got hurt. But it's what's around him. I just don't know. I don't know what else Detroit can count on in a playoff series. That core has won 0 playoff series together. Their offense is susceptible to a playoff drop that J.B. Bickerstaff's offenses have had in the past. Cade is a bigger, better head of the snake for a playoff setting. If we're talking about a guy who has the ball, 30% usage rate, I think he's better prepared for that than Donovan was when JB was here. But the Pistons have a great defense and a bunch of one-way players after that. Like Cade Cunningham is everything to them, and I think if you throw multiple bodies at him as the Cavs had during the season here, I think that you can really manage his production, and I think that's a pretty decent matchup for the Cavs compared to what it could have been, which is, again, Boston. We're talking about 13 playoff series won between Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, a former championship core, right? Like that's a pretty nice windfall for a team that had a difficult regular season at times and ended up in the 4 seed. I think this is a conference finals appearance should be the bare minimum expectation.
All right, so walk me through the Toronto series. How does that go down?
Well, I think basically for Toronto to have a chance in this series, either they are going to have to shoot markedly better than they did during the regular season, which admittedly is possible given that the Cavs have defended the three-point line poorly all season, or the Cavs are going to have to shoot markedly worse from three than they did during the regular season, which again is possible because this is a small sample size. But if these two teams play to their form, then the Cavs are going to be scoring a bunch of points and making Toronto take the ball out from under the basket and play half-court offense where they're not as well suited to score. And I think that's just going to be a tough thing for them to overcome. If the Cavs start missing their threes and fueling Toronto's transition attack, okay, we might have a series here. But I just think that the Cavs offense is so good and Toronto's offense, the way that the playoffs go, one of the things that happens in the playoffs is that teams are more aggressive about leaving questionable shooters open, and Toronto's just got a bunch of those guys, so they're just going to be an easier team to defend than some other matchups. I think I'd go Cavs in 5.
There you
go.
Jimmy, thank you very much. Listen to Jimmy's podcast, The Wine and Gold Talk. Read him in the Plain Dealer on Cleveland.com. He obviously will have all kinds of great information on the Cavaliers in the postseason.
Hey, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Just real quick, peppermint or citrus smell, they don't like that, the crickets, just so you know it.
I'm writing it down. Okay.
This is my big research I did for you. You may have to take the plate off your electrical cover, so be careful, though, to get it in that wall smell. There.
Well, welcome into my life, Jimmy.
This is what I do, baby. This is what I do.
See you, Jimmy.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
All right.
You heard Jimmy just say Cavs in 5 over Toronto.
You
agree?
All I hear is crickets.
How do you get a cricket? It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
92.3
92.3
host the Heat, and in the West, the Suns will host the Trailblazers. And the Browns are kicking off the second week of voluntary offseason workouts today. Andrew Berry will be speaking to the media on Thursday. You can hear the press conference live right here on The Fan. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. We just had something that happened in the break. I'm gonna go behind the curtain and make you mad.
What was it?
Andy said, "Hey, I've got something for the last segment."
Yeah.
I said, "Great. What are you thinking?" Because we just kind of see how the show goes and figure.
Sometimes
to put there.
we like to call this our free flow segment. So.
Yeah, so something might pop up, and Andy said, "Well, I don't want to just do it. It's a Baskin, so I want you guys to kind of approve."
Am I right or am I wrong?
And then I said to Dan, "Well, what level of hockey does it involve?"
And I said, "A tiny bit."
You said, "Only a little bit."
Tiny.
Dan and I both laughed.
Here's the deal. You guys ready for this?
It's not really hockey.
It's not. Hockey is an
Hockey
example.
is part of it.
It's an example.
Yeah.
So the Ohio High School Athletic Association just put out a release today saying that they're going to vote on like 12 different referendum issues. Okay, whatever. That they're going to vote from May 1st to the 15th. You'll know the results on the 18th. Here's the one that caught my eye. Last year, the state passed a law that made this happen, and now the Ohio High School Athletic Association looks like they're trying to do it across the board. What it is if you're in a district that doesn't have, or in a private school that doesn't have a sport, no, forget about the private school. Just if you're in a district that doesn't have a sport, and you live within 20 miles of that district, you can participate in someone else's team. I know I described it a lot easier before. It's basically a rule that if the school you're going to doesn't offer the sport, you can go play at another district that does have the sport without going to school there if it's within 20 miles and both superintendents agree. Where this came from was hockey, because I don't know, part of that big bill that made us a new dome or is about to make us a new dome, there was one of our representatives slipped in there that there was somebody from his district that wanted to play hockey for an Ohio High School Athletic Association team, and the district that he lived in didn't have one. So
they slipped that into the Browns
it's
covered
into that
roof stadium.
It's in that same.
Oh my goodness!
It was in the same package.
Hey,
so
let me get this through there.
I'm just saying that's how these things work.
Little Stevie wants to play hockey.
Here's the interesting part about it. It worked. I mean, I watched several high school teams this year have kids that didn't go to their school but lived in a neighboring district and play for them.
Does it have to be a neighboring? It's within
20 miles. Within 20 miles. That's the rule.
That's a big distance.
It is. I like this idea for two reasons. One, it kind of levels the playing field if you think that the privates and the parochial schools are recruiting. If you think that that's the world there, that gives public schools the opportunity to draw in kids to play athletics in their school district if their school doesn't offer the opportunity for that sport. Like wrestling's a really easy one, right? Not a lot. Not every district has a wrestling team, right?
Well, the one thing
hockey's another one. But hockey was an easy one to do that for because there's less hockey teams. Maybe lacrosse, or it's another sport. My fear on this thing is if you're a district and you're thinking about not playing football, now all of a sudden you drop your football program and you've now opened up all of your kids that live in your district to perhaps join another district within 20 miles if the superintendents on both ends say yes.
The one thing, can I go Baskin on you here?
Yeah, go ahead.
The one thing that's really good is that if a kid is, say, a hockey player,
right?
Okay, let's say a kid is a golfer, and their school doesn't have a golf team,
right?
The kid shouldn't be penalized.
I agree.
So it's a great opportunity for a kid to be able to play a sport that he likes.
You're pushing those kids to try to find a club sport somewhere nearby.
Yeah. Does it open up avenues for dirty pool? Maybe.
I don't know. It doesn't seem...
Maybe, but if your school doesn't have that program, then there shouldn't be any dirty pool.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. My
unless two teams are competing for some kid they know is a stud.
Now all of a sudden, but then
all of a sudden you have
I
something.
think the fact that they have the superintendents involved kind of gets rid of that. Like, I don't think superintendents really care. I'll be honest with you. You may have a superintendent that's gung-ho about football and is trying to build some kind of powerhouse in there. But and by the same token, I go back and I think about the state basketball championships this year. Cincinnati, Wyoming beat Glenville. And I'll never forget what the kid from Wyoming said in the post-game interview afterwards. He's like, hey, and I don't know that I don't know that it was a direct shot at Glenville because they can grab any kid from the Cleveland School District, right? Because those kids can all go to Glenville.
Yeah.
But what he said was that, and I think this was what made it so special for Wyoming, every kid that played for that team lived within a 4.5-mile radius. And he said, that was like the first thing out of his mouth. He's like, I'm so all decided to stay together and play here together. We all live within a 4-mile district, and we just won a state championship. And I was like, there's something to be said for that, and I respect that. It's a very old-school mentality that I appreciate and I respect. And, I've lived both sides of this as an athlete at a public school and then watching my kids go to private school. So it's like, and being a coach in the private school world, too. And so it's like, I get it, because my heart is public school when I watch some of the rules that are going through.
Now it's about to get easier.
See?
This Cardinals team is not the Cardinals teams of the past.
So you have that going for you.
This isn't your father's Cardinals?
Oh, gosh, no. This is the kick in the shorts to the Cardinals fans of like, hey, you've never been in the middle of a rebuild before because you've always been the St. Louis Cardinals. Well, buckle in, because you're about to watch a lot of bad baseball.
Oh, it's too bad.
It is.
Although, you know what? They're in the middle of the pack right now, aren't they?
He says, dripping with sarcasm.
The one thing
they're in the Central. I mean, there's always hope in the Central, isn't there?
To me, the most impressive thing about what's happened so
Keep
far.
an eye on Jordan Walker and J.J. Weatherholt. All right. Sorry, Joe.
Decent start for our team, 9-7.
Good start.
Well, the offense has been the fact that they've been able to do this with a offense, to me, is a really good sign. And now I just want to see other guys kind of emerge, see who might step up, see who might come up. We might be on the cusp of what could be a really good run here for the team, as if they haven't had a really good run over the last decade or so, but might be producing some position players that can come up and be impactful. And Chase DeLauder is the guy leading the way.
I love it. I just, you look at what happened in the offseason and what didn't happen in the offseason, where they're at right now. Today's the first time that they haven't been in first place all alone. I think it's today, through 16 games. I know, Dan gives it's only 16 games in. I know, but still.
It's a 10th of the season, Andy.
There you go, Jeff. No, it's not. It's less than a 10th. Oh, no, you're right. It's 10th. 160. It's less. Little less.
Well, I wasn't going to do the decimal point.
I am.
We don't do math on this show. It's been the longest.
Meredith, help me. I need a moment of the show.
Me too.
Well, our moment of the show comes from Jimmy Watkins, and he was talking about what could happen with the Cavs if they have an early exit in the postseason.
I think everything's on the table. I think the roster could be in for a shakeup. I think Kenny, would have to look over his shoulder. I think, even Kobe Altman, like if you reach a point where we're in hypothetical land, I think right now the vibes are really good with everything with the Cavs. Let's say that. Let's get that out of the way. But if things take a turn for the worse here, and let's trace our steps here. If things take a turn for the worse, well, we've already tried 2 different coaches. At some point, is the problem bigger than the coach? Is it the roster? And what would become of the person who has been preaching so much patience on this roster? The Kobe Altman said after 3 straight disappointing postseason exits, I believe in the core 4. I think this group just needs patience. And then midway through this season, broke up the core 4 in a very aggressive win now trade that pushed a lot of chips in. And if that doesn't work, well, then I think, Dan Gilbert, we know that Dan Gilbert is not, when it comes to trying to win a championship and falling short of expectations, he's not always a patient man. I feel like this is the most patience he has ever exhibited with a core.
I think he's right about that. I think Dan's been real calm with this team. And I think that's one of the reasons you have a really good team right now. They're letting it grow and letting it develop, however.
See how much they keep putting that miracle grow in there.
Exactly right.
Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dano.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads. Not necessarily of why I'm smarter today, but I'm going to soapbox for 30 seconds here. The gentleman from Yahoo Sports, Charles Robinson, our buddy, Charles McDonald as well, dropped All Juice today, which is Therese Paylor's old column. We typically have those guys on every year. We're going to hopefully try to make that work this year, but schedules are busy. If you can help out the Therese Paylor Scholarship Fund, there are T-shirts, there are sweatshirts available. The sweatshirts are super soft and comfy. T-shirts are nice as well. All goes toward the Therese Paylor Scholarship for Howard University and for the University of Missouri for journalism. So just to help remember our buddy Therese Paylor.
Very well said.
Well done.
MK.
Well, that's a nice act for me to follow. I'll second supporting the Therese Paylor organization because he was a good friend of the show and a good friend to all of us individually. So, yeah. Read the All Juice and get your T-shirt.
AB?
I'm smarter because something Dan Manigan reminded me of as I was kind of looking at pitching and how pitching will go throughout the American League. Throughout this season where the Guardians starting rotation is sitting number 2 right now and the Rangers are sitting number 1. And Texas used to be a really, really hard ballpark to pitch at because – it was the heat and the humidity and the dry air and whatever they do or don't have would let the ball fly out of the ballpark like crazy. But then they're in a retractable dome now compared to the way they used to be in an open air stadium. So still not the toughest place to hit home runs, but it's also retractable. So they've kind of controlled the length of the ball going out of the yard down there.
Very nice. I'm smarter after our conversation about the Cavs with Jimmy Watkins. He had some great insight into the series against the Toronto Raptors. If you missed that interview or our chat with Scott Petrak at 11, by all means, go back and use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, the local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan Manigan, happy birthday.
Say hi and happy birthday to Dan if you see him today. Happy birthday, buddy. We appreciate you.
Appreciate it, gents.
Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Afternoon Drive up next.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Mackenzie.
I'm sweating. I'm literally sweating.
Let me ask you, real quick.
Yes.
Did you see a transformer?
Yeah, I do.
No, pause the
I didn't
feet.
see it. I don't. Yeah. Okay.
All right, you got this. Let's land the
We
plane,
all
Mackenzie.
believe
Come
in
on.
you. We don't discuss planes around
No,
Mackenzie.
but, dude, that was crazy. We're just gonna finish it here.
It's the afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Happy Monday, Cleveland. We got the Cavs in the playoffs, just not against who you thought it was going to be. Yesterday happened for the Guardians, but there was some other fun stuff that happened with the Gardos this weekend. And we are 10 days away from the NFL draft. What will the Browns do? What won't the Browns do? And texts when it comes to the Cleveland Browns. Big thanks on that open, courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network Ohio and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We say thank you to the Supreme Leader. If not, there would be consequences. We've also got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. If you're watching along for all 5 hours, make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all, and like our videos. We love to be liked here. And Matt Corrali, bang biscuit, baby doll, on the 2020s. Hi, JP. Happy Monday.
Hello. Happy Monday to yourself.
It's a beautiful day out there. We're feeling good today.
Yeah, it is. Glad you're feeling good today. I also feel good. It sounds like you had a nice weekend for yourself.
A great weekend.
Good.
There was the card show, which was phenomenal, and got to see so many people. There was Brent. I did see Will at a Giant Eagle, but that's different. So Will this weekend, I saw so many people. We did a RRO retrospective for anybody in Cleveland who might have been a listener to the Dan McDowell and Mighty Joe and Dave Denholm and all the guys, AJ Agresta, Daryl, my pops, Jim Wilson. There was from the mid-'90s, so we had a nice round table with that. I also will tell you, not only was that fun, this weekend I had the most athletic accomplishment the most athletic feat that I've pulled off now.
Oh, way to bury the lead.
In several weeks.
All right, I'm trying
months,
to.
years, maybe.
I thought you were going to say ever. I got really excited to find out what you think is the most athletic thing you've ever done.
It might be one of the most athletic things I've ever done.
Okay.
So Ness and I go to the store, buying stuff for the weekend. Did a little chicken Phillies on Saturday. Very nice. Sure. However, I bought a 12er of my Coors Banquet because I like the bottles. Right?
Okay. I just want to let everyone know, like, you're starting with the most athletic thing.
Yep.
By a 12-pack of Coors. Okay.
It'll come.
Okay.
And so Ness and I were trying to figure out, all right.
And I sat on my couch and I drank all weekend.
Okay, I did that too.
Okay.
Yeah. I did not all weekend, but I did a fair amount of drinking. But so I was waiting to put the 12 pack into the truck, and Vanessa moved and then moved back, and so I kind of had to move my hands real quick. Well, the side on it broke, and so it went tumbling out of my hands. Now, again,
cans flying everywhere.
Bottles.
Bottles.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. And these are my favorites. And I did a kick save that would make the finest NHL goalie jealous. It was a work of art.
Just one bottle fell, or how many bottles fell?
No. So the whole thing was falling. They weren't falling out. But the 12-pack in its entirety was falling, and then cascading towards the ground.
Kind of like people have done with cell phones, for instance. Your cell phone's about to fall. Yep. Oh, no, I don't have my protecting case on. And then you kick it just to make sure that it doesn't break.
And so what happened is my foot broke the
impact.
The impact.
Yeah, nice.
No bottles broken. But it was shifting weight. Now, here's the problem.
Your foot that you almost broke last weekend.
Yes, that's the one. And so the problem is I had a
real beer versus the ball equation from that old Budweiser commercial.
I'm glad I didn't think about it.
Beer or the foot?
I'm glad I didn't think about it because I would have chose my foot. In this case.
You should have always, choose your feet.
Yeah, but not in this case.
You can go back into the store and buy more beer.
But I'd rather not.
They're not going to run out.
By the way, that would also require walking on the bad foot to go get more beer.
But your foot wouldn't be what it is after you kick the cans, the bottles of beer. You're in much better shape to go walk and get more beer.
I don't know. It still hurts like hell, by the way. But the funny thing is, so it landed on the top of my shin right before you get to the ankle area, and then the corner. I didn't realize this till I got it home because the top of my ankle was hurting so bad from this. The top of my foot, when I took my sock off later, had a pink triangle on the top of it where the very tip of the box landed full force
and it actually impacted the skin from the swelling that was there. I thought it was funny. Vanessa didn't find it funny.
You try to turn into Pele with a bunch of beer bottles. It's never going to work out well.
May I tell you, I didn't try. I did.
Yeah?
Yeah. But you got to understand, the shifting the weight distribution, there was a lot of agility at hand. I dominated that thing.
I hope we have somebody listening that, like, I don't know, ran a marathon this weekend or, like, really, and this guy's like, oh, yeah. What athletic accomplishment did Nick come up with?
Yeah, that guy's already athletic. I am unathletic, so when I do athletic things, it's far more impressive.
There we go.
Now, speaking of impressive, the wheel of possibilities that ran through this weekend, I did not at any point in the middle of yesterday think about who are we going to play in round one of the NBA playoffs, because I just assumed that so many weird things had to happen for it not to be Atlanta. And I know it's like 3 things, but in my mind, that was a lot of things on a Sunday that I paid such little attention that when I finally did look down at the Boston score, I found myself mystified that we were on the precipice of getting a different round one than we expected. I can't be the only person that was like, oh, I guess I better pay attention to some Raptors real quick.
Maybe. I don't know. It was weird because Boston was down to like their backup guys, all the bench guys, and Orlando was at full strength trying really, really hard. And typically in the NBA, especially in the final game of the season, if one team's really trying hard and the other team's given the white flag, you kind of know where that one's going to go.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the only thing Orlando's really trying hard at right now is getting Jamal Mosley out of there. Ever since Paolo Banchero had that weird fight, that public skirmish that he had with Mosley, everybody kind of assumes he's dead man walking. If you don't even get out of the play-in this year, and this was the moment that, come on now. Like, it almost felt like
after that one Cavs game, people tried to tell us, I think you were one of the people trying to make the case that, like, we had to be actually scared of the Cavs. Or scared of the Magic, excuse me.
Okay. Just throwing your friend in front of the beer bottles there.
No, we're just remembering. I'm remembering the convo. You were, like, very scared of Orlando for some reason.
I'm still scared of Paolo Banchero and Desmond Bane, but not now. Not after that.
No,
nobody's going to take you seriously. You better not just...
Oh, Mac hated that answer, by the way. Mac was disgusted with that.
With which part of the answer?
I think
You're being scared of Banchero.
I'm not even going to get into that right now because the point is we have landed on Toronto. And it's funny, I think today, obviously we'll talk about the regular season that was. We'll obviously talk about the pressure that's on the Cavs going forward. But it's funny, I am as confident as I think I can be in this Cavs team. And I also have very high expectations. And I really don't know how this is going to go.
I think I know how round one's going to go.
I don't.
Oh, I'm about as confident in anything that round one is taken care of with Toronto.
It should be. This feels like a don't blow it up kind of thing, but the Cavs are in a weird spot. Not a weird spot. The Cavs are in an interesting spot where they still have some growing to do as a team. I know most of the guys are healthy, but Jarrett's not healthy. And what is this? Toronto does not shoot it well. They don't do a lot of things well, but the one thing they do well is something that can discombobulate you, which is get out and transition really well.
Yeah, but again, you mentioned their lack of shooting, and that is the biggest part there. They're bottom 10 in three-point attempts, bottom 10 in 3 points made. Like they have some length. They have that going for themselves. I actually think it's a good lead up to the Pistons because they're kind of like the poor man's Pistons in many ways, and that they don't shoot the 3-ball particularly well. They do have some size to themselves. They play a little street ball at times, but they're just not even close to the caliber of this Cavs team.
I agree, but that's not really about. So it's okay from the matchup perspective. Those are the 2 things that are interesting about Toronto to me. But then it becomes just how ready for the postseason are the Cavs? Because again, I'm trying to go in with fresh eyes. Everything I will not. I have the. Here's the goal. Here's the expectation. But we're at prove it at every step of the level because this is 3 of the 9 guys you're going to play are new guys, and you didn't really have a whole second half like we hoped, the full 28 games to get to know each other.
I can't sell this fight if that's the fight that people are going to try to want to sell. You should be pretty large favorites against Toronto, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how the Cavs come together, how this all works. But as far as and it kind of sucks that you get a whole, up until Saturday now and just time off within play-in games and everything else before we get to see this start to cook. But this was about as favorable of a first-round matchup as you could find for the Cavs, in my opinion.
So can I say that I have a high level of confidence in the Cavs and also a high level of uncertainty on how the next month is going to go?
Yeah, next month, because that extends out into round 2, sure. Like if you want to play it from that perspective. And I think that's very fair, by the way. If you are worried about how the first 2 rounds go, after it seems like, listen, the Cavs got every break you could possibly want. You got the setups you want, you got the matchups you want. You're not really you shouldn't have to sweat until mid-second round at earliest, and really, if we're being truthful about it, until the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, this is a very good setup for the Cavs.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Matt Harmon, Yahoo Sports and creator of Reception Perception. He'll be joining us at 3. We're going to talk some NFL draft stuff with him. Bucky Brooks, NFL draft analyst, NFL Network analyst. He'll be joining us at 4:40 as we get you ready for the Browns. We'll kind of get his take on where the Browns should go, the prospects he likes, and then Jim Bowden, baseball analyst and insider and former MLB GM. He's joining us at 5:20. We'll talk about the Guardians' fast start. Not about yesterday, though. Don't care to talk about that game ever again. But 216-474-0092. What is your level of confidence in the Cavs heading into the postseason? And did Atlanta show the Cavs some respect? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Tuesday night from 7 to 9, as you can get the latest on the Browns with Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder, and Coach Lance Reisland. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Toronto, we know that's no picnic, right? They low-key dominated us, right, for the games we played them this year. So we just have a lot of respect. But it's great. Toronto's a great basketball city. Great challenge for us. Really good team.
That was Kenny Atkinson, verbose, in his breakdown of the Toronto Raptors, because even Kenny was surprised that the Cavs would be playing the Raptors in the first round of the playoffs. I thought it was funny that, we had heard all the, Kenny made the Cavs media wait until after the Raptors game was over so that we could, he could really talk about who the Cavs were going to play in the first round, and then that was his analysis.
Yeah, and that's what he gave you. It's like, go back to games that happened in October with a completely different roster. Yeah, they really did. They took it to us.
How much work do you actually think they did on, the advanced scouting work on Toronto?
Other people outside of Kenny Atkinson probably did a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you think he's read it?
Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, how much advanced scouting did you do on Toronto at this point?
None.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, no. Today, last night and today, I've done a nice cram session.
Once you found out.
Yeah.
once you found out. I mean, geez, we were thinking we were just going to talk Hawks for a week.
Yeah, and I was kind of looking forward to that matchup just because I do think the Hawks are a little bit more dangerous of a team. Can I say, though, I understand that there are a lot of machinations in the NBA playoffs and that teams try to do a lot of things to get the desired result. I don't think the Hawks wanted the Knicks more than the Cavs. I just don't think the Hawks thought in a million years that the Maine Lobster Red Claws, or whatever the hell you call them, the final 8 guys on the bench in Boston would beat the starters for the Orlando Magic.
Yeah, but Atlanta had their hand in this too, though, because they rested everyone in the finale against the Heat. That was the tipping point to me. That was the respect. That was we're going to try to avoid what the Cavs are, because when they rest everybody, that's them telling you, we're choosing the Knicks.
Okay.
It's like black and it's no other way to see it, I think. I feel like that's black and white.
Okay. Or it's indifference. It might just be indifference. They might have just valued the rest in Game 82 over. Because I'll be honest with you, if I'm the Hawks, I'd probably rather play the Cavs than even we had Rathbun on Friday there, and he was even like, yeah, what do you guys think is going on with that team? I think with the Knicks, at least the Knicks have at least proven they can get somewhere in the playoffs.
I don't know. I just thought the Hawks matched up pretty poorly against the Cavs, and so it was just evident in what we saw last week, and so maybe that was staying with them. I don't know. I thought it was respect to the Cavs.
Now, when we have all of this, I do think it's interesting that no matter which way you take this conversation, when it comes to teams with pressure on them in the postseason, the Cavs obviously have as much pressure as anyone, and you can even start to debate who has the most pressure in Cleveland, from the head coach all the way to any one of their 3 or 4 best players.
All right, well, who do you think has the most pressure from – because I agree with the idea that from a team perspective, the Cavs, I think, have, if not the most, they have we can go through the teams if you want. Detroit's too young and too new to this. There's not really much pressure existing for them. The Knicks always have pressure, but they did just make the East Finals last year, so they got a little bit that they can play around with. Boston's got zero pressure because they thought this was a gap year. Yeah, the Cavs have a lot of pressure. But what's interesting is that I've already seen it. Bill Simmons and Zach Lowe were talking about Donovan Mitchell. I saw that clip going around about a half hour ago. Is it going to fall back on Donovan at the end of this?
It's going to be interesting because I think nationally, yes, but I don't think it will locally. I think locally it's going to fall on Evan. And I think that's what's so interesting about the concept of pressure of this series is that usually national and local pressure, by the time you get to the postseason, does line up really, really well.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think there's even a weird amount of pressure on James Harden because all anyone will talk about on the lead up to this is I'm not putting any money on Harden.
Well, Harden's always got playoff pressure attached to him because that's what comes with James Harden, right? Mm-hmm. And if he just chokes, which I think is hard for him to do in the role that he's in, but if he absolutely chokes in the playoffs, then yeah, it's going to go back on him in some ways. But the Mobley thing is interesting because We've low-key been setting up to blame Mobley the entire time. But Mobley he's been playing really good basketball with Harden for like a month and a half now.
And it can all get washed away with one bad series.
I know. The sad part is he could look really good defensively, and then if he just is a nothing burger offensively, it's the only thing that's going to matter.
Well, and, he could dominate this Toronto series where Jakob Poeltl probably isn't going to be able to stop Evan or Jarrett if Jarrett's healthy enough to play every game. And it's not going to matter because it's going to happen. Well, what happened in the last series? Like Evan, honestly, with where we are with Evan, and when I say we, I mean Cavs fans. I think, again, the national media has just kind of forgotten about Evan to some degree. We haven't. But I think with where we are with Evan, he could have 2 holy crap type rounds, just dominate the next 2 rounds. And if he goes out against Boston and just disappears offensively, you're going to see a lot of people that are just like, well, I guess that's the answer on Evan. Sayonara, Evan.
So that's also another layer to this, too, that kind of sucks. It's like last year, the Heat series, everyone came out and was guns a-blazing, and it's like, well, all right, we gave you credit, but we don't really care. Do it against the next series you have. And so, like, there's always going to be another series that he just has to constantly prove throughout this whole entire thing. But I think it is split. I think Mobley will take some blame if he doesn't show up offensively. But this is falling on Donovan in a lot of ways that I find very interesting.
So I want to hear what you have to say about that. But I think the interesting thing about Donovan, and I like the Simmons clip that it was Zach Lowe and Bill Simmons talking about this.
Yeah.
I think Donovan might end up, if this thing doesn't go the way we want it to, I think we might hear an off-ramp route here for Donovan beyond the blame if this does turn out poorly. This was from the Bill Simmons podcast.
He's made the playoffs every year of his career and has never made the conference finals. He's had some great series. He's had some clunkers. His teams, particularly in Utah, both Utah and Cleveland, have had some like pretty epic flameouts. He's been at times like the only Cavalier you felt you could count on in the playoffs. But it's just like I kind of want to see him make a run longer than he's been because he's been such a consistently great player. And it's a crossroads pick for me also because if they disappoint in the playoffs again, they've already traded one of these guys. He's not a flight risk anytime soon. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like there just comes a point if you just lose too many times too early in the playoffs for what your pedigree should be, it just starts to go sideways a little bit. And I think Cleveland is kind of nearing that point. And Donovan Mitchell, I want to see a deeper playoff run. That's all.
I also think if it doesn't happen this year, I wouldn't be surprised if he's on another team next year. If something bad happens to this team in one of the first 2 rounds, I'm prepared for any outcome with any guy in that roster.
I just think it's really interesting that if Donovan's feeling the heat NBA-wise, if this thing doesn't go right, I think what they laid down there is, hey, if you can change the narrative by, pushing yourself somewhere else. And that has been a fear that I've had about this. And it's been a thought, like I think everybody's focused on Evan or just don't re-sign Harden or bring LeBron back home. I think the future of Donovan is very much in play over the next month and a half. And I do think a disappointing outcome, it could look to kind of diffuse some of the national angst that he gets where people start talking about, well, is it Donovan or is it the Cavs? I don't think you have too many more of those if you're Donovan.
Well, it's just been so many times that he hasn't made it out of the second round. Even go back to some of those good Utah teams. He was a 1 seed in Utah. Like he had opportunities to come out of the West and actually make real runs, and he ended up falling short. The Nuggets series I'm thinking of in particular. And did he play great in those games? Yeah. No, he did. I think Game 7, he had like 50 points or something insane in that series. Like he's had all sorts of great playoff moments. That's kind of the hard part with this Donovan discussion is that when we talk about Donovan in the playoffs, I've never thought to myself, oh, Donovan's the reason why the Cavs aren't doing this. Mm-hmm. Like I've never once thought that. I've always thought like, well, Donovan's doing his part. It's this person that isn't showing up. And that's where I think you're at a weird crossroads if you're Donovan. He does his performance, but he as a team never gets it done.
216-474-0092. Of the Cavs heading into the playoffs, who has the most pressure on them? It's funny, like I'll say it again. I do think nationally Donovan has the most on it. It's just that weird, it seems like there's already a way to get around it kind of thing that Simmons in Lowe threw out. And then locally, is there any way at any point Harden can overtake Mobley here, or is it just because I feel like it for since the trade deadline and even before the trade deadline, This has been setting up as Evan as the fall guy if the Cavs are going to use a player as the fall guy this year.
Yeah, but it was setting it up, again, like a month and a half ago when Evan hadn't really, taken his game to another level. And so, like, now that he has, if he reverts back in a different way, yeah, we'll spotlight it. For sure, we'll have to spotlight it. What do I think is more likely, or what do you think is more likely? Donovan has a nothing burger in the postseason and comes and just is like a rare postseason where he just doesn't show up at all, or Mobley reverts back to what he was 2 months ago.
It's probably closer than people realize, but I don't know. It's tough. So the reason why it's tough for me, and I can't give you a direct answer today, is Jared Allen. I actually think I think for Evan to be the best offensive version of himself, I think not having Jarrett there to complicate what they do offensively helps him tremendously. The problem is that also takes away some of the effectiveness of Evan defensively if Jarrett isn't out there. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It's kind of been the weird puzzle that we've been playing with the entire time with those two.
How about you?
I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious. To me, Mobley not being the same offensive player he's been for the past month and a half is what you'd bet on. Like, that's the thing when I talk about Donovan. Like, he has maintained his ability in the postseason. He's taken it to another level in some instances. And so the odd part about this, and where I think he doesn't take any flack locally, is that we see somebody that is just carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, and we can't even fault him for it. We can't even be like, you're obviously the reason why we don't make it past, because it wouldn't be a good faith argument.
So I know I kind of leapfrogged you there on the Donovan side of things with the clip there. In terms of Donovan's pressure and how this manifests it, what does that look like from your side of things?
I mean, it seems like the read that we have on it throughout this segment. Donovan nationally will take most of the blame. Locally, we'll be looking for somebody else because we put so much, at least the Cavs have put so much on the idea that this was going to be Mobley taking a step forward, and this was going to be his year where he takes over from Donovan and he becomes the best player on this team, and it hasn't happened yet. And so I feel like, if you're being honest, if you're Kobe Altman, why you would blame the Cavs' shortcomings if it does go down that way this year, it'll be because Mobley never took that next level ascension.
Yeah, it's interesting with the Mitchell stuff because, again, we're kind of in agreement with it. But, like, what's the fallout for Donovan? If it, like,
well, it'd be weird, right? Like, if Donovan all of a sudden is like, oh, I can't win in Cleveland. It's like, no, you got 4 top 25 players on your team. All right, you have 3 top 20 players in your team, and I don't know what Jared Allen is at this point. I don't know, but it's weird the rankings that people come up with him.
I mean, I think Donovan still has the excuse of this has been the most wonkily built NBA roster that's been a top 4 team consistently in the last 4 years. I still think he has that to fall back on.
I just don't know that he's going to be able to be like, they haven't given me enough. They haven't given me a true chance, because I just don't believe that to be true.
I mean, put it up against I guess you have given it. No, have you given him a Karl Anthony Towns?
I mean, yeah, I would say so, yeah. Based off of, and it's a combo. It's Harden and Mobley, but the combo of Harden and Mobley is better. Like, if you're doing this for like the Brunson's cast versus what Donovan's cast is, I would side with the Cavs cast.
So I think it's how it's built. I think Donovan with that New York cast, with all those shooters, with all those 3-and-D wings around him, and an elite big. I know we can pick apart Cat, but he just doesn't have the postseason bona fides. I think that's easier to win if you're Donovan than how the Cavs have been built the last 4 years.
But you see how, though, like, part of that equation is the idea that the Mobley piece of this was supposed to be, he's supposed to be better than Cat right now. Like I think that's part of the equation, is them banking on the idea that as of right now, he's supposed to have leapfrogged Karl Anthony Towns and not even be really close if he had taken the right ascent. If he played like he's been playing the past month and a half, it's not a discussion.
I think Donovan never would have had to share the ball with another ball-dominant guard, whether it's Darius or it's James. And how do you best support? I'm not trying to fall back on the Steph thing, but how do you best support an undersized combo guard that likes to have the ball in his hand? Well, you have a lot of size and a lot of shooting around him, and maybe have a decent backup point guard or two, which the Knicks have consistently done, or have consistently done, even if it's not every single time.
But here's the read on it. If Donovan leaves the Cavs because they fall short and they just have this massive blow up, then it'd have to be with the understanding that it'd be like Kyrie in Dallas or Kyrie in Brooklyn. Like, you're not the guy on the next team. You get to be the second guy. You're not the guy. You get to play second fiddle. If you want to go to an NBA championship, you'd be doing so in a role where you're not number one.
216-474-0092. Which Cavalier has the most pressure on them heading into the NBA playoffs? Big moment for one of Cleveland's Beloved in 5 minutes to lead off Quick Hits on 92.3 The Fan.
right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. If you missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, storm, disaster restoration as well. We got Matt Harmon coming up here, Yahoo Sports and creator of Reception Perception, in about 20 minutes. But, JP, let's go ahead and get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel! Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, let's get started here. Bernie Kosar, as promised, got involved at TNA Rebellion, hitting A.J. Francis with a chair shot as Nick Nemeth, Cleveland's own, picked up the big W on Saturday. JP, you've seen the chair shot.
Yeah.
Have you? All right, so give me your grade for it.
All right, I was going to give you a grade. And then I realized maybe grading Bernie Kosar, like beloved Browns quarterback, how many months after coming out of the hospital?
Oh, just a few.
Just a couple months after the maybe not the greatest move for myself. Maybe just the fact that he's able to swing the chair is probably the A+ that he deserves.
See, I'm glad you did this because I was a little worried that you could come out and be like, come on, do better.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing that you have to understand.
I mean, he kind of almost fell down and barely even, I don't know about it. But again, a couple months removed from the hospital, we just got to give him that grace.
Here's the thing you got to understand.
Incredible he's even able to walk.
These guys, so when you're like a celebrity walking into somebody else's turf and somebody's trying to teach you, chair shots are like one of the hardest things to do well. And the whole point is you're trying to hit them basically between the shoulder blades and the ass.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot harder than you realize.
Well, you probably never swung a chair before.
Beyond everything, he's from Youngstown. I'm sure he has.
You think so? I did wonder that.
Come on now.
Okay, you know how when people they do first pitches, they warm up below the area to kind of get their arm a little ready to go. Do you practice with chairs ahead of time? Was Bernie in the back area taking some swings of the chair to kind of warm up?
I would imagine, but not at a real person. That's the problem. Once you know it's another person on the other side, I think it gets tougher.
Aren't they? They're not real chairs.
Yes, they are. What do you mean?
Give me a look, I guess.
What do you mean they're not real chairs?
Aren't they softened, not real chairs?
I mean, they're rigged. They're rigged to soften the blow, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel good. If Bernie had, instead of hitting him in the back, if he had cracked him in the skull, it would have drawn blood. Yeah, you got to understand, there's a whole science to it. And by the way, Bernie swung the chair better than Hulk Hogan did his last 15 years in wrestling, so I got no complaints about Bernie swinging chairs.
If there's a whole science to it, then I'm worried about why Bernie was even doing it to begin with anyway. I assume that the chairs were about as rigged gets, and the idea that they would just not... You'd feel that something hit you, but you wouldn't feel anything more than that.
Nope, you would feel it.
Then why are they giving him a real chair?
Because I give everybody real chairs, because they're pro wrestlers. They're pros.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the pros. Let's leave it to the pros then, not Bernie.
Why are you worried about Bernie in this?
I'm worried about the guy he's hitting is what's happening here.
Interesting spin.
Who did he hit? Who was the wrestler he hit?
A.J. Francis, former
Why is A.J.
NFL
Francis signing up for this? This is Bernie Kosar didn't even take any practice swings with the chair. What are we doing?
We don't know if he did or didn't.
I need some practice chairs. I need some real input into this. I'm just going to assume.
What's the difference between a practice chair and a regular chair?
Well, no, like practice swings, practice chair swings, like we were discussing. Yeah. I'm just going to live with the idea that the chair was not. There wasn't really. There's not much to that chair. That's what I'm going to live with.
I think you should offer to take a chair shot to see what that's like.
Well, yes, I would.
No, don't, Jonathan. It can really get your ass.
I would. No, they're not making them in such a way that could legitimately hurt you. This is part of wrestling. This is part of the deal.
Guys get legitimately hurt from chair shots, like concussions, like
why don't they make them
open.
softer then? It's not like anybody's going to notice the difference.
Yes, they will. Yes. If as a matter of fact, you can actually see it. There have been times where chairs have been overly rigged, and it ruins the spot completely. So that's the line you're trying to kind of walk down here is you want it to be rigged enough that it does help the performer not completely get the crap kicked out of them, versus you don't want to over-rig it so that it falls apart and looks like crap.
I got to tell Nick Nemeth what's going on with his franchise. We need to soften up these chairs. We need to make sure that Bernie's not putting real weapons in his hand here up against some of these wrestlers. That makes the scene more of a what the hell was going on. But it was a good job by Bernie.
I think
we'll just run it back. We'll just running this back. All right. So we'll talk about Rory and the Masters a little bit later on. Scotty Scheffler and this question kind of stole the show from many aspects of it. Scheffler came in second, had a very nice showing for himself, shot a 65, and this was the follow-up. Here we go.
Scotty, that was a 65 today. What did it feel like it could have or should have been?
That's just a terrible question. Next question. Awful.
What enabled you to...
All right. Okay, Scotty.
I guess he wasn't happy about the question.
Yeah,
what do you think about his response?
Right.
People were agitated that Scotty got so bothered by the question. He did shoot a 65. This was on Saturday, by the way. He shot a 65. He was lights out, and the reporter wanted more.
I would have expected that from DeChambeau. There's a couple
that was a Bryson answer?
There's a couple other knobs on tour that I would expect that from. Not Scotty. Is Scotty going heel now that everyone's coming back from Live and people have forgotten that he got arrested unfairly? Like, are we getting heel Scheffler now?
That doesn't exist with him. That's the thing with Scheffler is that doesn't exist with him now.
I think we're seeing it does.
I wonder. I wanted to hear your ears on it because the golf world was very split as to whether or not this was a jerk move by Scheffler or just a bad question by a reporter, and it deserved everything that came with it.
Yeah, I don't love it. And again, like I've never really thought of Scotty in this light. He's always one of the guys that I'm like, oh, that's a guy that's pretty fit. And he gets, I mean, these guys do get a lot of dumb questions.
You talk like the Flanders of football. Often I bring that up. He's like the Flanders of golf. He legitimately is.
And so, I gotta say, point deducted from Scotty Scheffler moving forward.
Not for me. I'd be pissed if I was Scheffler. You shoot a 65, that's the question you get?
Yes.
Gross.
Did you win?
Gross.
That's it. I mean, the point is he does get a little, in some of the questions, he gets like the Tiger touch where like the expectations are too high. Okay, deal with it. That's the point of being Scotty Scheffler and the run he had the last 4 or 5 years.
It's a 65. I mean, it's an insane round. And you're going to be like...
Did you win? No.
Well, this was Saturday, so he was set up to win. And then and Sunday he had a nice round. He finished in second.
Yep.
Stroke behind Rory.
What a great time to finish second.
If only he shot a 64, Nick.
Yeah. Winners get sprinkles. Let's go here. Ohio State head coach Ryan Day joined the Not Just Football podcast and talked about the expectations for new arrivals for the program.
I think it's just across the board at Ohio State. There's an expectation when you come here, you're coming to be a first or second rounder, regardless of your position. That's it. Just like, if we don't win games and championships, they're going to find a new coach. Well, if you're not a first or second rounder, then this probably isn't the right place for you. And that's just the reality of it. And so understanding that on the front end, and that means there's a lot of places you can go. Maybe Ohio State's not it, but there's just a certain, like when you walk into that room and there's some guys already, who are freshmen who have that mentality that we're seeing even during spring practice. Now they got a long way to go. It doesn't happen overnight, but having that mentality, I think, is important.
All right. Is this Ryan Day just bragging, or is he being transparent?
I think there's some truth there. I liked it. I liked what I heard. Where people have a problem with this, like, shouldn't that be the expectation? Like, if you come to Ohio State, you should have the expectation that you think you're going to be a first, second round talent.
I mean, I think some people thought it was arrogant, and some people thought it was just bragging.
Definitely arrogant. But good arrogant. I liked it.
The guys who'd be most curious to get their opinion on are guys who've been like 5th and 6th round picks, like Will Kazmarek, who I think is going to be like a 5th or 6th round pick or 7th rounder this year if he gets drafted.
Or like a Ronnie Hickman.
Yeah, like guys
undrafted, but then was actually doing awesome in the NFL.
Guys who are successes at Ohio State, and whether it's like a disappointment for them if it's like a 5th or 6th round pick as opposed to being the 44th pick in this draft.
Yeah, what's interesting about that is that like I don't know how you take that as a player. Like if you just get drafted in the 5th or 6th round, are you looked at as a disappointment? I don't think you would be. I don't think you'd look at yourself that way. It's just kind of how the cookie crumbled. In fact, I'd probably turn it around and be like, I was a 5-star. You failed me, Ryan Day.
Would you say it in that voice?
Yeah, because that's what happens at the end of these.
Me.
Well, you turn it into like a movie. Like, you failed me. My life sucks because of you, Ryan Day.
I could have been a contender.
I could have been something. Mike Vrabel reportedly skipping Patriots pre-draft press conferences. Elliot Wolf did speak to the media today. They got one question asked about Vrabel, and that was it. That's all that was asked, and then everyone just kind of kept it moving. There are Patriots reporters that are saying that Vrabel was not on the docket at any point before the Diana Rossini stuff to even speak in the pre-draft press conference, and that he'll speak at the NFL draft. But there's no Mike Vrabel, and Elliot Wolf basically was able to get away without really taking any questions of substance.
Smart call. Yep. Delay. Right?
Well, I just don't know why people think that the Patriots of all organizations are going to be the one to be like, yes, you're right. We are going to have an issue with this.
Because they are the horniest organization in sports.
Yeah, ask their owner.
Yeah, that's how you get.
You think Robert Kraft of all people is going to be like, hey, listen, I got a problem with you being a horn dog. Let's talk about it, Vrabel.
I don't even want to know. Like, do you if you're Robert Kraft,
he wears the spa T-shirt into the appointment?
Do you let the HR person go out of the room before you ask how Diana was? Like, I don't know how you do that. No, I mean, like, it's funny. Even Diana Rossini won't be reporting on the NFL as of right now because she's kind of under investigation from the Athletic, and people made a big deal, and it's like. Kind of the company's standing operating procedure.
Well, yeah, her company's dealing on it is very different than Mike Vrabel's company and how they
Mike
deal with it.
Mike Vrabel's just being a coward.
And that's
the smart play.
How many questions would the Boston media actually lob his way, though, is something I was thinking about. Like, these are the moments that you have to bring in all the TV news people instead, because the sports people, if you ask that question, you're just done in Mike Vrabel's eyes forever. So you bring in, like, for instance, for us, you bring in, this is when Ed and Peggy show up to Berea. And you're like, all right, Ed and Peggy, you fire away. You get to ask whatever question you want, and you just piss off whatever coach you want to. But happy to have you here in Berea. As Mary Kay is like, thank you, because I don't want to ask that question because that sucks to ask.
Now, you still have to act like you're trying to answer. Just can't get a question in edgewise here.
Hey.
Yeah.
And then when they call on you, you're like, so Cedric Tillman, what kind of year we got?
Or is that the shootout?
Oh, yeah. Because
would be great at it, but
Jeff Shadell,
even
the
Shadell
great
would understand.
Shadelling. No.
Even he would. I would imagine.
Our great white knight, Jeff Shadell, wouldn't be out there being like, hey, what's this deal with the Rossini stuff?
I would imagine even with this Elliot Wolf press conference and how it went down, the idea was if you ask about Vrabel and anything with Diana, you're not asking questions anymore. We're going to be about as you're going to be as taken away from asking questions as you possibly can get.
You do not sound like a man who has listened to Jeff Shadell just launch himself head first into the most sensitive topic with the most on-point, pinpoint question. We salute you, Jeff.
I'm very aware of it. It's just bring in the news people. That's the time. Bring in the news people.
And Shadell. Matt Harmon, Yahoo Sports and creator of Reception Perception. We'll talk Browns at 6, his take on the Browns in general in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting next Monday on 92.3 The Fan.
It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Got plenty to get you on today's show. Bucky Brooks coming up at 4:40 today. But although we started the show with the Cavaliers, of course, we are 10 days away from the NFL draft. What will the Browns do at 6? Will they try and trade up? That's been a big rumor this week. And where do you trust Andrew Berry to draft in this draft specifically? To talk all things Browns draft, NFL draft as well. We make it head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him from Yahoo Sports as an NFL draft analyst, an NFL analyst. You know him as the creator of Reception Perception. Matt Harmon joins us right now. Matt, welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys? Appreciate you having me. Yeah, very excited. The draft is it feels so far away and yet so close at the same time.
It's funny. This draft has taken a lot of turns where it felt like it stalled a couple times in terms of like interesting things. And then before you know it, something else gets kicked up. Obviously, the unfortunate stuff with Ruben Bain was a big talking point. I do want to start, though, with actually just the Browns side of things. Before we even get into the draft, they're coming off a 5-win season, new head coach. You know what it looks like the quarterback room's going to be. What's your big picture read on the Browns overall heading in to the NFL draft and certainly after that, the 2026 season?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's obviously not starting over, but certainly having yet another remake. That's been a theme for Cleveland the last few years. Obviously, I think the decision to hire Todd Monken maybe was not what most folks expected to happen, but I will say this, Monken's an interesting personality. He's a unique guy, but I think from a schematic standpoint, like a play calling standpoint, offensively, I've really enjoyed his work in Baltimore. I think he did a good job kind of pulling some of the schematic levers that you want to see, using a receiver like Zay Flowers across the formation, weaponizing him with motion at the snap, getting him in favorable situations to really highlight a guy that for a lot of folks, a sub 190-pound, sub 5'11" receiver would not be a full-time player for. They made Zay Flowers a full-time player. They got the best out of him as well. So I thought that's a really encouraging feather in his cap, in addition to what they did in the run game with Lamar Jackson, of course. So I really like Todd Monken as an offensive coach. I think he's going to have, obviously, maybe not his work cut out for him, but it really just depends on what they add in the NFL draft. That's why I think this draft is so big for Cleveland, because the defense is close. Offensively, you have some really good young skill position talent players. I mean, you've got Quinshon Judkins, you've got Harold Fannin. There's some interesting players to build around. Jerry Jeudy, I think, was maybe miscast as the team's X receiver at times last year. I kind of preferred how they used him and Cedric Tillman in 2024, with Tillman as the X after Amari Cooper was traded, and then Jerry Jeudy as your movement Z. I'd like to see them get back to that with Jerry Jeudy, and there's a lot of talent in this year's draft. Even certainly at 6, where you might have your pick of the litter, you might have a guy who can play on the perimeter and allow you to do some of that with Jeudy there.
All right, so in your opinion, who is the pick of the litter? Who should the Browns be hoping the most is there at 6 for them to take?
Yeah, at wide receiver, I think it's Carnell Tate. From a reception perception standpoint, he's got the 7th best success rate versus man coverage that I've charted since the 2021 NFL draft class. This is a guy who you can just say fits all 32 NFL offenses. For the other receivers in the class, I think Mekhi Lemon could have a higher production ceiling if he goes to the right spot. If he goes to a team that's really going to use that slot-based option. For Jordan Tyson, I think he's got a high ceiling if the medicals work out. I also think he's the guy that sort of needs some role catering as an off-ball player to get him away from press coverage and allow him to really use the movements in his routes away from some tight coverage situations. But for a guy like Carnell Tate, he's so refined. He's so good at the break point of routes. All 32 offenses need a player who is going to win on the perimeter, is going to beat man coverage, and can high point the football. I mean, he is one of the most aesthetically pleasing players to watch catch the football I can remember over the last few draft classes, because not only just, again, he statistically have 0 drops on the season, great contested catch rate, but just the way he attacks the football away from his frame, the catch radius is massive. Like, he's somebody that I think played a good bit of Z and X in college. I think you can line him up on the line of scrimmage, on ball, and be an X receiver in the league because he can handle press coverage, and he has that massive catch radius. So he's somebody that not only solves a position of need for you there as a perimeter receiver, I think he also can allow other players to sort of slide into comfortable roles as well. So whether he is going to become, Malik Neighbors type of talent who went high in the draft in 2024, where he comes in and immediately is a 170 target pace type of player, that's a lot to ask for any rookie. That's an unusual rookie season. But I think he can come in and be an immediate starter and eventually grow to like your top targeted player, which at 6 overall is perfectly good to do.
Matt, I really like Jordan Tyson. Obviously, the health stuff is the biggest concern. Beyond the health, where do you see his kind of best fits, and who do you think he is in the NFL?
Yeah, Tyson, admittedly, of the guys that were, first-round players that are generally graded in that first to second round range, kind of if you want to call it the big three between Tate, Tyson, and Lemon at the beginning of the process when I started charting receivers. Admittedly, Tyson was the one who I took the longest to kind of try to figure out who he is or what role he best projects to in the NFL. That doesn't mean he's a bad player. Just, again, it's on me to figure out what that role is. He's the best zone beater in the class, according to Reception Perception, one of the better zone beaters of the last few years. I think where he does struggle a little bit more is when he's lined up as that on-ball receiver against press coverage, and especially on routes that he needs to get into with multiple breaks. That's something that I do think he needs to get better on from a timing and tempo perspective. It's obvious when you watch him. You can watch his 10 best routes and 10 best plays, and you look at him and you're like, why is this guy not the number one receiver in the class? He's clearly fluid. He's got the loose hips that you want to see from someone, and that gives you a good base to work on. That's a really good building block for something that he can get better and better at as a route runner. I think, again, he needs to work on the pace, the timing, and the tempo of his routes in order to get into those breaks more efficiently. But actually, again, to use the Judy example from 2024, this is an issue that Jerry Judy has had throughout the course of his NFL career, where there's a little bit too much wasted motion. There's a little bit too much dancing at the top of routes, especially when you're throttling down and working back to the quarterback. However, you can work around that by having Jerry Judy, which is what they did in 2024, run as the Z receiver. Don't get him into the slot where he needs these multiple breaking routes. Use him as the Z receiver, get him away from press coverage, and have him run these one-cut breaking routes, especially for the shots-off play action. I think Tyson would benefit from a role like that as well. So really good player. I just think there are areas of growth that he needs to kind of go for an individual player standpoint in addition to some of the health questions.
Yeah, Matt, one of the things you do best is wide receivers and your evaluation of wide receivers. So if we stay with the wide receiver theme then, if they go offensive line at 6, who do you think the Browns should go at 24 that's within being realistic of the convo?
Right, and being realistic is tough, especially in this draft, because I do think once we get out of maybe the top 10 to 12 players, I think it's going to be pretty wide open in this draft class. There are not most evaluators I talk to don't have 20 first-round grades. Most evaluators I talk to certainly do not have 32 first-round grades. That's generally the case. It's certainly the case this year. Some guys are pushing hard to get to 15 first-round grades in this class. And what that means is that I think that back half of round 1 is going to be really up in the air. We could see a lot of different options that we were not considering from a media consensus standpoint that go in the first round. So we could see a lot of shocking picks, I think, in the back half of the first round, just kind of based on how ambiguous everybody's boards are going to be. So that being said, it's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly wide receivers which would be available in 24, but I think if a guy like KC Concepcion is there at 24, I run that card up. I just am such a big fan of this player. I think he's the best separator in the class. He demolishes press man coverage, wins at all 3 levels. Obviously, he has a drop issue on tape in college. There's no question about that. He's got some bad habits where he'll clap at the football, he'll lose focus and think about what he's going to do with it before he cleanly secures and catches the football. Those are areas that can be corrected, though, at the NFL level. I think it's much harder to find somebody who can separate at his level and much easier to kind of create, kind of ease those bad habits out of his game. So he's someone I love. I've got him as second best receiver in the class after Carnell Tate. He's available at 24. I run that card up. Otherwise, though, Denzel Boston would allow you to have an X receiver option who could, again, move Jerry Jeudy to flanker and get the best out of him, essentially getting almost a 2-for-1 deal there. And then Omar Cooper Jr., I think, is a viable late first-round pick as well and gives you a totally different flavor at the wide receiver position than any of the guys that they have. Like, deeper down the depth chart for Cleveland, I think when Tillman is healthy, he's still a credible X receiver. I think Isaiah Bond has some bad habits in his game, but is certainly a viable speed-based player. They don't have a guy on the roster who I think you can just spit the ball out to and get plus yardage after the catch. And Cooper, to me, is the best player in the class with the ball in his hands at the wide receiver position. In addition to the fact that, like, he can do some real deal receiver stuff as well. I kind of compare him for the way he runs, like, out-breaking routes to what the Bears got in Luther Burden last year. And I think Cooper checks more boxes from a character standpoint than Burden did for a lot of teams last year. And I think he will end up going at that late first-round rate. So a lot of different options there. I think from a realistic standpoint, there's a chance all three of those guys could certainly be available to 25th.
Matt, just because the Browns might not just need one wide receiver, they could certainly go for another. A name that has been shooting up draft boards across the NFL has been Georgia State's Ted Hurst, who's 6'4", about 210. What can you tell us about this guy, and where do you think his range is in this draft?
Yeah, it's always tough with the lower-level guys, what their range might be. I think when you watch Ted Hurst, he immediately just looks different than everybody else that he's playing against, which is a good starting point for if you're at Georgia State. You want to stand out from the lower level of competition. Now, I do think there's some rawness to Ted Hurst's game, especially as a vertical receiver. I think he's got to get better at, like, truly stacking and shedding and separating from coverage on go routes, vertical, kind of on that stem of the route tree. I think that's sort of where he does need to improve to truly make the most of that 6'4", 200-pound frame. At the same time, though, where I really like him is sort of on these breaking routes, almost what I would call like a slasher perimeter receiver. He reminds me a little bit of like Torrey Horton in last year's class. And Torrey Horton went in the fifth round. Torrey Horton was not a fifth-round talent. Torrey Horton went in the fifth round because he had injury concerns. He was coming off of an injury, and unfortunately he got hurt in his rookie year, so maybe those were justified. But Torrey Horton, to me at least, was more of like a second-round talent that went in the fifth round because of those injuries. And I think Horton was used for Seattle. It was pretty much like an early hit for them before, again, he got hurt. He was really starting to come on in the middle of his rookie year on a lot of those deeper post routes, over routes, dig routes, horizontal breaking patterns over the middle of the field. I think that's where Ted Hurst does his best work. So I think initially in the NFL, you're looking at it in that way. He's got he's got that route tree, he's got that portfolio, and then as he grows and expands, then you can kind of have him again develop on the job as that vertical receiver. So maybe by year 3, he's ready to be like an X receiver starter because there's no question he's got the traits, and when he's right and tight on the details from a release move standpoint, he can get off press coverage. Again, it's just he's coming from a lower level. You might need a couple of years of development.
Matt, great stuff, buddy. We appreciate you, especially as we are thirsty for good wide receivers here. You're giving us a lot to kind of chew on. We appreciate you.
No question. I appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for the time.
Matt Harmon there, Yahoo Sports, creator of Reception Perception and the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say, and we do have to get to the trust factor with Andrew Berry with wide receivers and O-linemen. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be atop your list. And so my challenge is pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one, because you're going to hear the difference.
92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
I really like Todd Monken as an offensive coach. I think he's going to have maybe not his work cut out for him, but it really just depends on what they add in the NFL draft. That's why I think this draft is so big for Cleveland. The defense is close. Offensively, you have some really good young skill position talent players. You've got Quinshon Judkins. You've got Harold Fannin. There's some interesting players to build around. Jerry Jeudy, I think, was maybe miscast as the team's X receiver at times last year. I kind of preferred how they used him and Cedric Tillman in 2024 with Tillman as the X after Amari Cooper was traded, and then Jerry Jeudy as your movement Z. I'd like to see them get back to that with Jerry Jeudy, and there's a lot of talent in this year's draft. Even certainly at 6, where you might have your pick of the litter, you might have a guy who can play on the perimeter and allow you to do some of that with Jeudy there.
Matt Harmon, Yahoo Sports, NFL draft analyst, NFL analyst, and creator of Reception Perception. I think it's interesting that, we've gone back and forth. We like both Tate and Tyson. But Kai Lemon's kind of an oddball for multiple reasons. I don't always like drafting a player because of how they fit with the other guys you have, because especially a guy like Jerry Jeudy could be gone in a year.
I mean, he could be gone in 6 weeks.
But the absolute value of Carnell Tate as a no-question X receiver on the outside is it would allow you to just play Jerry Jeudy more where he's a little bit more natural. And you basically, that feels like a 2-for-1 where, all right, you're getting definitive production on the outside and you're also maybe getting the best version of Jerry Jeudy.
No, but your first part is the right part. Like you can't shape any part of this draft around Jerry Jeudy. And you have to constantly remind yourself that Jerry Jeudy can't be part of your decision making.
Yeah, but you kind of have to for this year, right?
Well, no, not really, though, because I don't even know that they're trying to win for this upcoming season. So, maybe it would be different if we were talking about them going to the playoffs or something, or if they had some sort of, quarterback situation that was figured out and everything all set. And so, if the idea is 2027 and beyond, I don't think you do have to really equate Jerry Jeudy at all.
So, it's interesting you say the thing about, I don't know how competitive they're trying to be. I do think they are trying to be functional, though. And I think that's where, again, I think Jordan Tyson can play a lot of different places. I think Jordan Tyson, I really am starting to get the sinking suspicion that 3 years from now, he could be the kind of guy that you look up and go, why don't we just take the guy with the best
for sure
ceiling in this? But I do think, if the whole point of this is let's start building an offense that we can at least say, all right, we gave whatever 2026 quarterbacks the chance, a real chance to succeed. I think Carnell Tate does that in the immediate. That doesn't mean you should draft him, in fairness to what you're saying, but that's at least one way to look at what they're trying to do while solving today and potentially tomorrow.
I just think it works independent of each other. And so, your thought process is right. Do I think Carnell Tate makes you a better football team? Of course he does. He's the number 6 overall pick if you take him there. He should make you a better football team. Does he make your receiving core better than, let's call it, where it is right now, which is bottom 5 in the NFL? Yeah, I do. I think you instantly then have I'm not going to put you top half of the league, but you're probably bottom 10 somewhere in there, but closer to the 22nd than you are maybe the 28th. And so it's an added bonus. And it's something that obviously the Browns will consider.
I think it's going to be so one thing, and I know everybody says, well, look at what Todd Monken did in Baltimore for utilization of wide receivers.
Man, they really bring up Zay Flowers a ton in these convos.
They do, which the Casey Concepcion thing looms large over this. But even I can't remember who I saw, but maybe it was Bill Sparks was talking about Baltimore's drafting habits of wide receivers the 3 years Monken was there, and my thinking was, well, okay, but Todd Monken wasn't the guy with the swing in the room that he has now.
Right. He didn't really have much of a say in any of it.
There's a part of me that's I don't know truly. I guess you can start trying to build an offense and a spread offense and, a generic spread offense and kind of, factor from there.
Yeah.
But that is, I think, one of the most the most unknowable parts of this is just really what does Todd Monken not see in his wide receiver room now and that he needs to see? Because, as much as a year from now Jerry Jeudy could not be here, the best case scenario is you hit on whatever your wide receiver one is. That allows Jerry Jeudy to be better. So now you have two wide receivers going to next year, and maybe even a guy like Isaiah Bond develops or one of your other young guys develops, and then all of a sudden you've got a robust room for whatever quarterback starts in 2027.
Yeah, I pulled up the Ravens draft under the time that Monken was there, and obviously they took Zay Flowers at pick number 22 overall. But outside of that, I mean, they took two other wide receivers. They took Devontae Walker in round 4, and then in 2025 last year they took LeJonte Wester in round 6. And so it's not like they spent some sort of crazy capital on that. And maybe that's why so many of those conversations and all the Ravens convos just goes back to Zay Flowers. Like that really felt like Monken's pet project for not only developing a wide receiver, but being able to do exactly kind of what we're discussing right now with, if you bring up Casey Concepcion, you can see how Monken would be like, been there, done that, got the T-shirt. We've taken somebody that had the same projections, similar style, similar everything, and I made him really shine.
All right. Now, I was thinking about this weekend when thinking about what receiver you're going to draft, what offensive line you're going to draft. And again, credit to Andrew Berry and the Browns front office. They've done a great job of keeping everyone guessing. Now, later in the show, we're going to talk about, are the Browns actually going to trade up? Because that's a whole new thing that came out this weekend.
Yeah.
But then I started thinking, like, all right, specific to the 6th pick, when you're sitting there, are you going to feel more confident when Andrew Berry is drafting a wide receiver or when Andrew Berry is drafting an offensive tackle? Both of which, by the way, seem like there's a lot of boom or bust in depending on who you pick. And I think I did come up with an answer, but it was...
I don't know how you did.
Okay, so it's going to feel thin.
For me, it's impossible.
Okay,
this is an impossible question to answer.
All right, go on that before I answer why.
I just don't have any experience of him drafting anybody of substance in either position and making it work. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, he drafted positions of substance. I'm not saying that. Like, there's quality guys.
Bountiful wide receivers.
Jed Wills also. Well, that's the thing. It's like past couple years. What is it? Jamari Thrash, and then it's a bunch of third-round wide receivers, 3 straight in 3 consecutive seasons that he just kept taking swings on and it not working out. And I have no evidence of him being able to pick out any of them that have worked successfully.
So here's where and again, I'm going into this saying I know that this is a little thin. All right, but I'm going up against Andrew Berry's draft classes for wide receivers and offensive tackles. There's only so much you can glean from this.
Yeah. Is DeJuan Jones the biggest hit out of any of it?
Actually, Jed Wills is. As much of a disappointment as Jed Wills was, he did start for 4 years and was at least a starting caliber left tackle in the NFL. So I want more from the 10th pick in the draft.
Pick number 10, like relative to where he picked. And also we obviously then have the understanding of Tristan Wirfs right there. Yep. Like that's not.
But him and DeJuan Jones, in limited opportunities, they've drafted more wide receivers. They've taken more stabs at wide receivers than they have offensive linemen when you compare 2 starting wideouts versus 5 starting offensive linemen.
Because then we'd also then have to give him credit for Donovan Peoples-Jones in the 6th round was something. Yeah, that was that same draft. I'm not saying it's the greatest thing in the world.
Does that cancel out DeJuan?
I'm not probably for being truthful about it.
That one play where DeJuan just bear hugged Nick Bosa and made him look like a bee.
I mean, honestly, like this. But this is what we're talking about, right? A DPJ legitimately. I'm not going to say it was good, but like that was our offense
7 games
for like a season and a half that ended up being eight career touchdowns. I think if memory serves me right.
And then we turned him into a 6th rounder as well later, I think. Or 7th rounder, one of those two. It's definitely a rounder.
It was a rounder.
Yeah.
When we shipped him off to Detroit.
Yeah. Like the catch-22 of this is also
almost had a 1,000-yard season in 2022. That's kind of impressive. It's very impressive for a 6th-round pick.
Was it 800 yards?
839.
Look at that. I was going to go 867, but then I was going to make it a 6-7.
Almost had 1,000 yards. It was like a.
Is 839 1,000? Almost 1,000.
I mean, it's at almost at 1,000. It's like it's somewhere in a range.
That feels like you want to give him more.
Off of me saying that, you guessed 800 though, so it's got to.
Well, no, I knew it was 800.
That's in the territory.
I just didn't know where in the 800s it was.
We're obviously stretching it. There's no denying that.
I
but
think
like,
you're stretching it more than me saying I'm more comfortable.
We're in the ballpark
with Andrew Berry taking offensive linemen than wide receivers.
Is DPJ his biggest hit between offensive tackles and wide receivers?
No, it's Jed Wills.
I know you like Jed Wills.
I mean, I liked him in the fact that he was a starting offensive lineman. That's kind of the goal there. I don't know. Because I am still pissed about the Tristan Wirfs things as well. If Tristan had only remained a right tackle, maybe I wouldn't have cared as much. But then Tristan, halfway through his career, switching over to the left side pretty flawlessly and being just as good, really makes that one sting.
So I think it's basically an unanswerable question based off of what we have in the info. But it seems like you're leaning towards Jed Wills tipping the scales.
Literally, yeah. And DeJuan Jones definitely tipping the scales. But the problem is, I think the wide receiver class in this is much more foolproof. I know that's dangerous to say with the Browns than the offensive line is. Because, I think if you took Tate or Tyson at 6, you're going to be happy. And I think if you found a guy like a Chris Bell, a Ted Hurst, there are other guys kind of like middle of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, I think you're also developing someone in the future that you could look up, and all of a sudden you've got 2 really nice starting wide receivers.
I mean, I like Tyson. There's no guarantee that Tyson works. With his injury history and everything attached to him, it's not the layup. I think Carnell Tate's a layup. I think we both agree on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's T. Higgins. I think that's totally fair.
I just don't see much downside in the absolute floor for him is just it's still incredibly high, all things considered.
I also think
I don't think the ceiling's as high as people want it to be.
When we first started having the T. Higgins conversation, it was like, well, T. Higgins was the 34th pick or 33rd pick in the NFL draft. You'd want more value at 6, and the more I've thought about it, it's like, no, in this class, with a lack of a Jamar Chase, a lack of a Malik Neighbors, T. Higgins, if not for Jamar Chase, I think would be seen as at least fringe wide receiver 1.
Well, and so this is where the Tristan Wirfs convo comes into play again, because there's going to be somebody in this class. Carnell Tate's not going to be the best wide receiver in this class, more likely than not. There's going to be somebody, because there's so many. There's just too many of them. And Carnell Tate's got a ceiling, but it's not nearly as high. There's going to be somebody, whether it's Omar Cooper Jr., whether it's Denzel Boston, Concepcion, somebody is going to end up being Justin Jefferson, where you're like, geez, we had him in the 20s. It seems like it happens at least once every couple of years. You have some wide receiver in the 20s that just goes off, and then it's just like, oh, my God, how did we miss that guy? And I don't know if I should fault Andrew Berry for that ahead of time or not, because dealing with the info we have and what we have right now, Carnell Tate just makes a lot of simple sense.
So it's funny you say this, because I think you're right about the wide receiver spot. The NFL, especially in weird years like this, where I think fit matters, where health is going to matter, where there might not be a huge difference from 1 to 3, and then from 4 to 7 or 8, it might not be a huge difference. The NFL, when there's clear-cut best wide receivers in the draft, don't get it right more often than not. It's as finicky as picking when you have 3 top quarterbacks right now. If you told me you had, at the time, it was controversial to say you had a better grade on Drake May than Caleb Williams. 3 years later, Drake May might end up being the better NFL quarterback than Caleb Williams. And certainly Jaden Daniels after this last year with the health stuff. But I also feel like we're saying that about the offensive line spot. This year specifically.
Sure, it might happen.
Most years, I tend to think offensive line, especially tackle, is like the easier thing, because there's just a certain profile, at least at a left tackle, that you just have to have. And it's about arm length. It's about a couple other numbers, but it is about your general size, where you 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 6'7". This year, it's like, I mean, all right, you might get the best offensive lineman, but he's going to end up being a guard. Oh, well, you took the best left tackle, but he's like the 15th best tackle in the NFL, and you took him 6th. It feels like, I don't think the wide receiver thing is landmines, because I do think there's just a lot of good football players there. But the offense, what I'm trying to say is, now that I've stammered for long enough, is I think you could look up in 3 years and be like, somehow you got the best offensive lineman and the best wide receiver in the first round, and you could also look up, and I'm not just saying the Browns, I'm saying anybody with multiple needs in the top 50 with, picks in need of a wide receiver and offensive lineman, you could also look at and go, how in that draft did we get the one offensive lineman that wasn't worth it and the one wide receiver that just didn't quite fit?
Meanwhile, you look all the way around and it's like, oh, and this guy is now a Pro Bowler, and this guy is starting for X amount of years, and this guy, and so again, this is part of the equation. And this is part of when we take into the evaluation of Andrew Berry. You got to look at the guys around. Did they hit? Did they not hit? That's why, Jedrick Wills is, it's nice, but if that's your calling card between the two positions, we're going to look at the Wirfs side of things.
216-474-0092. Do you trust Andrew Berry more in drafting a wide receiver in this draft, or do you trust Andrew Berry more in drafting the offensive line in this draft? It's a better wide receiver draft. or it's a less complicated wide receiver draft. But also, Andrew Berry isn't good at drafting either of those things, at least to this point in his tenure, and a masterful Sunday. It almost went off the rails. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey,
concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Bucky Brooks coming up in 1 hour's time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are 10 days away from the NFL draft. Very excited for that as well. Although, I do not know, like post-draft, usually we have that one big week after the draft, and then we all kind of simmer down a little bit. We get into the NBA playoffs, and obviously the baseball regular season kind of takes off.
Yeah.
Feels like we're never going to be safe from like one set of rumors, innuendos, maybe text messages. That's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour as well. But Rory McIlroy, first time to win back-to-back Masters since Tiger Woods back in the early aughts. Big deal, huh?
Yeah, since 2001, 2002. And so, yeah.
That's the aughts.
Thank you. I loved it. I loved every second of it. I was surprised at how much I loved it and how much I was rooting for Rory.
What did you love about it?
I love the idea. So in recent days and weeks, I've just been doing more around the Rory McIlroy story. Amazon came out with this big documentary about him with the Masters. Alan Shipnuck came out with this book. They're basically trying to like be his big biographer, but then it's like the story still isn't completely written. I love how complicated he is for a lot of fans. I love the idea that he's not American and we don't rally around non-Americans in golf or really any individualized sport in this type of way. But he's complicated. Like if I asked you if you think Rory is a good person, half of the people would say yes. The other half would be like, no, I think he's an ass. And like, there's parts of him that I really do think suck as a human, but there's other parts. I think I would give him the benefit of the doubt in thinking that he's an overall good person, and he's also what I believe to be a great all-time great if he ends up being that.
So it's interesting that you're saying all this because I had as much fun watching social media debate Rory and whether they wanted Rory to succeed or fail yesterday as actually watching any bit of the coverage of Rory. Like, it did feel like, again, it felt like it was Rory's chance to lose there, and he certainly walked that line masterfully. But there's a part of me that was like, I wanted to see what would happen. Again, like, I'm not pro or anti-Rory. There's really no golfers, like, outside of DeChambeau, because that guy's just a D. And, like, in fairness,
yeah, probably.
I wish he was a little better recently, because I'd love to see better recently. I don't know what that means. I'd love to see him when he's at his absolute zenith, because he just pisses people off, and it makes it interesting. Everybody else just kind of is like, is he a bad guy or is he a bad guy for golf? That's kind of what I consider Rory to be.
Well, a bad guy or a bad guy for golf? What do you mean?
Yeah, meaning like, okay, when I say I'm radio station tough as opposed to like Medina County tough.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like, is he really a knob or is he just a knob amongst golfers? But people could not make up their minds yesterday on whether they wanted Rory to succeed or to fail in that moment. And the only thing I didn't know, I like if he had fallen apart in there, the question I wanted answered is, do people just discount what happened in last year's Masters? Because we don't traditionally do that.
No, they couldn't discount it because he won it. It's over. He won it. But like the idea that the demons attached to Rory wouldn't have been able to be just gone, I think is an incredibly interesting story. Like, one thing I love about sports and one thing I love about like trying to figure out, especially with individual sports, is like, did he overcome that? Like, did he overcome? And think about it. He went 10 years without winning a major and was supposed to be his prime. He went 0 for his first 16 at the Masters. Like, there's so much attached to Rory's story about him choking, giving up 5-stroke leads at the U.S. Open and then 6-stroke leads at the Masters. There's so much attached to that. And these Sunday collapses that we just became used to. I think what happened yesterday was kind of a great sports moment in the idea that once you get past that, once you get over that hump, to be able to like legitimately do it again and then showcase all you needed, it was all psychological.
Well, and I think that's where like in the NBA parlance, for James Harden, if James Harden were to win an NBA Finals this year, then we just answer that question. He's got his NBA Finals, right? If he then went back the next year and had just a abysmal conference finals game 7 and his team got bounced out, we wouldn't be like, doesn't have it anymore. We'd just be like, oh, That's fine. He's got his championship. With Rory, there were people in time being like, man, does this wash out what happened?
Well, you didn't know if he actually broke through or not, I think was the question.
Which is, again, wild that he had broken through and people were still debating whether that was real or not.
I know, but then you just say, okay, that was fluky, and you just kind of push that to the side, and then
but
you say,
we don't do that in
this
any
guy,
other sport when we go to like singular domination.
No, but Rory's got such a rich history of just vomiting all over his shoes on Sundays and in the majors and the biggest moments, and so the idea that, and then, again, this is why I loved yesterday, because there was a part of me that was like, it's a fantastic theater if he starts to melt down, and there was a stretch yesterday where he started to, then he dropped to nine under, tied with Scheffler, and you're like, oh no, he's choking it all away, and you're expecting him to choke it all away, and it's kind of what I loved about yesterday was the idea that he didn't do that, and he was able to just go into what he did last year and say, I've won this before, I've learned how to win this, and I can do it again, and then was able to.
I watched it more yesterday than I was planning to, and whether we were outside, I had it on my phone right next to me, whether we were inside, I had it on the main screen, which pissed off everybody in my house. I wanted him to fail. Just because I wanted to see what was going to happen. And I think that to me speaks to what a boring spot we are with golf, that there aren't these great narratives, these great things we can go like this. And Rory, can he sink or swim? Will he vomit on his shoes, as you say, is so much more interesting than just about anything else going on in golf right now.
Well, I mean, Scheffler's dominance had been put on pause a little bit. I think Scheffler maybe a couple months ago, maybe that would have been the story. Because
but even his dominance got a little boring there for a minute.
That's just your perspective on it. I don't think a lot of other people felt that way. Now, him himself as a human is boring, but he had a Tiger level of dominance. He was approaching Tiger levels. He just wasn't an interesting character. That was the problem attached to it. There's no gravitas with Scheffler was the problem there. But he was winning it. He was winning it in a crazy, crazy race.
So I know for the competitive landscape thing, it's a little overplayed with the LIV Golf Tour. But I think having a certain amount of elite golfers in the LIV Tour and some personalities in the LIV Tour, I think also muted some of Scotty's. Like that, it wasn't that, again, it cheapened what Scotty did, but it kind of muted it on top of the fact he's an excessively boring human being.
A lot of his dominance, though, was in some of these majors that we're discussing. And the cool thing about the majors is obviously it's all one pot. You got the LIV guys and the PGA guys. And so like Scotty won 2 Masters in the span of 3 years. He was winning at a crazy high clip. But for Rory, this was just, I don't know. If you don't love what Rory did yesterday, it's just, I think you got to seek a little bit deeper into what the story was. And how psychologically, from a sports perspective, we look at these guys all the time and these breakthroughs that you're just waiting to have happen. To go 10 years without winning a major and then win the Masters and then win the Masters the following year. He broke through. A sports psychologist has to love this story.
Yeah, and I kind of can admit that as not a sports psychologist, kind of got to pour one out for one of the great. Will he, won't he? Is he going to fall apart? Because, if you win back-to-back Masters and you do it while fighting off a collapse, he's going to collapse again. Every golfer has collapses, but we can no longer, because he did it twice in a row, because it was the Masters, you kind of got to put to bed the whole narrative, which is another reason why I was totally rooting for him to fail yesterday.
Yeah, I think about the U.S. Open, the one that Bryson did win last year. What's the highlight of that Open? It's Bryson getting it 50 yards out of a bunker, but it's Rory missing a 3-footer. A 3-footer that's a 99% rate on the tour. I don't know. I thought it was incredible theater. I loved it.
The only thing missing on Sunday, and the whole time I was like, it's missing something, some sizzle, something. And I was like, Kevin Hart.
Oh, yeah, is that what it needed?
Yeah. Kevin Hart, Jelly Roll,
that's
Jack Black.
Sure.
Jason Kelsey. Overall,
as a
it was
viewer,
okay.
You had to have been pissed that you couldn't even see the final putt. Nance's final line, he said before he scripts him out ahead of time. I thought that was good. But, you couldn't even see the final putt. For me, I mean, think about it. That'd be... that's Kyrie going for the shot in Game 7 of the Finals, and them just not getting a good, clear picture and it going through the hoop. I just don't know how that happens.
So what's funny about that?
How does that happen?
So I didn't doubt it. So the whole ride, the whole last couple rounds, last couple holes, you're thinking, is he going to do it? Once he got there, I was like, oh, he's going to make this. It'll be fine.
Well, yeah. That's just a tap in. That's not a big deal. But and even 18 though, it's such theater to it. He goes wide, he slices it off the tee, way into the trees, and you're like, is he going to be able to escape without getting a double bogey here? But then you get that final moment, and he wags it up, and it's just an easy tap in, not a big deal. That final moment, and Rory's just covering the whole golf ball and the hole. How does that happen? It's a major broadcast.
It's because they didn't have Kevin Hart.
You could tell Jim Nantz was pissed.
I think Jim Nantz cares.
Jim Nantz was pissed. You think Jim Nantz?
Jim Nantz
wants
his dulcet tones out there.
Jim
He didn't care
Nantz
about
was
the shot.
pissed. All he cares about is that shot.
No, all he cares about is his voice, his moment. Come on now.
I promise. He walked out of there and he cursed somebody out like you wouldn't believe. Like, this is the production we got for the Masters. Nantz was pissed. Nantz still has it, by the way. He's not like any of the other old broadcasters that I want to run out. Nantz still has it.
Jim's also not old.
Oh,
relative to Lee Corso.
He's in his 60s, though.
Relative to Lee Corso.
We're getting up there with Jim Nantz.
You're putting him with Jim Corso and Al Michaels, who are in their 80s in diapers.
Well, yeah.
Jim's very much got his own continence about him.
There's enough people that want him just to step aside at this point.
216-474-0092. Success for the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else.
We're a better team than we were pre-trade. Front office did an amazing job adding the pieces we added. We're a better team, so therefore gives us a better chance to improve on what we did last year and what we've done the last 3 years. We got great leadership. It's in 52 wins, being 17-16. I just think it's a really good accomplishment.
Kenny Atkinson, Cavs head coach, after the finale of the regular season, a easy-ish win over the Washington Wizards. Talking about the Cavs' impressive regular season. And it's funny, like, trying to look back and summarize, as I kind of was like, obviously we're all going toward the playoffs. We'll talk more Toronto. We'll talk more all of the path forward. But as I was trying to summarize the regular season, all I have are mixed emotions. All I have are a lot of, well, those 30 games were great, or those 10 games are great, or this stretch was great. It's one of the more disjointed Cavs season in which then they've won 52 regular season games.
Yeah, that's impressive, right? They finished, I think it was like 4.5 shy of what Vegas had projected them with, and think about all the chaos that we had with it. Think about like the 15-14 start you had to the season. Like, it's just a lot happened. It's amazing because none of it will matter if they just flame out in the postseason, but there was a lot that happened this regular season.
Yeah, that's like when Kenny there was talking about, we're just so much better position now than we were pre-deadline, and I was like, we'll see. And I don't mean like we'll see and like I can't wait to twist my mustache and tell everybody how right I was. We'll see and like, well, that's kind of what this is about, no? Like, we'll see whether Keon Ellis can go ahead and be a huge part of a better perimeter defense in the postseason. We'll see what James Harden's role is, closer versus setup man for the bigs. We'll see what Jared Allen can do and what that does to Evan Mobley on the offensive and defensive side of the ball. There's just so much. I don't want to say the regular season was murky, but there was just it felt like 4 different regular seasons all in 82 games to then get here where it's like, well, okay, what are the real Cavs? What's real? What's not? How much can they actually grow? How do you get healthier, which you don't, as the playoffs go? And so it's left me in a weird spot where I'm incredibly excited, right? And I also have no feel for where the Cavs are and who's truly going to stand out and who's maybe just not cut out for this moment.
Sure. If we're thinking about like what we're going to remember the most out of this regular season, though, like I think it's pretty obvious to myself. Like this is the regular season that they learned that they couldn't do this with Darius, and so like the on the fly, how do we shape this? How do we get this thing turned around? And then to see them start to be able to was impressive. Again, it doesn't matter at all if they flame out in the postseason, but the idea that they at least recognize you couldn't do it with Darius, that's a big step for them.
216-474-0092. Was this regular season a success for the Cleveland Cavaliers? I feel like this has all been building towards me saying I can't give them a grade.
Or it doesn't matter yet?
Well, no, I incomplete. Like, even the Evan Mobley stuff. It's funny to listen to some people talk about Evan Mobley, and like 6 weeks ago, I'm telling you, even after the deadline, but like couple weeks into the deadline, people are still talking about Evan as if he was DOA. And now the last 4 weeks, there's been the narrative of, Harden's really brought him along.
Yeah.
It's like, people don't realize it was not what people were saying the first couple of weeks after the trade deadline.
What it changed, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, but I think my point is, for 70% of the season, Evan was this massive failure. Evan was this. It was a walking diatribe.
Well, even ask Atkinson on that. Atkinson was like, because remember Atkinson credited Mobley's thought process and mindset, which is insane. It's just I don't know, credit the guys around him and Harden and making him better, and then credit whatever, but don't just credit a better mindset.
Well, no, I mean, it's a mindset, yeah.
It looks like a drastically different player, but okay, that's great. He just had to all of a sudden tell himself to be different.
I think, so here are the grades, not grades, but here are the passing grades I am willing to give out today. One is Donovan Mitchell. Year 4, obviously he did use his power to shake up the roster. That is a TBD, but in terms of Donovan in the regular season, he really steadied this thing and got them to 52 wins.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of another guard of his ilk that if you had this kind of instability, Jarrett was hurt for part of the season. Evan was hurt for a good part of the early season. Darius was out. And when he was in, he was ineffective. They had no Strus. They had other injuries. And then you have this huge midseason, roster turnover. Like, I think it really is a testament to Donovan's leadership and what a damn gamer he is that you were able to get to 52 games with all the nonsense that happened with his season.
Yeah, I mean, the whole season's just been one big roller coaster ride. That's all it is. And that's okay. That's fine. Now, they've gotten to a spot now where they've set themselves up for the first 2 rounds of the postseason about as well as you possibly could, all things considered. They are, I know it sounds funny to say because I'm still worried about Jarrett's health, but like they're as healthy as they've ever been. And they're actually in a spot where this team is going to have a chance to showcase what it can do in the first round of the postseason with about as close to as strength-filled as they can get.
I'm going to give out one more absolute passing grade.
Okay, then.
Of like the big players for the Cavs.
Okay.
Now, and it's got to be Kenny Atkinson. It's funny, like Kenny Atkinson, I think, had more moving pieces and more to deal with. Plus, as the lead up to the trade deadline was going on, where it was very apparent that the Cavs were considering seriously shaking up this team, keeping them on target to get to 52 wins and seeming like, and we'll see, there's always stuff you find out after the fact. So, we could get into July and it turns out this was a mess and Kenny was a mess or whatever.
Yeah.
But for them to kind of stay buoyant and to stay on mission and to try and rig their way which way they went, I think Kenny Atkinson and Donovan Mitchell deserve a significant passing grade for landing this plane, getting it to 52 and 30, getting it to a top 4 seed, and just not falling apart where I think a lesser coach or lesser star might have.
Well, here's where I'll give them credit, is that they did that balancing act at the end of the season in a way that I wouldn't have. I would have been way more obvious about trying to lose games and secure the 4 seed. They didn't do that. They won a lot of games down the stretch, 11 out of their last 14, and to do that while keeping the basketball gods in favor of Donovan and not upsetting what the stars want to do in the process, and keeping your 4 seed, that was hard. I wouldn't have been able to pull that off the way he did.
Well, that's why I think, I tend to think that head coaches in the NBA tend to be middle management. If middle management has less power than the front office or the star players. And so I'm going to assume the front office was saying, we got to get the 4 seed. We got to avoid Boston because that's more of a front office mindset. You're thinking globally. You're not thinking of today.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to imagine Donovan was like, to hell with that. I'm going to go out there and try and win as many games. Not a lot of coaches can actually handle that push and pull and keeping Donovan.
And he did it flawlessly.
And honestly, I think something that JB might have struggled with, less than on the court stuff, less than anything else, was just as a go between the front office and Donovan.
Well, he clearly failed in that, right? Like, because he was just doing whatever the front office wanted him to do, and then that pissed off Donovan, and then now all of a sudden you get to be the coach of the Pistons.
Yep.
That's how that works. And so, the job that Atkinson did there, very, very impressive. Won't matter. You lose in the first round and nobody cares, and all of a sudden Atkinson will probably be out of a job. But, that job, that was impressive.
So I think I've answered the question here. Do you think the regular season was a success?
I think it was a success based off of my initial answer, yes. The idea that finding out that you couldn't win with Garland is what made this season a success. If you went to the postseason with Garland and the initial core 4 as constituted, I'd be worried about the Detroit series. Hell, I might even be worried about the Raptors series. I would not have confidence with this Cavs team if it was still the original core 4. Finding out that you had to make those trades and you had to dump Garland the way that they did, that's in and of itself, that made this part a success.
I don't know that we can give the Cavs success for that because Darius just wasn't healthy. It's
I'm
a little
them success for that, unless this is too much giving Kobe Altman success. But
well, no, I mean what I mean is they made the decision based off the fact they didn't think Darius was healthy enough to commit to this year or to be a factor this year. I think it would have been a much harder decision if Darius had been playing well and healthy in the regular season.
But they still made the decision. That's where they get the credit from me. They could have just
Wasn't the decision made for them because of Darius' health?
Darius, still played how many of the final whatever games for the Clippers? He got back on the court and was able to actually play. So, you still had to make that decision. They could have just as easily said, let's ride it out. And we don't love the options out there. We don't want to make a trade for Harden. We don't want to do everything that comes with that. And we're just going to ride through, and then we'll evaluate in the summer, see if we can get Giannis, see if we get LeBron. The idea that they didn't do that is why I give them a bunch of credit.
It just feels like the decision was try and do something. I don't want to say go all in for this year because James Harden versus Darius was an interesting power dynamic swap. But, it did feel like let me put it this way. I think it would have been a much more I give you credit for if Darius was balling out in the regular season, healthy, and you still make that trade. Because it wasn't an unpopular one. I think Cavs fans were looking for a fall guy at that point on why this team wasn't on a 65-win pace. And I think the vibes were at an all-time low. I think the trade they made at the time was a pretty easy one. And I know because I was the guy taking the crap kicking every day for being like, I don't really want to trade Darius.
All right, but until they actually traded Darius, I think the vast majority of people thought Jarrett Allen was going to be the one that was out the door. The vast majority of people didn't think it was going to be Darius at this deadline. The fact that they did that and made that move, there's some kudos attached to that. And it's all what they learned in the regular season.
See, I think because this is where I think the group that was for trading James Harden, I've always felt like they try to put themselves in this, we won't really lose here. Because if Darius, if James goes out there and doesn't get it done.
Oh, it's not an attempt. I've told you this before.
Yes.
There's no lose out of that.
Yes, there is. Absolutely.
Because Darius was never going to accomplish anything.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
No, you don't.
I got years of evidence of I have 3 years of the core four not accomplishing anything.
Donovan, why don't you say that about Jarrett? Why don't you say that about Evan?
No, it's the combo and the fit altogether. Darius is not enough of a player to put this team over the top. That was part of the evidence that is baked into this. James Harden's a top 20 player in the NBA.
And look at how many teams he's gotten guys over the top again.
He's a top 20 player in the NBA.
He's not.
Yes, he is. The Ringer just did a ranking a week and a half ago. He was number 20.
Well, that's scientific. Bill Simmons and a couple of noobs.
Do you want to make him to 25 then? I don't know. You want to? We can quabble over it, but he's a really good player.
Top 20 is insane.
That's what they had. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't care what it's a personal. It's a opinion piece. That's not definitive. But I'm saying stats now, but there's not a definitive stat. If you say
okay, then take it out. I don't know what do you rank Harden as? What is your ranking for him?
29.
Exactly, right? The point
35th.
is fine, 35th, whatever you want. It's better than what Darius Garland's ranking is going to be, and you are a significantly better team with Harden. He gives you a much better chance.
The problem is it's just an opportunistic moment to have that take, and part of me is really rooting for Darius and the Clippers to actually get into a 7-game series, because I guarantee you if the Cavs fall out, or if the Cavs and Clippers fall at the same time and Darius all of a sudden surrounded by a different looking team with maybe a little more size around him plays really well, it's going to be wild to see what the narrative is in roughly 4 weeks' time.
Okay, but it still was a hard decision the Cavs had to make, and they made it, and I give them credit for making that.
216-474-0092. Was the Cavs' regular season a success? More texts, more innuendos, more rumors on Miles Garrett in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
played this season due to him tearing his right Achilles in Game 7 of the finals last summer. Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Odyssey Sports Draft coverage presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Dan, is there any reason to believe the Cleveland Browns will entertain trading Defensive Player of the Year Miles Garrett?
There is not. I think there's a lot of people out there that wonder why not, considering what you could probably get for him. But the Browns have been steadfast and adamant that they have no interest in trading Miles Garrett. Even last year when he was publicly asking for a trade, they said that, gave him a new contract. I think it's more likely that Miles Garrett gets another contract bump from the Browns this offseason than gets traded.
Dan Graziano on Get Up this morning talking about Miles Garrett's future in Cleveland. And I do think it'd be really funny if, they just did the contract readjustment 2 weeks ago, which then brought forth a whole nother amount of conversation. So did Miles not showing up at OTAs, voluntary OTAs. It'd be really funny if all of this was just leading to Miles somehow getting a nice raise again.
So that's what Graziano suggests there, is that this is all just like a play to make more money, essentially. And it's like, I get it. More money's nice. How much of a stink does Miles want to go ahead and raise in order just to go ahead and get a couple extra $1 million?
Well, but I think the funny thing is, he just got a contract a year ago.
Yeah.
What changed? Or is it just
he won DPOY?
His level of annoyance changed because the Browns are no closer to having a team?
It might be twofold. He won DPOY, which he thinks raises his value, as he should. And then the other part of this is it's been now been another season, and they haven't given him a quarterback plan. Or at least one of substance for him.
I thought this was a reach from Dan. Again, when I say reach, he's a plugged-in NFL reporter. He talks to everyone. What I mean is the idea feels like a reach. Whoever told him it's more likely that Miles gets a contract adjustment than anything else happening. I mean, it's the NFL. I can see the Browns want to keep Miles happy. So if they think this is a way to get out in front of it, to maybe make Miles happy through another transitional year. But at the same point, it'd be weird if Miles was like, well, I'm $40 million. I'm not happy now. But 43, I'd be much happier.
I mean, last offseason made sense, right, Nick? Because he was on a $25 million a year deal. And so the difference between last year and then what he ended up earning was $15 million. That's a good amount of money to go ahead and raise a stink about. That's in my opinion, that's worth it. But yeah, if it's for $2 extra million, I'm just not sure. I'm not so sure that this is the battle that Miles wants to fight.
So we'll talk with Bucky Brooks about Miles' future with the Browns coming up in about 10, 15 minutes here. I do think it's interesting that yet another day has come and gone where the morning show gets text, but this time, on Friday's show, it's Ken Carmen was getting texts about how Ken has been staunchly they're not trading Miles. This doesn't mean anything about the voluntary training camps. He's getting texts that people are saying you're going to look foolish in a couple weeks.
Look foolish, yeah.
Basically implying that Miles will be traded. Now today, I guess it was Lima.
Yeah.
That did that.
Yeah.
So now both.
And Lima's text added on and said something like, "Look for June." I said it in a way. I know I said it in a way.
Are we sure it's not just Ken and Anthony texting each other?
We're not sure. I don't know. Or Mac's a Browns team employee. Are you texting them? Is that how this all works?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. We just got to cover all the bases.
Would you tell us if you were?
Yeah, but also my sleep habits. I'm not up that early.
That's true.
Well, they said they got it over the weekend. They didn't say they got it this morning.
Yeah, that's fair.
Random, I'll get a random Mac Robinson DM on Twitter at 3 a.m. Maybe it was one of those.
Are you up at 3? You're up at 3 in the morning?
Yeah, sometimes the insomnia gets you.
Oh. You've got a baby. Huh. You can't relate.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not in the slightest. I'm taking myself to 10 years ago and seeing if that was anything close that I did. I did that maybe 10 years ago. Oh, boy, life changes.
I just think what's interesting is I'm used to national media doesn't let this story die. What I think is interesting, and I believe Ken and Anthony. We joke about it. I believe what Ken and Anthony are saying to be true. And Ken specifically hates getting aggregated so much on stuff like this.
Yeah.
That I think he'd rather set himself on fire than continue this. What I think is interesting is that this is the rare time when potentially a trade that I would say most Browns fans don't want to see right now. Or at least I would say 51% of Browns fans don't want to see right now, that both the national and local media go, this smells weird, and just won't let the story die.
Because it does. Something does seem fishy. And like part of this is Miles doing, right? The idea that he hasn't just gone out publicly and been like, I love Todd Monken. I love the direction of the Browns, like a hostage video or something. Like him not doing any of these things has helped the story go. But I really think he just has a LeBron mindset of those type of things where he likes being in the news. He likes people talking about him. And he's never gonna stomp down the flames if they start up.
Yeah, and it's weird. Like, I think the Browns knew all that, which makes the contract adjustment 3 weeks ago that's not really going to help you for 3 years even weirder.
Oh, but that's part of the deal, right? Isn't that like the Browns did it to themselves in that regard? Like they started the convo with the adjustment. They had to do it, obviously, if they wanted to have the out if they needed it. But like they did start the convo.
I think all of this proves it's just never going away.
No, it's never going away. That's the end result I have with the Miles stuff. It's just we're just going to live until he's on another team. We're going to constantly be talking about will they trade Miles Garrett,
or until he's not good enough to talk about like that anymore, right? Like until Miles is like a 7-sack, he's like the Dwight Freeney part of his career.
Yeah.
Until he's there, and I don't see a reason that's going to happen anytime in the near future, considering his recent success and considering the man's still an Adonis.
And I think he's going to push the levels of how long you can play the NFL and be successful for. I really do. I think this is not a TJ Watt situation on our hands here, where it's. By the way, they're talking about trading TJ Watt in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just part of the season. I'm not sure. They're having legitimate conversations about, can you get a first-round pick for TJ Watt?
The answer is no, by the way.
I agree. The answer is no. But like these are the convos they're having. But he's not gonna break down like TJ Watt did. Miles Garrett, if anybody's got a chance to like really push the limits of how long you can do this and be successful, it's going to be him.
Yeah, and I think with Miles, the cool thing about Miles is he's not just a speed guy. Like I've talked about this with a couple offensive tackles, just how hard it has to be to put up with Miles, because whatever your power move is, he has a better power move, or he's just stronger than you. Whatever your reaction to speed is, if you're a speed guy, he's quicker than you. And everything in between. So, like, even if the speed goes, and all Miles is a power guy, he's going to be stronger than 90%. I mean, again, I'll throw back to my favorite play that I've seen Miles, where he hip tosses Trent Williams, who's one of the strongest offensive linemen in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that because obviously his strength is the big factor. But like one of the things within this sack record was people timing him getting off the ball and like how quick he was, and it was it was insane on the sack that he had against Joe Burrow to set the record. Like that was his fastest get off speed of the entire day. It's like it was like a 0.7 or something insane. Like the tracking on that, he legitimately sets records in that department.
If Miles doesn't want the conversation to end, it won't end. If the national media sees his value at his age, sees a very tradable contract, and sees a team that isn't winning, it's not going to end. And if the local media keeps getting texts about this, about who's going to look foolish, whether it's a couple weeks or at some point this year, it's just not going to end. And I do. This is where I empathize with other Browns fans, because right now, like, hey, I can't promise you that you're going to enjoy a lot of this season. But one thing that made last season palatable was the thirst for 25 sacks.
It was the highlight of the season. And so, not even close.
Like, if the
Browns fans,
if the Browns secretly want to trade Miles, it makes every sense to say career Brown, just to lie. Because until you actually can trade him,
right?
June 2nd, it makes don't take the PR hit before you have to. At the same point, I cannot imagine the fury of Browns fans. If you get through this draft, you maybe bought your season tickets, you're ready and raring to go. Hey, if Shador does it, if Deshaun does it, you start to do those things, and then June 2nd, they trade the number one guy that makes you think they could be a 500 team or better next year.
It's going to be demoralizing. There's no denying it. But like, think about if in like, I don't know, June 16th, Miles is already traded, and looking back in our rearview mirror, we're going to be like, oh yeah, that was pretty obvious, wasn't it? He never vouched for the coach. They set it up so that they could trade him past in June 2nd. They're clearly not trying to do anything in 2026. They're going for the quarterback in 2027. Oh, and all their draft picks are for 2027 and 2028. How about that? Like, it will look pretty obvious in hindsight if it does go down.
It looks obvious now.
But that's what I'm saying.
The only thing is, the only thing that has anybody saying anything is Andrew Berry saying Cleveland Brown for life, which is probably why he had to go that definitive, even if it might boomerang back on him in 2 months' time.
But that's the point, though. That's why we keep bringing it up and keep having segments about it, because it does look really obvious as of right now. And if it does go down that way, again, in hindsight, then we'll be able to look back and be like, oh, the roadmap was right there. And A plus B plus C, it all equaled exactly the way that the Browns would do it if they were going down this path that it seems like they're going down.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Want to hear from you guys. So the morning show continues to get texts about Miles Garrett's future. Now it's look out in June. We got Dan Graziano saying it's more likely that the Browns extend Miles as opposed to trade him 3 weeks after a contract adjustment, which would be an interesting timing and all that. Are the Miles conversations never going away? Bucky Brooks, NFL Network analyst, draft analyst, will talk a hypothetical Miles trade. We'll also talk about what do the Browns do at 6 in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
36 officials, Natalie Sago. She'll be the third woman to officiate an NBA playoff game in league history. NFL Network's Bucky Brooks joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We are 10 days away from the NFL Draft. To talk about the Browns at 6, the best parts of this draft. We stay away from parts of this draft. We head out to the Make It Right Call, Kyle Wright hotline. Our next guest is going to be on the path to the NFL Draft all week long on the NFL Network. The Path of the Draft airs Monday through Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern on NFL Network. The great Bucky Brooks, NFL Network analyst, joins us now. Bucky, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Well, it's always great to have you on. It feels more official that we're 10 days away from the draft now that you are on. Let's start with the Browns at 6. Do you think the Browns are in a good spot in the draft with the number 6 pick?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think everything that they may want to attack from a need standpoint can be handled with number 6 and number 24. I think a lot of it is beyond their control in terms of what happens with the first 5 picks. But I think they are going to have an opportunity to get a really good player. And then it just comes down to which need and which player do they value the most.
All right, so you said needs twice there. Are you of the belief then that they have to address some of their needs, or should they just go best player available at 6 and let's just run it in, and whoever that is whoever that is?
Look, I think it's a nuanced thing. When people talk about like best player available, in a perfect world, you do want to take the best player available, but you hope that it also fills a need. Now, what you don't want to do is because you have a huge need at one area, you kind of go out of sorts and you draft somebody who isn't as good as the top players on the board because you want to fill that need. I think this lines up for the Browns where offensive line need. They may need a tackle. Okay, well, you're talking about 6. There are going to be plenty of tackles that are there that kind of rate in that area. 24, same thing when it comes to the tackle class or wide receiver class or whatever. So they're going to have plenty of options in terms of how they want to build their team. They'll have to make a decision, okay, which gives us the best opportunity to put together the best group. Like we went crazy over their rookie class last year. Well, if we take this player here, this gives us an opportunity to get a better player later. Or if we take this player early, man, we may not get as good of a player later. So do we want to flip the order in terms of how we attack our needs?
Bucky, what would your reaction be if the Browns took an edge rusher at 6?
I guess it depends on which one, because here's what I'll say about the edge rusher class. While there's some really, really good players, there's not a Miles Garrett in this class. There's not a guy that I would say that you would say is a top 5 pick, a consensus top 5 pick in any draft. There's not a transcendent talent. So if they took one, great. He'll be the complement, and these guys are that. I would say they're more Robin than Batman. So if you take a Reuben Bain or any of the other guys at the top, they'd be the perfect complement to Miles Garrett. But make no mistake, Miles Garrett will be the focal point of the defensive game plan because he's going to be the more talent, the more transcendent of the stars on their front line.
Do you feel like Jeremiah Love's going to make it to 6 for the Browns to be able to take him? And if he did, what would your thoughts be on pairing him with Judkins?
That's an interesting one. No one has ever talked about the Browns taking a running back, Jeremiah Love, at 6, but he very well could be there because the closer we get to the draft, the more the conversation has been, oh, are we really going to take a running back that high? And if you look at the spots, I mean, so Jets appear locked in to David Bailey. The Cardinals could be in the conversation at 3 for Love. The Titans, everyone thought that would be a place, but maybe not. They're going to be defensively. And then the Giants. So there's a possibility, a strong possibility, that Jeremiah Love could be there for the Browns to take at 6. Then they have to make a decision on whether they feel good enough about him and Judkins to make the move, or do they feel like they have a more pressing need at another spot.
Bucky Brooks, NFL analyst and NFL Network analyst on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. So one of my favorite things, Bucky, is I love hearing scouts and draft nicks talk about their favorite guys, right? Not necessarily of specific fits for specific teams, but just guys that they love watching play ball and that they're excited to see what they do in the NFL, who are a couple guys that when you've cut on that tape, when you've watched them, just stand out to you, regardless if it were the Browns or position or anything like that?
Cal Lewis, the linebacker from Pittsburgh, linebacker, safety, whatever he is, from Pittsburgh, he stands out to me just because of the energy that he plays with, his knack for creating splash plays, how he's always around the ball and the impact that he makes. He's one. Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech is another one. Strong nose for the ball, always around it, has a knack for just making plays. I love those two guys. When it comes to the offensive side of the ball, I'm going to say that Jordan Tyson, to me, is terrific. He's wide receiver 1, but it's the injuries. If he's not injured, I'm telling you, this guy reminds me so much of Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's crazy. Running back, Emmett Johnson, slow 40 time, it's kind of thrown him out of the conversation. And it's kind of taken some of the buzz away. But when you watch him play at Nebraska in the Big 12, in the Big 10, he lit it up. He's a fantastic player. And then one other player I would say strikes me as a guy that's going to play for a long time, A.J. Halsey, the safety from LSU. Man, he just can play in the box. He can play the deep half. He has a nose for the ball. Those guys are always kind of in the mix. And so for me, I am all about those guys.
Yeah, Bucky, we've talked a lot about Tyson on this show. Nick and I both are big fans, but it does come down to the injury history. If the Browns like him more than they like Carnell Tate, how much should that be of kind of a risk for the Browns if they have to weigh out the injuries in part of this equation?
I would say that it is it's a big part of the situation, right? Because if it was one injury, that's one thing. But if you have ACL, MCL, PCL, if you have a broken collarbone, you then have this hamstring injury, you miss maybe 18 games in college. I mean, that's a lot of DNPs. So you have to feel real confident in whatever your doctors and your medical team says about his long-term prognosis. If it's strictly the tape, and the tape speaks for itself, he is a true number one receiver. In a draft that doesn't have many number one receiver candidates, if at all, he is a true one. That's where the debate is. I think you're probably talking about mid to late first round with Jordan Tyson because of the injuries and those things. It's hard for me to imagine that he would get out the first round, though.
So with that, I'm like, are the Browns so low expectations this year outside of Cleveland? They got a new head coach. It's an uncertain quarterback room. Some people accuse them of, basically delaying until 2027 for the quarterback spot in totality. Should that make them more likely to take that risk or less likely to take that risk?
Look, I think you want to mitigate the risk as much as possible. So if you have 2 first-round picks, you want to make sure that let's nail the first one, and if we're going to gamble a little bit, let's gamble on the second one because we view that as a bonus pick. But it's really important that early, you want to hit singles and doubles. You don't want to have strikeouts. So you want to get on base. You want to make sure you get a good player at the right thing, and hopefully he plays to that level. And then if you're going to gamble on a wild card, you would hope that like a guy like a guy like Jordan Tyson not only stays healthy, but he plays like he played when he was at Arizona State, because if that guy shows up, the league has problems.
Bucky, I saw you weighing in on the Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson discourse. What do you feel like has happened within that? Is Ty Simpson, is he a better prospect than maybe some people have let on? And conversely, is Fernando Mendoza maybe not as good as some people have let on?
Look, I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I would say that the Fernando Mendoza conversation probably was a little out of control, just given the flashes that we saw in the college football playoff. If you look at the numbers were sub 200 yards when it comes to passing yards. Normally, when we see a quarterback have those kind of numbers, as we're talking about number one overall pick, we have major questions about his ability to carry the team to the winner's circle at the highest level. When we think about, like, Ty Simpson, the big thing with Ty Simpson is all of the movements and the mechanics are flawless. I mean, he looks like you would want your kid to look if he was a quarterback playing in youth ball, and how the footwork and the timing and everything is great. However, 15 starts. It's not a great list. Anthony Richardson is on that list. Mitchell Trubisky. You have Cam Newton, who's a bit of the outlier. We're talking about, we have some epic flops during that list. So can he find his way quickly to get back on track, to give them a chance to have success in the league, that's going to be the thing. 15 starts, how quickly can you adapt to the game and figure it out and let it come to you?
Bucky, we always haggle over franchise players, blue chippers, all these different terms, and even franchise quarterback versus system quarterback, all these different things. Let's just get to whether it's elite, blue chip, franchise, how many blue chip type prospects do you see in this draft, and who do you think they are?
Yeah, that's interesting. I wrote about this on NFL.com this week. I think I had 7 or 8 that fell in that category. It was the usual suspects, right? It'd be like you David Bailey's, your Galeone from Penn State. We're talking about Spencer Fano being in that category, Caleb Downs, Arvell Reese. All those guys would fall into it. But I would say the elite of the elites, I would say it's about 8. But I will say they're more what we call Pro Bowl caliber guys or first-round picks in this draft than any other one that I've been around, just in terms of, like, really good players, but not as necessarily as many stars.
Well, yeah, what can you teach us about this draft as we try to figure out, obviously the Browns have a lot of picks, 6 and 24, but positionally and the depth attached to it, what can you teach us about it?
I would say positionally, you keep your eye on the early round for offensive tackles because the first 7 or 8 are really good, but when they go, there's a huge drop-off. Pass rusher class is solid. Key contributors, starters, guys that will make some impact plays, not generational talent like a Miles Garrett, et cetera, but really high-end players that can be able to harass the quarterback consistently. When I think about the wide receivers, solid starters, no Jamar Chase types, no Justin Jefferson, just really, really good football players who can shine in their roles. It is one where if you know what you're looking for, I'll say this lastly, linebackers, really good linebacker class. Off-ball linebackers, guys that can kind of play in the middle of the defense and handle all the responsibilities. This is one of the better classes that we're seeing. Maybe we'll get a first rounder in the mix, but in terms of playing the game and operating and doing the things that they're supposed to do, the linebacker class has been solid.
Bucky, one before we go, who is the best offensive lineman in this draft, and where will they play on the NFL offensive line?
I said the Penn State kid, Young. To me, he's the best offensive lineman. I think he plays guard. If people had stones, if they had onions, they'd take him in the top 10, top 5. That's how good he is. But people won't. They resist the urge, and maybe he falls outside the top 10, top 11. But to me, without question, he's the best one in the class.
Bucky, great stuff as always. Love the perspective, love the passion. And again, like I said, we got 10 days to the draft. It feels like the march to the draft is official because you joined us. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on.
Bucky Brooks there, NFL Network analyst on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. And, of course, The Path to the Draft airs Monday through Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern on NFL Network, so all week long. When we come back, it's time for The Lead on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After questions of whether or not he would ever win at Augusta, Rory McIlroy has won back-to-back Masters, joining Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, and Tiger Woods as just the 4th to do so. McIlroy did make it interesting by losing the lead for a short time on Sunday and only winning by a stroke on Sunday.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Jim Bowden, former MLB GM, now baseball analyst and insider for SiriusXM and CBS, joining us in about 20 minutes. Had a really nice start to the Guardians until the Braves. It really was just yesterday. Yesterday was kind of the fly in the ointment.
Saturday and Sunday. But yeah, yesterday sucked.
Yeah, that was not fun.
No.
However, Guardians getting a lot of love around baseball. We'll talk with Jim Bowden about that coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Of course, Cavs clinching the 4 seed. We wait till Saturday for the Toronto series. But NFL Network analyst Bucky Brooks joined us last segment. He got into the needs that the Browns can address in the NFL draft.
I mean, I think everything that they may want to attack from a need standpoint can be handled with number 6 and number 24. I think a lot of it is beyond their control in terms of what happens with the first 5 picks. But I think they are going to have an opportunity to get a really good player. This lines up for the Browns where offensive line need. They may need a tackle. Okay, well, you're talking about 6. There are going to be plenty of tackles that are there that kind of rate in that area. 24, same thing when it comes to the tackle class or wide receiver class or whatever. So they're going to have plenty of options in terms of how they want to build their team. They'll have to make a decision, okay, which gives us the best opportunity to put together the best group. Like we went crazy over their rookie class last year. Well, if we take this player here, this gives us an opportunity to get a better player later. Or if we take this player early, man, we may not get as good of a player later. So do we want to flip the order in terms of how we attack our needs?
Yeah, the math that he's laying out is pretty interesting. Like, if you take wide receiver at 6, you're probably not likely to take him at 24, and that would be your offensive lineman. And, like, it's just how you maneuver that is fascinating. Although we've rooted for the double lineman or double wide receiver first round. Bucky didn't seem to sign up to that.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. He agrees with us about Jordan Tyson.
It seems like nobody does.
Yeah, and I got to say, I loved his take on Iowani, too, the guard out of Penn State, saying that he is the best offensive lineman here, and if anybody had stones, they'd take him at the top 10 pick.
Yeah.
That's actually the one that if the Browns took effectively a right guard with the number 6 pick, I would be watching every bit of draft analysis just to see what the reaction would be, because it'd be the most shocking thing I think you could do.
Yeah, I think so as well.
And I think it might be one of the few things they could do at 6 that would get panned. They think inevitably would be the double people are hoping for.
Well, he's one of those people that we just have not spent a lot of time discussing. You've brought him up a few times, obviously, but not many other people have. And it's crazy because he's mocked in the top 12 in about every mock you could possibly find.
It is just funny to me that, like, the little isms with the draft of, like, all right, we'll take a guard 13th. We won't take him 6th.
Yeah.
All right, hey. Jordan Tyson has the best upside in this draft. It's just those injuries, but he might be the only guy here that could be a true number 1. Can't take him before 17.
This is where sometimes subverting that draft logic, though, becomes really just ridiculous, because it's like it seems obvious what you're saying, and like, wait, why do they all just fall in line that way? But there's so much of the draft they just fall in line. Matt Harmon, Yahoo Sports, joined us today at 3. He talked about wide receiver options that could be available to the Browns at number 24.
If a guy like Casey Concepcion is there at 24, I run that card up. I just am such a big fan of this player. I think he's the best separator in the class. He demolishes press man coverage, wins at all 3 levels. Obviously, he has a drop issue on tape in college. There's no question about that. He's got some bad habits where he'll clap at the football, he'll lose focus and think about what he's going to do with it before he cleanly secures and catches the football. Those are areas that can be corrected, though, at the NFL level. So he's someone I love. I've got him as second best receiver in the class after Carnell Tate. He's available at 24. I run that card up. Otherwise, though, Denzel Boston would allow you to have an X receiver option who could, again, move Jerry Jeudy to flanker and get the best out of him, essentially getting almost a 2-for-1 deal there. And then Omar Cooper Jr., I think, is a viable late first-round pick as well and gives you a totally different flavor.
I only really see 2 outcomes with Casey Concepcion.
Yeah, what's that?
That 5 years from now, everybody knows that draft night when they took him 24, I said, I can't believe we just drafted another wide receiver and he can't catch. And he comes out and is like a bona fide X receiver and the best wide receiver you've had in ever. Or everyone remembers what I said and says, hate to say it, but Nick Wilson was right.
I'm going to go on nobody remembers anything that you say that long ago because it's just that we don't have those memories.
Oh, thank you for believing in me.
We don't. Well, you haven't been like that. Have you been pounding the table that hard for it?
I feel like I've definitively said Casey Concepcion, not a damn chance in hell. Right?
I know. I haven't gotten that impression. Maybe this is what
do
you
I need to
do.
go harder in the paint?
Yes, I think. Well, I think you're allowed to. You're allowed to.
Stop
Yes.
drafting receivers that can't catch the ball.
If you would have asked me before, 2 minutes ago, if you would have been like, "What does Nick think about Casey Concepcion?" I'd be like, "Not a fan." But I wouldn't have gotten that. I would have gotten that out of it at all. Undersized slot receiver, can't catch the ball. There's a lot not to like about the man, but I feel like, you got room. You got room to go harder if the idea is don't take Concepcion.
Do you never want to win again? Huh? I thought we were in the business of winning football games. It's not even Zay Flowers. Better?
No, that's what we kind of keep doing. We just do the Zay Flowers reference with Concepcion. That's as far as we've gotten.
He can't Concepcion.
There we go.
See?
There we go.
See?
He's a virgin. I don't know.
I meant Concepcion might be Spanish.
I like
for
that
catch.
Mac. No, I like that Mac is like, I got to stick up for people that he says doesn't have sex ever because that's what he says about me.
Yeah.
And so he's going to defend Casey Concepcion on those grounds.
Yeah.
It was a poor pun.
Oh.
I've heard better from him.
Well then, looks like you got some things to iron out.
Fortunately, nobody cares what Mac thinks.
All right, so now it's established.
I didn't stick the landing on that one either.
Now it's established. Nick, not a fan. I don't know that we got 4 or 5 years remembrance on this.
KC stands for can't catch.
We're getting there.
Okay.
We're getting there.
Can't with a K.
Yeah, obvious.
I got
but
you.
We're getting there.
Okay. He's a bum. That's a bowl
do the
line,
Stephen
both
A. No, do the Stephen A. I
don't have a Stephen
The man's a bona fide scrub. Do that one.
I can't do that.
That's basically what you were trying to do.
It just sounds. No, I was going actually for bull with. He's a bum. No, he has another word for it.
That's Stephen A. He's a bum. He can't play. He's a bona fide scrub.
Is this
that's like his
little Troy again?
That's not. No. What part of it is little Troy?
It started sounding like you were rapping a little bit there. A little rhythmic to it. ESPN's Dan Graziano was on Get Up this morning and was asked about Miles Garrett's future in Cleveland.
Dan, is there any reason to believe the Cleveland Browns will entertain trading Defensive Player of the Year Miles Garrett?
There is not. I think there's a lot of people out there that wonder why not, considering what you could probably get for him. But the Browns have been steadfast and adamant that they have no interest in trading Miles Garrett. Even last year when he was publicly asking for a trade, they said that, gave him a new contract. I think it's more likely that Miles Garrett gets another contract bump from the Browns this offseason than gets traded.
It would just be wild if all this was ending up with a bump for Miles Garrett in the pay world. I got it. $25 million a year wasn't enough for Miles Garrett's services. That's why you had to get bumped up to $40 million a year. Does he think winning another DPOY is going to take him to 50? Once I say it out loud, now maybe he does. Maybe he does think it'll take him to 50. But I would think it'd be closer to I don't know. Maybe he gets a couple extra million out of this. Maybe
it'd just be funny if the more personal success Miles had every single year and the less team success they had, if they were just. I mean, it would be the most Jimmy Haslam thing ever, just to throw some money at him, right?
That's what he does.
Like, hey, Miles, I don't even know if you're upset. We're going to give you an extra $5 million this year just because we love you.
Wouldn't it smooth things over a little bit?
The thing that still doesn't line up with Graziano's thinking is, and I would love to have Dan on to ask him this question.
Yeah.
If they're just gonna give him a new contract, why wouldn't they have done that 3 weeks ago when they moved everything around
for and did all that?
Yeah, like every other scenario with Miles that makes sense because of that thing that they did.
Mm-hmm.
Except what Dan said. Trading Miles makes sense. Not trading Miles for another 2 years, or I don't know, really enjoying 2028 and 2029 salary cap space. Sure, those things make sense. Paying him again 3 weeks later, I don't know, just weird.
Cavs finished the regular season yesterday, 52 wins, and they'll play the Raptors in the first round of the playoffs. Kenny Atkinson, postgame, talked about the matchup.
Toronto, we know that's no picnic, right? They low-key dominated us, right, for the games we played them this year. So we just have a lot of respect. But it's great. Toronto's a great basketball city. Great challenge for us. Really good team.
He had no idea that they could even possibly play Toronto. He had no thoughts. Hey, what do you think about this team? A great basketball town that Toronto is.
Yeah.
It is just so funny to me. It is apparent that everyone in the world thought, all right, Cavs, Hawks, we'll see who gets the 6th seed. And I'll be honest with you, I think the Hawks sat everybody with that 6 p.m. tip because they just assumed, it's the Magic starter versus the Celtic scrubs. Oh, well, the Magic are just going to go ahead and take care of business, and then the Magic did what the Magic do, which is evaporate.
I like this matchup. I like the Hawks better as a matchup, but I like this matchup for the Cavs. There's so much confidence attached to the first round that it almost makes me think like when we did those conversations a month ago or 3 weeks ago, like first round or the NBA Finals, what's more likely? First round exit, that is. First round exit or NBA Finals. It was like, looking at the matchup now, Cavs, Raptors, you'd be insane to take first round exit.
Also, Bobby on Twitter made sure to screen grab me in the middle of my do you ever want to win again?
Yeah? How's it look?
I look like Harry and the Henderson right before he gets hit by the car. That is not good.
Right before he gets hit by the car?
Yeah.
What are you, like jumping up?
Like, what's a car doing there in the middle of the road?
Why is a car in the middle of the road?
You'll see. It's not. You might have. Listen,
Why did you Seinfeld there?
I'm not. What's the deal with Bigfoots?
With that car?
Yeah, I'm not like a good-looking human being, anyways. But this one definitely makes me look like a crack addict Bigfoot about to get hit by a, 1985 station wagon.
You love the screen grab.
Not that one. That one hurts.
Even the bad ones. Deep down, I feel like you love the screen grab.
Not this one. This
I
one
gotta
hurts,
see it.
guys.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't been tagged in it. I don't know.
Unfortunately, he only tagged me, but I'm sure it won't stop there. Zach Lowe of the Bill Simmons podcast broke down what's at stake for Donovan Mitchell and the Cavs in these playoffs.
He's made the playoffs every year of his career and has never made the conference finals. He's had some great series. He's had some clunkers. His teams, particularly in Utah, both Utah and Cleveland, have had some pretty epic flameouts. He's been at times the only Cavalier you felt you could count on in the playoffs. But it's just I kind of want to see him make a run longer than he's been because he's been such a consistently great player. And it's a crossroads pick for me also because if they disappoint in the playoffs again, they've already traded one of these guys. He's not a flight risk anytime soon. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there just comes a point, if you just lose too many times too early in the playoffs for what your pedigree should be, it just starts to go sideways a little bit. And I think Cleveland is kind of nearing that point. And Donovan Mitchell, I want to see a deeper playoff run. That's all.
I also think if it doesn't happen this year, I wouldn't be surprised if he's on another team next year. If something bad happens to this team in one of the first 2 rounds, I'm prepared for any outcome with any guy in that roster.
I think I figured out their show. Their show is Zach Lowe says, no, he's not a flight risk right now. And then Simmons goes, oh, yeah, so Donovan's definitely a flight risk after the season if it doesn't go well. I think I banked it.
I do think that will be a conversation, specifically if they're not going to, but if they lost to Toronto or if they had an embarrassing 5-game gentleman sweep, lost to Detroit. I think the worse this looks in the postseason, the more Donovan's long-term future becomes a conversation. That being said, nationally, Donovan has the most pressure. Locally, I think it's Evan Mobley.
Yeah, you just don't get to be the number one on a team for, 7-8 years like he's been between Utah and Cleveland and then not get out of the second round. At some point, you got to progress past or it's going to fall on you, and I feel like nationally it will with this one.
Baseball analyst and insider and former MLB GM Jim Bowden joins us in 5 minutes to talk some Guardians on 92.3 The Fan.
season due to him tearing his Achilles in Game 7 of the finals last summer. MLB analyst and former GM Jim Bowden joins the guys next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got plenty to get to, but the Guardians not getting a series win over the weekend. There's one nice game this weekend, but they are in first place, tied with the Twins in this division. To talk all things Gardos, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline to bring our next guest, Jim Bowden, baseball analyst and insider, former MLB GM as well. You can watch him on CBS, hear him on SiriusXM, and read him on The Athletic. Jim, welcome to the show.
Thanks. Great to be on with you, Nick and Jonathan.
Well, it's great to be on with you. I do want to start here. I know it's only been roughly 16, 17 games. What stood out to you about the Guardians so far this season?
Well, I think the pitching is as good as advertised. I think that's been the most exciting part of this team, as expected. Love what the two southpaws have done, especially Parker Messick, showing that the success he had last year wasn't a fluke. So in his 3 starts, obviously brilliant. Also, the other southpaw, Joni Cantillo, love the fact that, look, these guys have the 4-seamers with the changeup coming off the 4-seamers. That's been a philosophy in the Guardians system, and it works. And so that's been really fun. I can't wait to see Gavin Williams tonight. He looks like an ace to me, right? The stuff is just off the charts. If he can just reduce the walks, improve that command and control a little bit, there's no reason why he can't develop into a top 5 Cy Young type of pitcher. Of course, we all know what Tanner Bybee can do as well. So I think what stood out for me the most have been the starting pitching, those 4 guys in particular. And, of course, I love what the rookie Chase DeLauter has done to start his major league career. It's pretty exciting to see that. So I guess that would be the quick snap highlight for me on what I've seen from the Guardians so far.
And tell us what it is you love about DeLauter's game.
It's the swing, it's the power. It's, I think when you look at his ability to pull the ball, but then also his ability to go oppo, I think that's really special. This guy will draw walks. The power is real. And so, I just think he's going to develop into a guy that can be one of those support bats that Jose Ramirez needs so badly. I think when I look at this lineup, I'm not sold on the Guardians offense. That's my big concern about them. I did not pick them to win this division. I picked the Tigers to win the division because of the offensive side of it. But, I said, in my view, when I look at the Guardians for this year and going forward, we got to support the future Hall of Famer, Ramirez, who obviously up to a slow start, but he'll be fine. And I think DeLauter and Travis Bazzano, who's in the minor league struggling, but I think those 2 guys are going to be very key for Cleveland by the time this season is over.
So, Jim, it's interesting, and I do want to get to Hosey here in a second, but with DeLauter and what he's done early here, it's hard not to get, put the cart before the horse, so to speak. I know you've said, hey, this is one of those support bats for Hosey. Long term, do you think maybe Chase could be that heir apparent to Hosey if he can just stay healthy?
Well, I don't think anyone's going to be heir apparent to Hosey because Hosey, as you know, he's different than everybody else, right? He's the face of the franchise. He's the next Cleveland baseball player that's going into the Hall of Fame. So that is just one complete different level than everybody else, as you guys know. He's the Derek Jeter of Cleveland. But do I think DeLauter is going to be a perennial all-star and a star of this team? I do. I think it's that kind of potential and that kind of talent. I think the swing is just real, and I think that hits the ball extremely hard and is able to get the high velocity inside, is able to take soft stuff away the other way. So, all the elements are there to develop into, a future, middle of the order impact type bat that Cleveland needs.
Jim, it feels like this is the year of the call-up for the Guardians. They bring up DeLauter. They bring up, they just sent down Kafis today, but he started the season off there. Juan Brito gets called up, but no Bazzana yet. Do you feel like this is the year that Travis Bazzana enters the big league equation as well?
Yeah, I would think so. I know it's been a slow start to the career, and I've heard fans in Cleveland say, oh, they made a mistake by drafting him. I don't think that's the case. I think that I think they picked the right guy. It hasn't worked out yet. It's early. Let it play out. The bat is going to play. It's just a matter of time. And I know it's frustrating when a player doesn't live up to other players in the same draft class that are off to really good starts. But I do believe in him like I believe in DeLauder. And I said this back in March, that when I look at the Guardians, it's Ramirez, DeLauder, and Bazzano. Those are the three guys that I believe in. I don't know for sure what Kyle Manzardo is going to develop into. I like the swing. I get that part of it. But, I also, see holes. I'm not convinced that he can be that middle of the order kind of guy. And so, to me, that's where this team needs improvement. They need to continue to try to get more offense. And then when they have it, you need to hold on to it. You can't let the junior Camaneros have success in other places.
Jim, when it comes to some of the accolades, Jose Ramirez is a perennial all-star. He is a butt ton of top 5 MVP finishes, but hasn't quite won that award yet. Obviously hasn't had his World Series moment yet. I'm just looking at this and going, in Cleveland, he is revered. He is beloved, not just for being a great ball player, but for sticking with Cleveland now through 2 contract extension. So you can speak better about this than I can because I'm not outside of Cleveland. Does Jose get the respect outside of Cleveland that he gets here in town where he is absolutely beloved?
Yes, he does. And I'm not saying that was the case 3 years ago. I don't think it was the case 3 years ago. But I think from a national audience perspective, I think we in the industry that do the national work have done our very best to make sure that the world understands what he is. I don't write an article for The Athletic or talk about him on MLB Network Radio without using the phrase future Hall of Famer Jose Ramirez. And the reason I do it over and over again is I keep wanting the people to know in other cities across the country, if you don't know, that's what he is. He's everything right about baseball. This is a guy that runs out routine groundouts. This is a guy that leads by example. This is a great base runner. This is a guy that throws to the right base. This is a guy that hits for average. He hits for power. He steals bases. And he's taken 2 contracts significantly below what he would have gotten on the open market so that he could be a member and stay in Cleveland, something that other people weren't willing to do, like Francisco Lindor. And Ramirez hasn't done it once, but as you mentioned, he's done it twice. He is everything that's right about baseball on a national stage as well as on a Cleveland stage.
You mentioned the future was J-Ram, Bazzana, and DeLauder. What does that mean for Stephen Kwan?
I mean, I love Stephen Kwan. I like him better in left than I do in center. I think he's a Gold Glove left fielder. I think he creates traffic at the top of the lineup. I think he's a really good player. That's what he is. He's a support player for me, not a guy that's going to carry you in the middle of the order. But I like Stephen Kwan. I do. I think he's a really good player. Again, my preference would be have him in left field where he's really special. He's good in center. Don't get me wrong. He was special in left. So, but when you don't have a center fielder and that's your best defensive team is moving him to center, it makes sense. I understand completely why they did it. My whole point was I thought in the offseason they should have gone out there and making a little bit more of an effort to try to get some proven bats in there. I've thought ever since Josh Naylor left, when he was traded to Arizona and then since he's gone to Seattle, I thought missing him was huge. I remember being on the field against the Yankees a couple of years ago in the ALCS. Naylor was that 30 home run, 100 RBI guy that could get the big hit. If I get in a really big game against Cleveland and it's for the division, I can walk Ramirez or I can pitch around him. I can make him not be the guy to beat me. And then I look at the support around him. I'm not sure it's there. And again, hopefully Bazzana and DeLauder can be the bread around the Ramirez sandwich. One will hit in front, one will hit in back, and hopefully that will help solve that down the road. I'm hoping. But if not, I think Cleveland needs to do everything they can to draft hitters. I think they do everything they can to trade for hitters. I think they need to spend money in free agency on hitters. And that's what I would be doing between now and the August 3rd trade deadline if I was Chris Antonetti and Mike Chernoff. I'm worried you're not going to have the offense to win this division. That's my belief. I could be wrong because Cleveland seems to always at the end of the year end up winning it anyway. So perhaps I'm wrong, but that's how I view this team.
Jim, I don't think you're alone in your assessment, and even in Cleveland, this is probably the first year. No, I picked him to win the Central last year. I don't think I did 2 years ago because I don't think anybody saw that happening. But in year 3 for Stephen Vogt, the first 2 years end up in the playoffs. with the way you feel about this team right now, do you think this would be his most impressive accomplishment if he gets this team to the postseason as opposed to the 2 previous years?
I think so, yeah. But I'll also say this. He's special, just like Mike Chernoff and Chris Antonetti are special, and that's why Cleveland's always going to be in the discussion. And they're always going to be there even when they're undermanned. And, I think when you look at the sport and you look at some of these small market teams, Milwaukee stands out with Matt Arnold and Pat Murphy. Tampa Bay stands out with Eric Neander and Kevin Cash. And Cleveland stands out. It stood out when Terry Francona was there with Mike and Chris, and now they stand out with Stephen Vogt there. You have great human beings leading that franchise. They're difference makers. They find a way to win with less. They find a way to develop with less. And that makes them relevant. That makes them special. I mean, Wall Street loves Cleveland, Milwaukee, and Tampa Bay the way they operate, because they operate better than all the people that have all the big money outside of the Dodgers.
Jim, great stuff as always. We know you got to get going here, but we appreciate your time and look forward to bugging you later in the baseball season.
Sounds great. Go Cleveland.
Jim Bowden, good Lord.
I hung up quickly. You're good.
Jim Bowden on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Of course, you can watch him on CBS, hear him on SiriusXM, and read him on in The Athletic, former MLB GM and baseball analyst as well. It's funny, I will say it's 16 games. You've got to do the sample size thing. That's 1/10 of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in bleep you're sticking to your preseason assessments yet. But through 16 games, DeLauder doing what he's done, Brito doing what he's done, some of the other young guys having their moments, all while Hosey still hasn't caught it yet, all while Quan hasn't quite caught it yet, Bo Naylor still hasn't caught it yet.
And Zardo still hasn't caught it yet.
Certainly has not caught it yet. I'm in this weird spot where I'm actually getting pretty bullish on this offense just because they're. We haven't even turned the engine on this thing yet.
Yeah, so I thought Jim actually had a pretty spot-on assessment of the whole entire team where he's like, I'm worried about the offense. Ultimately, I'm worried about the offense. But to your point, it looks better than it did last year. And again, that's not saying much because you were one of the worst offense in baseball, but they're 15th in slugging right now, Nick. There's actual offense that is happening where last year it kind of felt like you were just pacing. And this is with all the guys we talked about not really contributing. It is setting itself up in an interesting way where, again, it's way too early to be like, I all of a sudden think this team is going to do everything under the sun. But they looked the part. And I think that's really impressive because it's not just 16 games. It's 16 games against really good teams.
Now, when it comes to, hey, it's early, but let's have that conversation.
Yeah.
Tanner Bybee's been a train wreck this year.
Yeah.
And it's easy. It's funny. I think in the same way that I'm not panicking about Hosey because you got DeLauder who's balling out. Reese Hoskins has also been really great so far this year.
Mm-hmm.
I can be more patient with your best players when everybody else is making up for it. Because Tanner's under contract long term, and I know his numbers are really battered around about last night's performance, but because they've got that, because they have him under lock and key for long term, this plus the first 90 games of last year is not where you want Tanner Bybee to be.
I mean, actually, I didn't think he looked bad in really any of the first 3 outings that he had. He didn't go deep in the last 2, but I didn't think he looked bad in any of them. It just last night was just atrocious. There's no other way to put it.
I think it's that the first 3 games reminded me of the first half of last season where he was good, not great. And then one thing that I thought he had done a really good job of limiting last year that I think helped his numbers come back down to earth when he really caught fire late was nights like yesterday. So it's funny, I'm already kind of on the fence about Tanner because he's not Gavin. Gavin just has overpowering stuff.
He's never going to blow you away.
But even Messick, if you don't have overpowering stuff, I want you to then pitch like Messick. I guess Messick is a bulldog. He goes out there and he just chases dudes. He's fearless, and Bybee sometimes just feels a little cute.
I just don't know why they don't let him pitch deeper into games at all. And there's got to be something that I'm just missing within this conversation. But it's not as if he racks up. When last night he got a high pitch count, obviously, and you had to take him out when you had to take him out. But the Kansas City game, he allowed 1 earned. He was at 87 pitches, and we're entering near the 6th inning. But even before that, the Dodgers game, he went 4 innings, 74 pitches, allowed 1 earned, had only given up a couple hits, and it's like, let's just get him out of here. And I don't understand. I don't know what that philosophy is. I don't know if he felt like he needed a ramp-up period or if he felt like he needed to take the season slow, and maybe that's where some of that was just an understanding of information I don't know about, but it didn't make much sense.
Well, it's funny because last year he had 182 innings pitched, the year before 172.
Which is a lot.
I do think, though,
in today's baseball,
overall, I mean, he was a 4-win pitcher his first year by Baseball Reference, 2.5-win WAR the next year, a 1.2 WAR pitcher last year according to Baseball Reference. That is, it looks like from that standpoint we're on a downward trend with him, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Like again, like. Cantillo's gotten better every year. Messick has certainly come out of nowhere. What that kid's doing is just awesome. But even Gavin, I really thought Gavin took a nice step last year, and I think even this year, I mean, this is different. This is, if he can pitch like this all year, that is ace, Cy Young type kind of stuff we're getting from Gavin.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if anything has like changed within his like usage rate or anything within that. Like even his 4-seamers going 94, which is like that.
Which is where it was last year.
Yeah, it's where it was last year, and it's like, and that was part of the Guardians. Like, hey, look, we got him there, because when they drafted him and took him, it was like a 90. It was very low, and it was like they've raised a lot of these things up, and it's like It doesn't necessarily make a bunch of sense, all things considered, because everything that he does is looking very typical to what it was last year with his profile.
But as long as Parker Messick and Big Rig do what they're doing, I can have a little more patience. I don't have a lot, but because Tanner and there's long-term money there, I will be getting antsy very soon, but at least we got those other 2 guys dealing. And Cantillo still feels very much like, hey, we got lucky with that one, right?
I'm a Cantillo guy, though. We've established this, and you guys are Ciccone guys. I'm Cantillo guys.
No, Max Cantillo.
You're a Cantillo guy too.
Cantillo.
I like that. I like you being on the same page.
By the way,
I like that.
In fairness, I think they're just lefty-righty versions of each other. Meaning, when you get through 5 solid innings, you go, okay, that's enough. We don't need to go for the 6th inning with that one. That was good enough for me. But at least,
which is funny because that's how they're treating Bybee in the early parts of this year. It's like we're happy to escape the 4 innings, and then we want to move off of you. And it's like, wait, hold on. They paid him $70 million. Like that was a big deal. It's a big contract for the Guardians.
Is it time to be concerned with Tanner Bybee? We talked Donovan's pressure. We've talked Evans' pressure. We're going to go ahead and talk about the other pressure for James Harden in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time, and if you can't do that, get it right the next time. That's my jewelry buying advice because I didn't get it right the first time. Nick Wilson here for Bookman & Son. No, I didn't know about Josh and his team of awesome customer service associates. So I went to a big box store, and I got ripped off experientially, and I got ripped off financially. Neither one of those is acceptable, right? When you're buying that piece of, whether for me it was an engagement.
We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
People still have this, like, is he this, is he that, Jekyll and Hyde version of Evan Mobley just because of how the beginning of the season went. I think that's very fair to say. He's been awesome.
That young man has a lot to prove come this playoff run, just like a lot of people on this basketball team. The point I was about to make, though, of all those guys that have something to prove, Evan Mobley is the one that can likely be on the move this offseason. You might not be here.
That was Earl DePearl, Spencer German with their weekend show talking about the pressure on the Cavaliers heading into the playoffs, like the individual pressure on players. And it's funny. The only thing I'll say is I think it's easy right now to say Evan can be on the move and might be like that could happen if this doesn't, pan out. Guys, I just want to continue to go. If the Cavs don't meet a certain level of expectations, and that's not even our expectations, that's their expectations. Whatever internally they think they should do, if they fall short of that, I don't think anyone is safe.
Yeah, that's what I kept thinking about the entire time. I was like, wait a second. Donovan, we just heard the clip from Zach Lowe and Bill Simmons earlier in the show. Bill's like, yep, he could be gone. So Donovan could be gone. James Harden could be gone. Obviously, Jared Allen seems like he'd be gone any offseason. Everyone's on everything and everyone is on the table here.
And I don't know that it would be the Cavs' decision or Donovan's decision, and that probably makes it even more open-ended to me. And it's the one guy that when it comes to pressure, though, specifically, because we had the Donovan conversation, the Evan conversation earlier, the one guy that I can't really figure out, I think he's got a lot to gain with a great run, but the one guy I can't really figure out with how much pressure he has is just James. I think it's always baked in because he's James Harden, but I mean, how many guys have already just given up and said they can't do it anyways?
More people than not, probably. So the burden of proof is on Harden to go ahead and rewrite that narrative. And so that's where that becomes on him. Like, that's something he's got to do. From a national perspective, though, he's got to be near the top as far as pressure is concerned. Locally, not the same. Because it's not about the Cavs. That's the thing with Harden. It's not like Mitchell, it's about what the Cavs do. Mobley, it's about what the Cavs do. But with Harden, it's not as if this is a personal thing. This is an individualized thing that he's got to overcome. A little bit with Mitchell in that regard as well. But like the majority of it is it's an individualized thing, not as much a team thing.
I just think with Donovan, if the Cavs don't get it done or live up to anybody's expectations, it's going to be, well, what's going on here? I think with Evan, it's going to be, well, what's going on here? With James Harden, nationally, I think it's going to be, well, yeah, that's James Harden.
Yeah, which is what the charges he's trying to beat and has been trying to beat it for 17 years now.
Well, but that's the thing is, like, I don't know. Like, Donovan clearly is, from the time he decided to move on from Utah on. Donovan's in, I've got to change. I want to create a legacy in the NBA. Evan is clearly uncomfortable at points with some of the things thrown his way and some of the things said about him and being soft and all this other stuff. He's a young guy trying to make his bones. I don't know how much any of this really affects James because we just don't know James Harden enough.
Well, it's all about the late breakthroughs, right? And this is what we talked about with Rory in many respects. Rory wins the Masters, then wins the Masters again, and you can't talk about him being 0 for 16 at Augusta anymore. Like it's very similar in that idea. Even though this is not James Harden's team specific, if he can take this Cavs team to the NBA Finals, and dare I say even win the NBA Finals, you can't make the Harden playoff jokes if he's the one that's contributing the entire stretch of the way.
Oh, I definitely understand that. And I think, again, like in a weird way, he's got as much to gain as anybody here. I don't know how much he has to lose because I don't know. Like, part of the knock on James is, well, he's a guy that has seemed to be in love with, and I don't know that I agree with it after watching him from 28 games. He seems to be a guy that's in love with the NBA lifestyle as much as he is, and the NBA paycheck as he is winning championships.
Yeah, I mean, that man's taken this team through walkthroughs in hotel rooms and doing things they've never done before with Atkinson. So, like, I would reject those charges. But, like, that's the thing.
Well, but how do you, like, we don't know, like, because we only have got him for 28 games, like, how do we know how much the actual narrative about him? There's the, I want to win a championship, which I think he can dispel with those kind of things. But, like, how much does the narrative that you can't get into the playoffs actually bug him at all if he's got $400 million in his past and has done an NBA trip to the finals, has been to the conference finals X amount of time.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about like if there's a perception that he just loves the idea of money and not necessarily basketball.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I don't know how much he actually cares about the perception of him, though. Like I've never heard him.
Sure.
I don't want to say never, but I don't recall a time or the last time I've heard him.
Does it keep him up at night?
Yes.
Is he worried about that
Whereas
type of thing?
Donovan
I don't know.
talks about it with a great amount of consistency.
Yeah, how many fetal reports have we had where Donovan's talking about he wants to win an NBA title? His legacy is attached to winning an NBA title.
So that's where I can see if Donovan's getting criticism, if the Cavs don't deliver the desired result with expectations, I can see that really pissing Donovan off.
Definitely.
If Evan ends up being perceived as the fall guy here locally, I can see him saying, what the hell am I doing here if I'm not given a chance to, if I feel like I'm being slighted in this, or if I don't like the way this feels, if I'm getting all this criticism. It just doesn't seem to be an emotional guy.
No, and I get that, but I wonder if that's there, and we just haven't seen enough James Harden articles throughout the years and understanding of that. You know what I mean? Like sometimes that's the type of thing that I would bet if you asked X amount of fans that aren't in Cleveland about whether or not Donovan Mitchell speaks as often as he does about winning a title, do they understand that? Probably not. We're just privy to it because every other story is about it with Donovan.
216-474-0092. How much pressure is on James Harden specifically in this postseason? Now, one way in which I do think there's a modicum of pressure is just financially. I think if James plays his role and gets the Cavs to whether it's the Eastern Conference Finals and it's a Donnybrook against the Celtics, or he gets him to the NBA Finals, I do think James has some more money to make in his career, which I don't know if that's pressure or just added incentive.
Yeah, I do find it interesting on the topic of like this with Harden. 5 days ago, there's an Anscape article, which is Mark Spears' venture. And like again, this stuff isn't an accident. The whole basis of this article is him opening up on title aspirations and how he's here in Cleveland for a reason. How all the work he puts in is all specifically to win a title. So it's interesting how like he's clearly trying to address that and trying to get that part of his world out there. But I get for a lot of people, if you're like, I don't think you've done a good enough job in displaying that.
How much pressure is on James Harden in these playoffs? 216-474-0092. And a surprise move the Browns could make. I still wouldn't see it coming. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Lance Reisland. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
With the first pick,
the build-up to the NFL Draft is here, and we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you in case you missed it. Coming up in about 40 minutes here. We got plenty to get to. Interesting thing. I actually do want to talk about what's going on with the WNBA draft. I think it's fascinating that the Dallas Wings have the number 1 pick in the WNBA draft.
Yeah.
Paige Beckers is she is their answer to Caitlin Clark as best they can have. And Azzi Fudd, who is Paige Becker's girlfriend and former teammate at UConn, is all of a sudden the odds-on favorite to go number 1 overall.
Is she talented enough to be number 1?
She's talented enough to be a top 5 pick, but you would say Lauren Betts probably was the odds-on favorite to be the number 1 pick 3 days ago. There's one other player whose name escapes me right now because I'm not that steeped in women's college basketball this year, but there were probably 2 players. I think a week ago I looked and Azzi Fudd was supposed to be the number 3 pick.
All right, so lay out what you're trying to say is happening here.
That Paige Beckers went to the Dallas Wings and said, I'd like my girlfriend to be the number 1 pick in the WNBA
Which,
draft.
if it was happening in the NBA or MLB, would be a wild story.
It would be.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Paige Beckers is good enough, you just kind of do whatever she says, right?
Yes. She is. I don't know that she's
right?
Caitlin Clark, but we're talking the same stratosphere potentially.
In the NBA world, who is she? Is she Luka? Is she Jokic? Who is she?
She's not European. I don't know about that, actually.
Have to be. Why is there confusion over her?
I guess maybe Anthony Edwards? Yeah? Really dynamic wing scorer?
I meant level of play, not who her play matches. I meant
3 years from now.
Is she top 5 in the league?
3 years from now, she'll be one of the 5 best players in the NBA if she isn't already.
Okay, so she might already be top 5.
Yeah,
but
it's
then
her,
she's
Caitlin Clark, a couple other players are going to be the faces of the WNBA.
All right, then let her pick her girlfriend. Who cares?
See, what's interesting is though,
you get to make those calls. And if not, then that sucks though. If you're not as good of a team because you wanted your girlfriend, you have to really deliver.
I think that's
you have to really deliver.
Well, what's funny is, we've had ESPN on the TVs in here for a minute. They're not touching this story.
Well, they're confirmed dating, right? That's
they are.
Confirmed dating.
Paige Beckers confirmed this.
I don't know how much of this is Page 6 and how much of this is actual
Paige Beckers.
Yeah, hello. Because it is a wild story, and if you're you said the Wings.
Yes.
If you're a Wings fan, I don't care about her happiness.
Oh no, I
don't care in the slightest bit that she wants to play with her girlfriend.
Yes.
Not at all. I want to win titles.
You're right. Wait, what's that, Mac?
Because if you're a Dallas fan at this point, I assume that you're also a Cowboys fan and a Mavericks fan, and you've had both superstars between Micah Parsons taken away, Luka Doncic given away, and now at this point, hey, we're gifted the number 1 pick in order to take Paige Beckers, who again was one of the top players in the WNBA, going toe-to-toe with Caitlin Clark at that point. I want to make her as happy as possible in order to make sure that she doesn't leave.
Okay, the only inference is, are you saying that if we're
talking from a fan perspective, though. From a fan perspective, I don't care about her happiness. I want to make sure that you win as many titles as you can.
Yeah, but what's going to keep her happier? Having her girlfriend in town, which again, 3 years from now, Azzi Fudd could just sign there.
Isn't the WNBA regular season 3 months? Isn't it 3 months long?
Yeah,
you got 9 months to spend with your girlfriend. Then, I don't care. Right? Let's win titles. You had 9 months, and you're rich. You're rich.
But
you got 9 months.
The Dallas Wings.
Do whatever you need to do.
Kind of lucked into Paige Beckers in the first place.
I don't care. What do I care? If I'm a Dallas Wings fan,
or are you a Dallas Wings fan? Because now I got to know the difference.
If I'm a Dallas Wings fan, I just want you to take the best player. I don't care about you taking someone's girlfriend or not.
Now,
if I'm Elmer Fudd, I'm kind of pissed.
That's Azzi Fudd.
Oh, Azzi Fudd.
Yeah.
Okay.
Elmer Fudd different.
I'm kind of pissed that this is the whole go down.
Yeah. I gotta say.
Oh wait! I'm getting drafted number 1 overall because I'm someone's better than side piece. What is that nonsense?
They've been partners for a long time.
What did they break up? Is that an immediate trade? You see how the slippery slope that's happening here?
I see it.
You gave her the power to draft somebody. You also probably then gave her the power to instant trade. She pissed me off or broke up.
She wouldn't take the trash out. I'm gonna need you to trade her. That would be a wild move.
Coach need a bencher.
What if
this is a joke development for the league, by the way. This is not a good development for the league.
Well, okay, it depends on how. Well, the problem is what I said earlier, that it does feel like reporters are kind of staying away. Like they're acknowledging that this is a part of this without really breaking down, like, what does Paige Beckers want? How do the Wings view this? Does Azzi Fudd want to play? I'm assuming if Azzi Fudd goes number 1, that means she wants to be in Dallas and that Paige wants her there.
She might want the break.
That's true.
She's not around this girl a lot.
12 months a year is too much.
Give me 3 months in Atlanta,
We're
please.
young. Come on.
Let's go to Chicago.
But I do think, I think there's a huge difference from Paige Beckers going to the Wings and saying, hey, I want my girlfriend to be on the team. Then maybe the Wings going, hey, should we make her happy by doing this? Should we do this? Right? Like, I think if it's just a bad organization paving to some pressure that actually isn't there, I think that could be the funniest outcome, but we don't know because nobody nationally is reporting about it.
They had to have had convos.
I don't think here's the thing. Here's what I struggle with, because I don't want to act like I know. What I do think is teams are so much more inept. And we give these all organizations so much power because of how much money's involved in all this. They're just as dysfunctional as whatever workplace you have. There's games of telephone. There's, well, I think I heard this. Like, there is bad leadership everywhere. So I always leave a little kernel in the middle that it could just be a bunch of people avoiding the obvious conversation, because we do live in a country where, hey, there's a really uneasy conversation we need to have. What if we just talk about anything else?
All right, but Occam's razor this one. Like, the simplest answer is the easily explainable one and what is likely, right? Like, the idea that if they take her number 1 overall, it's pretty obvious that Paige Beckers just wanted to play with her girlfriend.
I don't know.
That's the simplest and easiest explanation for all of this. And by the way, I don't blame Dallas, but I wouldn't have done it if I was the GM of Dallas.
Where's the outrage for this versus LeBron wanting the Lakers to draft his son, Bronny? That's a joke because Bronny probably wasn't ever going to get drafted, where Azzi Fudd was definitely going to be a top 5 pick.
If LeBron was like, you have to take my kid number 1 overall, I think there would have been a much different. Hell, there was outrage over him being taken in the 4 spots after. What was it? The Jazz bought a pick for $1 million.
Yeah, I still think
pick 57 was bought for $1 million. Bronny went pick 60.
In fairness, I still think the Bronny thing and the outrage to it is the dumbest thing in the world. I do. One, he would have been a G League player.
I don't even know
that
people are still agitated about that, though. He's kind of showcased that he was at least worthy of being taken that late in the second round.
But he's still used as like a pot shot for LeBron. Like, he's used as when people just want to take a cheap shot at LeBron, they still go to Bronny and being on an NBA roster.
Maybe I just don't hang out in those conversations, but I don't get those combos anymore. I personally have moved way past that idea.
Although I really hope we get to a point where one day
we have all 3 of them on the court.
I really do hope where the number 1 pick from the previous draft, once the team that picked him the very next year has it the number 1 pick again and wants him to draft his boyfriend. Just to watch sports talk burn.
Clay Travis can't handle that discussion.
Exactly. Now, we've had a lot of discussions about the NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns. What are they going to do? We talked a lot about trading down. Tom Pelissero was on the Rich Eisen show late on Friday and talked about moving a different direction with the number 6 pick.
They could get the value that they thought was there, from Jacksonville, which was going up to get Travis Hunter. Could they flip the script? And Cleveland could be the team making the big, bold move up. I would not put anything past them, just depending on where they see the breaks in the board, where they should be more aggressive.
So I just can't see, under any circumstances that aren't for Fernando Mendoza, who is not on the board, I cannot see the Cleveland Browns moving up in this draft.
No, I don't see it either. I do see teams trying to get up to 6 overall, though. I do see that. There's a Jeremiah Love path that exists, or even with some of these edge rushers that we've talked about that exist. I just don't know who the Browns would be trading up to get.
Yeah, okay.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you really thought David Bailey was the heir apparent to Miles Garrett and maybe had designs on dealing Miles in the future, maybe the near future, maybe that might make sense.
You got to be one of the only people that would believe that, though. But maybe from 24, I can see that conversation existing. 24 up into like the teens, if there's somebody they really liked and they scouted and loved. Yeah, someone like that. I could see that happening for sure. I just can't see it from 6.
Even like one of the names that I've heard is Carnell Tate. And because Carnell's been linked to the Jets at 2, the Titans at 4, and then the Giants right in front of them. And it's like, I'll be happy with Carnell Tate. I'll be happy with Carnell Tate or Jordan Tyson. And if that's your pick at 6, or if you move back a couple spots and still take that player. I don't know Carnell. You know, when we're already talking about a guy who might not be Malik Neighbors, a guy who might not be, Jamar Chase. It's already the conversation at 6 has already been stretched. Like, is he really a 6th pick, or is he just a 6th pick in this draft?
Right.
I think trading up, even if it's just to give up a 4th rounder to then move up with a team that needs assets everywhere, it would just feel like, that's the one.
I just don't see it. Now, what is the cost if you went, let's say you swapped 6 and 5, let's say?
Well, it depends on the year. The Browns did move up.
Like for this year. Yeah, for this year.
All right. I mean, I guess it'd be like for just one spot?
I'm going just one spot.
Like a 5th rounder?
I'm thinking somewhere, because like that's not crazy is what I'm trying to say. So I know we're saying like, it won't happen or whatever, but if they got an inkling that the Giants really want Carnell Tate and the Giants are going to be able to smoke out a 5th rounder in exchange for it, then okay, fine.
I mean, in fairness, what was it? Was it Reuben Foster out of Alabama got the Bears to give up a future 2nd, I think, to move up one spot? The Browns did when they moved up to get Kellen Winslow, gave up their 2nd rounder in that draft to move up one spot. I think that's what makes it hard is you don't know the price.
A couple of those are different too, right? Like I'm thinking of the Bears, for instance, when they moved with the Trubisky one. Is that what you're talking about?
Is that? Oh yeah, then Reuben went to the 49ers at 3.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah. But that's 3-2, and that's also in dealing with a quarterback where you're going to pay a lot to begin with anyway, and like you know what I mean? Like there's a lot attached to that. That isn't just attached to this and trying to move up for Carnell Tate. Like who you go up for, I think matters a ton in this equation as well.
Is there anyone that they go up for? Because obviously it's not going to be Fernando Mendoza. Is there anyone that people would be like fist pumping on? Because I think that I
can't see it. Like think about it. Like let's just go through the big board right now for McShay. Jeremiah Love is number 1. People aren't fist bumping for that. Although I like it. I'd like Jeremiah Love, but like you're not fist bumping for that. Sonny Styles is number 2 on his board. Reese is number 3. Is Reese that answer because of the Ohio State connection? But I don't know that people love Reese that way.
I mean, Reese or Tate, I think because of the Ohio State connection would get more love. I think it would be a lot of what the hell are they doing?
What are they doing? And the timelines don't add up.
Because there isn't a Travis Hunter kind of the perceptional player or a quarterback unless you're going to hate this. Unless they moved up to get Ty Simpson.
You're right. I did hate that.
I hated it more. I don't know why it's a competition now, but yeah, I hated it too. But the only thing I hate more than taking Ty Simpson at 6 would be moving up to take Ty Simpson earlier in the draft. But everything's on the table. 216-474-0092. Are the Browns a candidate to move up? And if so, what would you want to see them move up for? What would your reaction be for that? And a reminder. One of the great moments in NFL draft history. The next one, I think, can be from Cleveland or for Cleveland. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you didn't make it to the home show this year, or you did and wish you bought, here's your second chance. Nick Wilson here for Northeast Factory.
and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason, free agency, and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes, we are 10 days away from the NFL. Have we said that enough today?
I haven't heard it once.
Yeah, we are 10 days away. Does that mean we're going to have to do the running clock that tomorrow will be 9? I do feel like 10 days is the right amount of time to start saying we're X amount of days away.
Yeah, that's a fine number of days to be away.
It's like, do we continue it going? Do we say 9 days tomorrow, or do we just keep it cool till it's 1 week?
You can do whatever you want to do. What do you want to do? Do you want to keep like the keep going tally, or do you want to just stop it until we get to like the week of, and then we're like, it's Monday, but it's happening Thursday?
I don't think I've decided yet. Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit excited to get to the mock draft later this week.
Yeah, that's fun.
So we're a little excited for that. We're a little excited for the Rally House visit that we have later this week.
Mock draft could be like a practice run for you the week of. You know, you'd be like the mock draft 4 days away, mock draft 3 days. You know, and we just go down that way.
There's a lot of ways we could do this.
Yeah, you just choose whatever you want.
I'm not sure any of them are really going to be chosen. We're just going to see how it plays out there.
That's all we can do.
Now, I did want to remind everybody of one of the great moments here. As we are on the eve, the precipice, 10 days away from the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. To me, one of the 5 funniest draft moments, which was when David Akers, this is 2018 NFL draft in Dallas. I don't know if you guys remember, that was the first time the Eagles had won a Super Bowl there, the first of the 2 championships of the last decade, and here was David Akers in front of the Dallas crowd.
What's up, Dallas? I like standing up here before you as an undrafted free agent, representing that shield for 15 years. Tonight, I'm representing the Philadelphia Eagles, NFC East champs, divisional champs, NFC champs, and world champs. The world champs. Hey, Dallas, the last time you were in the Super Bowl, these draft picks weren't born.
All right, that courtesy of NFL Network a decade ago. I will tell you, I forgot how much he sounds like a wrestling a manager, like Jim Cornette.
Yeah.
Like you just need like a little racket there. If we were to send somebody in this year, I want somebody with more of a manly voice instead of kind of a shrill, screaming.
Okay, that was the polite way to say that.
Kicker. Sounds like a kicker.
A kicker. He sounded like a female PE teacher. I didn't know what was going on there.
They scare me. Yeah, Miss Dilly, when she screamed, you knew it. Now, I will tell you, this is where I'm a little ashamed I haven't thought about this. I'm going to need the Browns to send in a troll. I'm going to need the Browns to find somebody who's not afraid to walk onto that stage in Pittsburgh and cut a promo like this. Remembering, hey, who has the last playoff win between these two? Who has more Defensive Player of the Years in the last 3 years? Miles Garrett or T.J. Watt? Just starting to remind Pittsburgh of the fact that, they're not, what doesn't stink, basically.
Okay.
So my thing is, they do it. Like, listen, the Browns might not be good this year. I do need the Browns to send in a troll to really rile up the Pittsburgh fans. At some point, I need it to be the first 2 days as well. I don't need like a 7th round
Are we talking
pick.
celebrity, or what are we talking about? Because so I instantly was thinking, I didn't think celebrity. Oh, there's always the same celebrities that you'd think of, right? Like MGK, for instance. Does that do anything for Steelers fans? Probably not.
Yeah, he kind of annoys me as much as he might annoy a Steelers
Steve
fan.
Harvey is for some reason involved in like every NFL thing, but like I don't think Steelers fans are going to care about that at all.
Yeah.
Only person I could think of from like a player perspective, I did think it'd be awesome if we just, and this guy's got to get on board. We don't even know how he feels about this team, But if Miles Garrett walked out there, that would be insane.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is Miles? I don't know. Miles
doesn't
is
have to say
troll.
anything. No, but that's the thing. You don't even have to say anything if you're Miles Garrett. You just get to walk up there, let everybody boo you like crazy, and then you're winning by bring your 2 DPOY trophies if you want it.
Now we're having the conversation.
Bring the helmet that you hit Mason Rudolph with. I mean, come on, let's get deep with this.
So does showing up just have an aura about him? Would that get people upset at Pittsburgh?
I mean,
yes.
he's public enemy number 1 when it comes to Brown Steelers in the previous 10 years.
What if he bought Mason Rudolph's helmet?
Did you not listen to a word I just said like 30 seconds ago?
Which one?
The one where I said, what if he brought Mason Rudolph's helmet?
Then clearly I didn't.
You dusted the hell out of it.
No, because I heard the 2 DPOYs and I got very excited about that, and then I thought
and then your brain shut off for the rest of what I was saying. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. That was really funny, though. Like, you got really excited. Wait, I got it. What if he brings... And then that happened.
It did. Now, here's the thing: is one, Miles can't show up to OTAs. You think he'll show up to the NFL draft?
Well, that's the problem. Like, he's got to be on board with all of this, and right now we don't think that Miles is on board with anything that the Browns are doing. Like, I mean, he is unquestionably the biggest villain between the two. Mm-hmm. Like, if T.J. Watt came out when we had the draft a few years ago in Cleveland, and if he had any legs to stand on, if he was able to actually like pull that off, oh my God, the reigns of boos that would have been incredible.
It doesn't have to be anybody specifically, but we've got a whole host of pro wrestlers from Cleveland. We just had Nick Nemeth in.
The Miz is obviously great. He's a Browns fan. He can cut a promo like you wouldn't believe.
The Miz is...
Do people hate The Miz, though?
Well, yes. The problem is sometimes Miz can go heel on Cleveland. So I don't know if he's a good guy or a bad guy right now, because if you say, hey, Miz, we want you to go upset the crowd in Pittsburgh, he might just go ahead and piss people off in Cleveland.
Does he do that with us? I don't remember him doing that with us.
I think I remember him wearing an OBJ jersey. When they came to Cleveland, he really got under people's skin. Again, it's his job, but I think my point is, I want a guaranteed ringer that if it's not Miles and we send somebody in there to be a troll, I need somebody who can really just work. Again, Cleveland face, Pittsburgh heel. Nemeth, because he showed up in that Browns jacket. Can you imagine showing up in that Browns jacket and then like that, maybe a different brown shirt than the one that he wore, but like showing up in that and then just going the full energy that we saw.
I mean, I would trust him to at least, talk smack not the polite way, but the right way.
Like, I think he could be what maybe Philly was hoping David Akers would be.
No, but as
a real manly version of that.
So, but as a non-wrestler, because I'm just not a wrestling fan myself, like that does nothing for me. You know what I mean? And so, like, we want to make sure that it crosses everyone, every person in that crowd. It's got to hit. And, like, I don't know how much of the wrestling...
Oh, I think if Nick Nemeth...
30% maybe?
If Nick Nemeth starts talking smack about Pittsburgh and talking up the Browns, I think he would get the sufficient... Because that's what he is. Wrestlers are professionals at working the crowd.
Yeah.
I think he could get people in Pittsburgh. They don't even have to know who he is. You wear Brown stuff and just start talking about how the Browns are better than Steelers, I think that would be... Do you agree, Mac? I mean, we're both wrestling fans here.
Yeah. I think that out of anybody, I feel like Miz knows how to upset a crowd and how to really get them against him. And I feel like if he's in Cleveland, because I've been at some of the shows where he's been the heel and he's kind of taunted the Cleveland crowd at that point. But I think knowing what his role is in that, I think he would just be phenomenal for just trolling the entire Pittsburgh crowd.
How about LeBron?
I don't think LeBron would want to be a heel, though. I think LeBron... And by the way, I don't know that...
Would Pittsburgh even get angry enough with LeBron? I'm thinking of somebody everybody knows in the audience. Everybody knows LeBron. They don't have an NBA team, obviously.
I don't know if they would associate him with the Browns enough. I know LeBron claims to be a Browns fan, but like LeBron showing up in a Browns shirt... And see, like, listen, I think Miles, if he wanted to, could really get that crowd riled up just by a couple, like, smirks.
Yeah.
I don't know LeBron would want to.
By the way, I don't think we win if we have, like, one of the Paul brothers. I know somebody's going to say one of the Paul, like Logan Paul or one of those guys. No. I don't think we win that way.
I don't think we want to win that way.
I don't think we win that way.
Yeah. I don't know, just in general, the less association we have with them, I feel better about.
It'd be sweet if Travis Kelce retired and then could do it for the Browns.
No, that feels hollow.
Well, yeah, no, but it still would have been cool because Steelers fans would have been able to recognize like all the Steelers and Chiefs, nonsense they have. We'd be taking the Chiefs guys, basically what that is. But
I think they would point out how lame that is.
Yeah, I would too. Again, the walk-off I had was Miles. That's all. It's legitimately the best. I think the best you can do.
I think there's only one solution, and maybe he's not the name that all these other guys are, but he can rile people up. He's got a big personality. Has no problem speaking truth to power. It's me. I
want to throw your hat in the ring.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing, because I have a vision of how I would do it.
Are you also going to bring the helmet that Miles Garrett hit Mason Rudolph with?
Yes.
Because that's a selling point for me.
So
it's a selling point for me.
There's a few things here. One, I want the bone lady to fashion me one of those bone helmets.
Yeah, okay.
So I can wear that. I would face paint brown and orange. I would wear my 4X Jeff Garcia jersey.
Okay.
Now that's brown, so then I'd find some orange sweatpants.
Is that an XLT?
That's a 4X. No, that's just a 4X.
They just don't. Do they even make Do they make the jerseys that way or no?
They do for some now, but not back when my dad bought it 20 years ago.
All right, yeah.
So I've got the regalia. I was thinking of actually, instead of taking a full-size helmet, I would take a little Steelers helmet, like the mini replicas.
Yeah, like you're holding like a Halloween bucket.
Yeah, and then make it like, oh, this is actually real life-size Mason Rudolph helmet. So basically, small brain, small man. Yeah. And then I would just talk about, guys, it's so great to be here, and then just go into why Miles Garrett's the best defensive player of the decade. Call TJ Wah Wah Watt. I would go right there with Roger. I'd call him Wah Wah Watt right to Roger's face.
Yeah.
And then
even do like a discount double check or something?
No, I don't think so.
Nothing for Aaron Rodgers?
No, nothing for Aaron Rodgers. But I'd probably make a Pfizer joke and then just kind of run with it.
Hey, was that awkward last night with the Guardians game? How much they focused on Mike Tomlin being at that game?
No, not for me.
That was a little odd. It got me excited. I don't know why I got excited. I was like, oh, there's Tomlin. And then they kept going back to it, and then they kept showing Tomlin in those seats. And I just kept being like, this is weird, guys. You've now made this weird. But there was a lot weird about that broadcast we don't have to get to.
Joe DeSanto saying, is Turkey Jones still alive? I think we need a little more recent.
Yeah.
Do you think Bernie would?
Yeah, I think Bernie's done it like a million times.
Well, I just mean like I don't think Bernie Bernie's too nice to troll. And two,
yeah, he's not going to troll.
I think Bernie's just become like this symbol of
I think Steelers
a great
fans
turnaround.
Yeah, but we're at a spot where the booing from Steelers fans would be almost like an applause. It'd be one of those scenarios where like the old people that like just respected Bernie for so many years, they just like their version of booing would in turn be an applause, and I think Bernie would know that and he would appreciate that probably.
Man, I'm trying to rack my brain because Nick Chubb's, again, like maybe Minka Fitzpatrick would just try and tear up his knee again just for good old time's sake. I'm trying to think like who.
I mean, think of everything that could be solved if Miles just did it, though.
What about Hanford?
No, Hanford, again, too nice. They're going to look at him and go, man, 40 years ago, I hated you.
Is Joe Hayden good enough? Because I know he like kind of considers himself a Steeler, but
because he straddles that line.
But if he said some really mean things about the Steelers in that moment?
No, because he's still going to try and straddle that line because he has affection for both of them.
I know he does. It's weird, but he does.
This is why it sucks that we traded Baker. Because if Baker was still here, he would be the obvious guy that would be like, hey, announcing the second-round pick. It's Baker Mayfield. And Baker would just go out there and he'd start a riot.
You think Shedeur would announce a pick?
Yes, I do think he would.
Think about the clicks. Think about the social media attachment to that.
But do I think he would?
I don't think it riles the Steelers fans up. I don't know. His appearance riles everybody up, though.
Yes. He's also too, nice. He smiles too much. He'd want the Steelers fans in on the joke because he smiles so damn much.
He's a happy guy.
I want him smiling because he's pissing him off.
Let's have Monken cut a promo. Monken could do it, and Monken would say some mean things.
2 or 3 years in, with a playoff win over Pittsburgh, and Monken would be the answer.
Would the reaction from everyone just be like, act like a head coach? This is not how head coaches act?
I mean, yes, because that's anyone's reaction to. Because
the man missed a photo, and all of a sudden people lost their minds. I can't imagine if he actually did this.
Though.
It wasn't that sweet.
What would you do if you could announce a Browns draft selection on stage in Pittsburgh, and who would we send? Miles is a great answer. I just kind of feel like, 1, is Miles too big time for day 2 of the NFL draft? And 3, can we trust Miles to really piss Steelers fans off? That's what I need. I need his maximum trollage.
His mere presence does it. That's the beautiful thing about it. Anything that comes out of his mouth is just extra.
In case we missed it, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you because if you're
supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say big thanks to all of our many guests. We had Matt Harmon on Yahoo Sports at 3 o'clock talking some NFL draft wide receiver candidates. Bucky Brooks at 4:40 today, NFL Network analyst. Good stuff on the situation the Browns are in at 6. He actually likes the situation the Browns are in.
Hey, but first time, no one's ever thought of Jeremiah Love to the Browns at 6 before.
That was different. It's different.
What? Yeah, a little different.
There's literally a big talking point on NFL Network in recent weeks. Jim Bowden, baseball analyst and insider and former MLB GM at 520. Great stuff with all of those guests. If you missed a second of today's show, go ahead and go back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. All 5 hours are up there. Of course, you can subscribe. It is free after all. And don't forget to like our videos. We love to be liked. Not just like to be liked. Love to be liked. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we've not gotten to the big news out of the NBA over this past weekend. Doc Rivers out as the Bucks head coach after a 50-loss season. I think everyone kind of saw this one coming, but the idea that Milwaukee's moving on, Jimmy Haslam's going to have to hire another head coach, but Doc Rivers didn't work out.
Yeah, it sure seems like this is the summer of goodbyes. If you just look at it, it's so wild how from the second they hired Doc Rivers, everything with and obviously made the Dame Lillard trade. It's just and really, actually, what it is it's firing Mike Budenholzer. Like that's the point where we're going to Adrian Griffin, which didn't work out hilariously, into Doc Rivers, and it's just they took a team that we thought for the next 4 years at the very least will be in that conversation for contenders, and they really haven't been. Even like last year.
No, they haven't. I mean, it was 3 straight.
Good regular season team, but Giannis.
And that was 3 straight just done in the first round, and that was it. And now this year they miss it. This has been the longest breakup that we've all been public to in the history of breakups. Like this Giannis thing. Like, I mean.
Kind of wish Giannis had more balls in this.
It's been, I
hate to say that.
And yeah, we're even more reports out today that was like, yeah, Giannis, he told him he's been done for a year. It's like, you're the NBA player.
Yep.
You get to make the shots in this. Look around the league. This is how this works. You get to make the calls, and you're not making them, and it's pissing me off.
I think it's going to be really interesting to also see what the price is going to be for this.
Yeah, very much so.
Mostly because of the health stuff, and he's a big. He's a 31-year-old going to be a 32-year-old big with Achilles and calf issues. That is a buyer beware if you can possibly have one there. I will tell you, though, I remember when Doc Rivers had the Lakers team, the Clippers team with SGA. I think Tobias Harris was on that team. And they had a team that just went to the playoffs out of nowhere. And it was like Doc Rivers' best coaching job in decades. And then they immediately brought in Kawhi and Paul George.
Yeah.
And it fell apart. And then Doc never really had another job that you looked at and went, oh, he got the most out of that team, or that team, went beyond the expectations.
Yeah, it's a sad crash out for what was legitimately a very good head coach, and so but
always probably a little overrated. Yeah.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, you win the title with the Celtics, you go back to the NBA Finals 2 years later, and then you're just kind of coasting. Was all really that came out to end up be? But yeah, I mean, sure, overrated. Yeah.
Also,
he was looked upon very highly in NBA circles for a very long time.
Getting paid 8 figures to just sit at home next year.
But yeah, so he definitely had like that Kirk Cousins lifestyle of just making a bunch of money in all these different spots, and you look up and you're like, whoa. Between that and Austin, Austin Rivers was a pretty good NBA player for a little stretch there.
Had a little stretch.
And then I thought he was going to be much better than he ended up being.
He was always the guy, and I felt this way that Lonzo was going to be this way too. That he was drafted high enough that people would hold him for the draft positioning for a long time, and then eventually they just realize there's a really useful NBA player there, and just enjoy a second half of the career that's just maybe the 6th man or 7th man, whatever, or even like the 5th best starter on a championship team, that kind of thing. And then it never happened for Austin, and Lonzo, of course, blew out his knee and then was just never the same player.
Does Doc do a little bit of television again like he's done before?
I don't know, because
I read an article.
He's still young enough he might want to still work, but, like, he has made so much money as an NBA coach and, again, successful NBA player before that.
I mean, I read an article, and he was basically, he did the whole line of like, well, I got grandkids now, and I want to spend time with the grandkids. Like, he made it seem like he wouldn't, but these guys just don't love to fall out of the spotlight. They just refuse to. And I just don't know if Doc is one of those guys as well.
Louisville reportedly landed Kansas big Flory Badunga for $5 million to continue his career as a Cardinal in college. Has college basketball become more lucrative than the NBA for most prospects?
It's interesting. It's definitely more lucrative than the G League is, which is a big turn of events. The NBA invested so much into the G League, and they really thought that was going to work. And now you've seen a lot of guys go through the G League, and you're like, wait a second. Now the guys are not making anywhere close to the money that you're making in college, but the coaching was never anywhere close to what you'd get in the college ranks either. And so it's not necessarily that the college ranks is more valuable for the NBA that I'm looking at. It's more that this type of thing really does signify just what an absolute miss the G League ended up being.
Yeah, I don't think the NBA saw 7-year eligibility, 26-year-old guys being able to stay in college basketball. I actually think this is cool because, again, like there's the boozers who are going to go make, hundreds of millions of dollars potentially in their career. And then there's other guys who might make a couple $1 million or might go play in Europe. I actually think that's maybe the biggest loser in all this is some of these guys that stick around college basketball an extra 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Those are guys who go have, career making decent money in Europe. Well, you're making, hell, if you're lucky, you're making $1.5–2 million in Europe.
We're getting all the Euro guys. What do you think that Illinois team just was? It's a real. The Final Four was littered with just a bunch of European players. Like that's what that game is now. College basketball has had a really good past couple seasons and finally getting up to date with everything. And I really think it's gonna continue on a nice upward trend because the skill is. It really has gotten pretty high.
Well, I think even the funny thing is we're talking about this, and there was a big thing in the WNBA. We're getting a couple European basketball players coming into the WNBA that normally wouldn't because of the new CBA. Minnesota just signed 2 of the players. I'm not really familiar with their games, but it's interesting how the ever-growing and ever-expanding, whether it's college or pros game in America, is starting to just completely dominate financially.
For the women's game, you used to always have to go overseas to make your money. The WNBA was not where you made your money. That's why Brittany Griner was in Russia when she was in Russia. It's like that's where you went out and made it. Watched a whole piece on Ella Delle Donne about how she wouldn't travel because of her sister's complications, and it was like the millions of dollars she had lost out because of that. And it's like it's crazy.
All right, we didn't get to our guy who did a day as Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. We'll do that tomorrow. I don't know why I blanked on that today. Forgot about it.
We always got tomorrow.
That's on me. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We say thank you to the Supreme Leader. We also say thank you to Jake Murrin handling the producing duties in 92.3. The Fans YouTube channel. Like us. We like our videos. We like to be liked. And Matt Corrali, baby doll, on the 2020s. Little tamped down Corrali today. Could use a little more gusto.
Forgot he was even doing updates halfway through the show. I don't know. That's
because he didn't come in the studio every time.
Got to make your presence known, man.
We have feelings.
Do you think he's upset that he called into the show the other day and we just didn't be oh, thank you, Matt. Thank you so much.
I think he didn't like the way you treated him, but he liked the way I treated him.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
That does.
JP, good stuff, buddy.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. See what we get into. See you guys.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.